Hey everybody!
Hello!
How we all doing?
Hi.
Oh yeah.
Oh, this camera.
Take control.
Control it.
I can just do it. We also have this.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Hello.
Look at that. How are we all doing today?
Ooh, I like the cast light on your laptop.
That
That's nice.
wasn't planned.
No,
Planned
looks-
since Warcraft 3.
It looks good.
Planned since
Looks
Warcraft
good.
3, Kyle. Not really. Not really, because nothing was planned since
No,
Warcraft 3.
I've hardly had a plan.
You know, maybe we should go easy on the writers of
I
Warcraft.
think I still wanted to be a paleontologist or something like that. You know, thought Ghostbuster was a real profession. I'm not that young.
It turns out.
Oh, well, what year was Warcraft 3?
Warcraft 3 was 2003?
2002? 1? So
Warcraft 3 release date was 2002, July 3rd, 2002.
Okay, so I was already a theater kid, but you know, I hadn't
Yeah.
made the call.
Yeah, as you do.
I think I was more in the I want to be an inventor kind of line of work thoughts.
Okay. Gotcha.
But we're
That's
here to do
fun.
a thing.
Hi, everyone. Yeah, we're here to take a look at all of your wonderful messages that we missed along the way, and also in through that, look back at the MSQ and maybe go over some things we may have missed.
True.
As long as that thing is not the song Answers.
Because the copy.
Goddamn right, I ain't doing that shit. I ain't doing it. I ain't doing it.
We're just pause stream, everybody. See you on Twitch.
I don't know how much I can say about it. I don't know. I don't think I'm allowed to say much. I'll just say things are in motion
Yes.
on that front.
Well, you know, we just stream on Twitch for about 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Do our review there, then turn this back on.
Yes.
That's how we'll do it.
Yes. Yes. Kyle was your. Oh, you know, this wasn't planned. I was just kind of chilly. This will probably come off at some point. The jacket does not stay on. But yeah, it's
pen's
just,
at home.
it's just a little chilly. Yeah. I got a Negroni, a Murloc, and a Dark Knight. I mean, it's pretty much all my interests, like
All in one?
in a
There you
row.
go. That's
I
all of you.
need a punk rock pin. And then I'm
Okay.
good. And then I got everything. Or, you know what? I need a punk rock pin and like a Ford pin. Or just like a car. Just a car shaped
yeah,
pin.
wow. What a shill.
Just a car shaped
Nothing
pin.
but corporate. Well, I guess your drink isn't a corporation.
No. I mean, it was made by a corporation, but probably.
Oh, right, because you've told me that. Yeah, so the story. The story thing.
Yeah.
I'll begin the. So what we have
take a
here in the studio is we've got a big screen right here where we
Big
can
television.
see the stream over you there. Hello, good to be
yeah.
hanging with you.
So we got the chat on the left. We got our own VOD on the right. And then I'm trying to manage it off of a TV or a computer, my actual computer monitor over here on the left. Overall, I quite like this.
Oh yeah,
I'm quite enjoying this.
No, it's coming along.
Yeah. So, what you are? Do we put up? You usually drive these. This is my first time hosting one of these.
Yes.
Do we put up a message that says like pre-recorded or?
Oh yeah, that is a good idea because some people
probably
become confused and alarmed.
Yes.
Which it is quite alarming, you know, if you were to wander into the stream and see just two chuckles just talking over the MSQ like we're absolutely.
Ask you to free my mouse.
Yep.
Free my mouse.
And imagine, you know, like the state of mind, the pure gamer energy it would be to play and execute this game while just talking non-stop about kind of on topic, but also it'd be kind of weird to walk into. You know, it'd be strange. It'd be strange. Photos? Yeah, I'll take a photo. Photos, please. Cool. Gunslinger asks for photos. I can do that very easily because I'll just post it in the members business.
What? Oh, the setup.
Yep. Yeah, because I'm here. It's all about. There's Garrett. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Coming to a Discord near you. Oh. Huh. I know I have it, but, you know, it's been a while since I've engaged it properly. There we go. There you go in the members chat there.
Not there twice. There's two sections of see?
Exclusive content. You know, pick something nice. Wingdings.
I would like people to read it.
Comic Sans.
Go with Gotham.
Ah, Batman font. Did you name it and not put the text in the actual text box? Previously on Grinding Gear. I can't. Don Metal, I will not force this man. He has a preference, and I have known it for years. Oh, Crystal Conflict, you know? You like PvP with friends. And I ain't gonna argue with that. I think that's a perfectly sane way.
What can you force? You can't, because we can't do it together.
Yeah,
There's
exactly.
nothing to force.
It's impossible.
They haven't done it.
It's impossible.
They don't care.
Even for a computer. It's not possible. I used to kill small animals back in my ship.
I'd like to try something.
What?
This, y'all, you know, a little bit of chaos, I think, is healthy for you.
Uh-huh.
Now, I want to see if this will work. So if I undo this strap, I should, in theory, be able to unleash the beast that is this camera.
Okay.
And then we can just show everybody, as long as I'm very careful with the tripod.
Oh, see, mine was now you're making it public. Yeah, there it is.
Screen, yeah.
There it
It's
is.
above the towers. It's above the towers. That's paragraphs.
That's the stuff. Well done. Yeah. Now this is pod.
Now this is podcasting, but we're not
pod-
really
Yeah,
podcasting.
no,
we're
yeah.
not really doing
Okay.
it. We're not.
We're here to do a thing. We have an important thing to do today.
Very important thing to do.
As you can see, the gameplay from previous streams is rolling. I will do my best to keep it synced with our current conversation points.
You are sunk.
I enjoy these. It's like a classic forum as I witnessed it being made fun of in Simpsons, Family Guy, and all that sorts of thing. Because it wasn't.
I like it because it's impossible to talk to anybody during MSQ streams.
Well, that's true.
Except
yeah,
you.
Yeah. But you know, like the PBS local broadcasting, it has that kind of vibe. Calling on the air.
Caller your one
Yeah,
of those.
yeah.
Well, I mean, it's not quite that vibe.
Yeah.
You remember when we used to do call-in episodes and we realized very quickly that there was no way to have quality control?
It didn't matter back then because it was so unique. The internet was such a fresh, crazy place. We didn't care. You know, it's like people who are like, the thing about MMOs I miss the most is it was more like an AOL chat room. It's like, well, yeah, that novelty wore off when we could have it on our phones. You know, when you're not texting not percent, but you per
or text cost cents
individual
per text.
monies. Yes, and your father tells you need to stop sending texts because it's costing too much.
Well, that's because Dad didn't get the unlimited text plan like I told him to.
Well, and I was typing with numbers. It was kind of freaking insane.
Not that I would ever advocate for texting while driving, but it's way safer to do it that way. If you actually learn how to text with the numbers, because you can do it one-handed, so you can keep a hand on the wheel. And so if you know how many clicks per numbers, that is way better. I wasn't that good, but I had a couple friends. They were just they would like eyes on the road, hand on the wheel, and just click, 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 click.
Yeah, well, I didn't send that many
It's a
texts.
very specific age you need to be for that to
weird.
even be a thing, and it is very specifically our age. The elder millennial only. Not every other millennial, only the elder millennials. It's those kids that are on the bubble of almost Gen X, but not old enough to be Gen X.
Yeah, the elder millennials.
Yeah, not young enough to be, I had the internet for my whole life millennial.
Horrifying.
Yeah. We had a short stint. Have you seen the meme? You know, born too late to own property, born just in time to pay $10 for a ringtone.
Yeah.
That's us.
Yeah, explore the universe, the horrors of the internet. I gotcha.
That is us, everybody. That's where we are at.
So in Hitler Day's time, We have just killed butterflies.
Ah.
What say you?
Well, what say I is that I'd like to start with some superlatives. Is that what it was called
Yeah,
in the
okay.
yearbook? Superlatives.
Okay.
I'd like to start with some superlatives because I think this is the most... Everybody, I woke up at 8 a.m. today, and starting at 8:30, I put my nose to the grindstone, and I tried to go through all of the messages that we missed. And I tried to group similar messages together, because we did find ourselves when we do streams like this that we would repeat ourselves a lot. And since we had a birthday stream, if I just sat here and read everything in order, we'd repeat ourselves a lot, and we'd also be here until next week. So I did things like I took all the birthday messages, and you are in the longest list we've ever had, which I'm going to call All My Name Days Come at Once Club.
Nice.
You are in the All My Name Days
theming.
Club, and we're going to take a look at that at the very end of the stream because there's, I think, more than 300 people in there. Some are supers, some are membership messages. I'm not even sure we can actually read all the names. I think it might actually take too long.
Wow.
But we'll take a look. We'll see how long the stream goes and take a look at it.
Okay.
But I also did other superlatives, which we've done before. You know how that goes. I'd like to start with some, but there's also some that were specific to each stream.
Okay.
So for the beginning of this stream, I would like to start with I was going to call this Elpissing my pants from excitement.
Oh.
But I thought that was maybe a little too...
No, that's it. That would pop up in
Yeah.
the corner of a PlayStation.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Achievement unlocked.
Achievement.
Elpissing my pants
Exactly.
in excitement. For this section, which was our Elpis Part 1 stream, which this club is made of Starlight Wanderers Far, Say We He, thanks for the super, Duraxis, Argent 32, thanks for the super, Peachy Jelly, Crystal Fine, Spellbound Tutor, which we would like to say Spellbound, we hope your new desk rules. They were building a desk during this stream,
Ooh,
in
nice.
addition to being excited for it.
Sure, I just got a new desk myself.
And Christopher Clayton, thank you for the super. So all of these folks expressed some sort of excitement
Achievement unlocked.
on this, and I'm pretty sure these are the ones we missed, because I know we read some from people who...
Not to say that achievements don't ruin the moment, and this name might ruin the moment, but it's how achievements go. You know, decapitating someone in God of War, getting ahead, and you're like, ah, boo. Thanks. Thanks, developer.
Really, you shouldn't blame them, you should blame consoles. Blame the Xbox 360.
Right, but yeah.
It's all the
No,
Xbox
they
360's
ruin,
fault.
Imagine you're in a movie in the big moment, and
Yep.
the corner pops up.
Yep. And as you know, since this was the birthday stream, there was... Where did it end up? The tiara. Oh, it's back there.
the tiara,
I'm
yes.
tethered.
Oh,
I
okay,
can't...
I'm glad it's there.
Yeah, I can't reach it, but it is back there. The members of the Tiara Stays On Club
Oh, wow.
was Eka, thanks for the super, Boopy, Witty Pinches, who also informed me that Garrett is the prettiest of princesses.
Oh, congratulations.
Thank you for that. And Star Johnson with a really generous super that was excited about the tiara, but also we hope you made it past suppression in, I believe, Uwu.
Oh,
There.
congratulations.
Still progging Uwu. So
Yes.
best of luck to you, Star. If you're here. Hope you're here. And then, yeah, I made a note of there's so many birthday messages. We'll do what we can at the end of today's stream. So
The birthday gauntlet.
the
The birthday bash.
you say the birthday gauntlet makes me think of like a bunch of people like lined up down a hallway ready to spank you as you run through.
Yeah, there was a spanking thing when we were growing up. Yeah, you get your spanks.
I mean, yes,
But
I
that
mean,
was also...
mileage probably varies based on your family.
Well, yeah, age, too. I think there was a prime point in like the 20s where it was like doable.
Yep.
And as you get older, the spanking is a little...
Well, as you get older, the spanking may become voluntary depending on how that affected you mentally.
Your birthday.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yes. No other reason.
Nope.
No other reason. Only for birthdays.
Perfect.
Only. There's
Oh,
no
they
other
cleared it.
reason. Oh shit.
We have word. We have
Hell
word.
yeah.
It was
Were you-
cleared.
Oh, you were in Lost Mythics' group. I was talking to
Yeah.
Lost Mythics today about them clearing Uwu and said it was a year plus journey
Damn.
for them.
Holy
which-
crap.
So major congrats.
Wow.
That's freaking awesome. Can I steal this for a moment? I just
Yeah.
want to steal this for a moment because, Lord help us if we fall behind on this stream as well. Gregor Comics live in the stream right now, Super and Cryol. So what caused the final days? Warrior of Light. An ancient twink thought he was the only person who had depression and made it everyone else's problem.
Slightly inaccurate, but I'll roll with it.
I now want to debate who is the biggest twink of all of the ancients.
Is it your problem if you forgot it?
Which, by the way, I think it might be Hithlo, actually. Might be the biggest twink of all the ancients. Yeah. What did Tally refer to it as? The twink filter? passing the characters through a twink filter, I think is what he referred to as the ancients looking like.
Oh, well,
it was on our
that's not really
podcast last week.
Because they took out their masks.
Yesterday. Oh my God, that was yesterday.
Yeah, that feels like
yesterday was a rough day for me. The content went great. I was very tired from technical difficulties at the end of the day, and it already feels like it's been a week. So yeah. But I think that means, by the way, I meant to send you a message because it's entered my head last night and I thought it was funny. I think it means progress when most of my woes in a day are tech issues.
Okay.
Yeah, it felt like a normal weird day instead of a life upending weird day.
Perfect.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that means it. Wall of twinks. I mean, you no one's stopping you from doing that, Mark. No one's stopping you. You can make your own wall. Epicentera, thank you for the 3 months, said, forgot to tell you last week my group cleared weapons refrain. I'm an ultimate legend. Congrats.
Congratulations.
And then KLG, what's going on with you? Said, I see the studio is starting to come together. You've got your guitars up. Also, love the sunglasses.
Thank you.
Guitars were up last week. They never came down.
Oh, but, well, if they watched the video, the guitars, wouldn't have looked up because it was a different angle.
So yes, we're experimenting with angles. I think we're honing in on this one.
Oh, and everything last week was in my place, so, this might be their first viewing of
That's true.
Studio G.
KLG's always here.
Yeah.
KLG's always here. Yeah, we are experimenting with angles. We thought that, and then it's a whole thing. We'll do another studio update at some point, because I would love to take people on the journey of the challenges of this. I already want to, mount a bracket on the ceiling there to invert orb light, because that light would be better. Yeah, orb light.
All right, back to our accolades.
Actually, that's the end of the accolades. So we're just kind of in it now. We're just kind of into it. Dark Knight of Anime supered that it's the first MSQ stream of the year, and I figured we'd start things off with a question. I also grabbed things and made a Q&A section. That's kind of if we have time, because we got questions that I think are fun and would be fun to answer, but they're a little off topic / I think would take a long time to answer.
And they were sent during the stream?
Yes.
Oh, maybe we do that as a side content thing.
That's exactly so. I grabbed it. I put it in. I'm not planning on air. We're not planning on air. And Eric H. said it's far too generous for how many things we're trying to do. Must make it harder to catch up on Super. You knew what you were doing.
Yep.
You knew what you were doing. Thank you, Eric. That's very, very kind. Exceptionally so. Okay, in that case, we need to speed up, because that means I can just go buy you a drink after this.
Perfect.
Yeah, wonderful. Okay. We're not actually going to speed through. We will take our time like we always do. Always. But yeah, I did want to answer Dark Knight of Anime Super, because he asked, how does it feel heading back to Eorzea? This was our first stream back playing Final Fantasy XIV.
Yeah, and outside of Mario Odyssey, it was my first real video game I had played for myself since doing the move. Because everyone was still in boxes. We still had the pod had been delayed. Nothing had arrived yet.
I'm honestly, behind the scenes, that one, it was a little weird. It was a weird one for me. And I think part of it was my birthday, because right before that, Katie's like, okay, before you go stream, let's have a birthday. Open your presents, enjoy yourself. And I was like, oh no, I'm actually struggling to enjoy myself, because I'm thinking about turning things on, and it's the first time we're playing MSQ together in this space. So I had a lot of work thoughts. And not that streaming is work, but the production of the stream is the work of it.
It's your profession.
So yeah, that part felt a little weird. I don't think it was until you put the tiara on my head that I was like, oh, this feels good. This feels all right. But legitimately, I last week is when things started feeling like they really kind of fell into place for me. I know we were doing more back and forth, but to me, I was fine with it. And our MSQ streams, probably because you were driving, felt a little more normal to me, because I drove this one and I don't usually drive the MSQ streams, and I didn't really think about how weird that would feel, and it didn't feel weird until the next day when I was thinking about going through it. I'm like, okay, what could I improve? Why did things feel a little odd at the beginning? And I'm like, oh, it's because I was doing it. Kyle always does the MSQ stream.
It's true.
Yeah. So that was going through my head, but for the most part, I was just happy to be back. But yeah, last week felt really normal. Today, even though I don't usually drive the thank you streams, I feel very prepared for this.
Good. Well, you did a nice setup. I like what you've done here.
Well, thank you.
I agree with you. It's a game I play so much, and even back in the day, back in pre-streaming days, the MSQ was maybe 50% of what I did in the game, because I was getting into crafting, I was exploring other jobs, and during my normal week here, it's still 50%, if not less.
Yeah.
Because Wednesday is my big day when I jump in. I'm leveling up my Weaver right now. I'm working on my Warrior. I like organizing my glam because it's almost always full in the chest, my inventory. So oftentimes, MSQ is just another activity. But this particular one on the screen right now, I was just so happy to play a video game.
The weight of it is, it hit me last week. And you know
Yeah.
why? We sat down to try and figure out when we think we're ending it.
Yes.
And we're not going to like give you a hard day because things could change, but we have a pretty good idea, I'd say. And because we had to have that meeting in person, which was very cool. And on the drive home, I was like, man, I started feeling a little emotional. Like, man, the end is in sight. Like of Endwalker. And I know it's an arc.
Yeah.
And we have so many patches after that. We have so many extremes we want to do. We want to dip our toe into Savage. And Down Trail is right around the corner. So I'm kind of glad we took this long. Because the ending doesn't feel so like, it's here.
It's a weird thing because I'm reminded from the outside that this is the end of the MSQ. Where again, it is but a piece of my overall Second Life, not the video game journey. And I always have one of these in my life, whether it's D&D or World of Warcraft was that in the past. You know, to be weird, I sometimes call it my second skin, just to see if people, squirm.
That is a gross one, but I kind of like it.
Yeah, like I have a digital persona that I always participate in. I managed forums when I was younger. I would role play on forums.
This feels strongly for me like a mix of two things. It is a Second Life for me, not the actual game. I've never been a huge fan of Second Life, but it also, to me, I think my feeling of it obviously comes from you and me doing this together and getting to the end of the main story that we set off to complete together. But also, I'm already bracing for the end of a good book sadness.
Sure.
And that's something I haven't experienced with other MMOs that I've gotten invested in. The closest I came to it was Wrath of the Lich King, because that had a very strong ending and a very obvious end, even though they don't roll credits in World of Warcraft. But Arthas was the reason I gave a crap enough to continue my Warcraft journey.
You hit your end.
Yes. Yeah, that was the closest I'll ever feel to beating WoW. And while I really did enjoy it, and I think Wrath from what WoW is capable of really upped the ante with what they did with the story. It's nothing like this. This is such a very rich and very obvious narrative. And when I say obvious, I mean it's obvious that it's a narrative. It's obvious they have a story to tell. They have beginning, middle, end, pitfalls, character growth, all that kind of stuff, which is a little more nebulous in something like World of Warcraft. At least, especially back then in World of Warcraft, they're getting a little more linear with their storytelling. But
Also, World of Warcraft is Journey of Maturity. For me, I didn't know what burnt out felt like enough to preempt it. And when I was playing BFA, and I talk of BFA quite fondly, I was fully aware when I felt it creeping in, and I went, okay, I did the things I wanted to do. Let's be done.
I just want to double check. I always double check that auto stop is turned off, and I forgot to today. Yep, cool. I feel better.
Yeah, that's important.
I feel so much better.
That's an important thing.
Yeah, man, I feel you there. Like learning what burnout is. Like, I mean, I never had a game in my life I played that long, ever.
Yeah.
Up until that point, like, I almost said Rock Band, but I was playing WoW before I played Rock Band. So
it was a new thing to be angry by yourself at a game.
Yes.
Growing up, I got angry when my friend would Donkey Kong me off the edge while holding me, sure, but sitting alone in your room on voice with people and becoming angry was a very different experience.
Yep. Kendrick, thanks for the super right now. Said, good call, Eric. Let's keep throwing money at them forever to extend the length of the stream. I mean, it kind of does that. We don't want to encourage it for that reason, because it seems disingenuous, but we do appreciate the support.
Yes.
Yeah, and Peachy, thanks for the 5 months. Welcome back and enjoy the ride. Please give all your adorable cats and dogs a pat from me. Can do.
Yes.
And make that happen. Wicked just turned 5.
Karth is loving the sunshine stage.
She was just my puppy. Oh, every time I come over to your place, Karth has found the one beam of sunlight.
Oh,
it's just...
He loves it.
Just absolutely lost in the
Joyous.
sauce. Lost in the freaking sauce. All right. So that's how we feel.
Right, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to give us a little pause here because I figure we're going to have some bird-related conversations.
Well, the first thought of things we didn't get to was Luke Eoff supering and wanting to bless the forbidden love between Tuna and Emmett. So that was before we even set off.
Is it forbidden?
Not around these parts.
Exactly.
Not around these parts.
Embrace it.
I didn't know where to put this. I just liked it and wanted to include it. Was Armadillo Supering. They went to the Gurren Lagann movie the night before and ran into a bunch of friends from high school by coincidence, many of which they hadn't seen in 6 years, and just wanted everyone to know anime unites us all.
That's awesome.
What's the thing they yell in Gurren Lagann? I've only seen a few episodes.
Oh, the drill that'll pierce the heavens?
There you go.
And lots of pointing at the sky. I know there's a more direct quote. It's been a while since I've Gurren the Lagann.
Yeah, I have. I just had a wallpaper of Sniper Lady for a while, and I didn't know what it was from.
Yeah.
That was a college wallpaper for me.
What an evolution. Have you ever watched it?
I've seen a few episodes, and
it goes from Shinji to great.
Okay.
At like episode 5, but the first 5 episodes, it's kind of full-blown Shinji, and I'm a little... Okay. At the time, I was very much like, I can't do this.
I was watching with someone else, and they were like, the kid is whiny, and we didn't continue.
He gets way better.
I was fine with it.
Like,
but
legit.
I can usually get through whininess, even though I think that was the main reason I stopped watching Attack on Titan. But we're not ripping that Band-Aid off right now. We're not having an Attack on Titan discussion. We're not doing it. That's not what we're here for. It's not what we're here for. Ethra Star supered. This one made me laugh because I didn't know this was a mechanic. I guess it is. As we know from Mario, tiaras turn you into a woman, so Garrett temporarily became Tina No Crust. Is that a Odyssey thing that I don't remember?
I'm kind of confused in it myself because there's a crown, but I think it has a mushroom in it. And I'm pretty sure Toadette.
Oh no, it's Bowsette. It's Bowsette.
Yes,
Isn't Bowsette
right.
the what's the it's Bowsette. That's the whole thing.
Bowsette's
right?
got nothing on Ghost.
It was one of the earliest TikToks I ever saw that was extremely blue.
King Boo. That's the better one. The Bowsette thing, not a big fan, but the King, that
whole thing.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah, I remember.
But there's some sort of mechanic where I think Toadette can become a person and no longer a mushroom. Yeah. And then they started moving around.
I just remember the very blue TikTok. It was one of the earliest ones I ever saw. It really made me laugh, and I can't repeat it. I'm not going to repeat it here.
Okay, there we go.
Suna, thank you for believing in me that believes in you. I appreciate it, Suna. Obscure reference right now saying, doing my part. Would you two be cool making an appearance in a board game where critical characters could be named Kyle, Garrett, or Valgaunt? I'm down with that.
What an obscure reference.
I like obscure references. Yeah.
I'd be down for that.
I'd like to be an obscure reference.
Yeah, well, there's that D&D game where they sometimes have people from popular D&D streams as little characters that march across the stream.
A mutual friend of ours mailed me some board games yesterday. And speaking of which, sent me Star Munchkin, which has a bunch of art done by Len Peralta, a friend of our friends.
Oh,
does a bunch of illustrations for the Daily Tech News show. But this just showed up at my house yesterday from our mutual friend Robert.
Very cool.
I think he wants us to play conspiracy theory together.
Wow.
That's what I believe why that was sent.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. So, Robert, if you're watching, Robert loves sending me unsolicited board games. It's kind of his thing. That, and he sent me Buckaroo Banzai and Seven Samurai, and I haven't watched either yet. You like Buckaroo Banzai? We should
I do like Buckaroo Banzai.
We should do a watch along with that.
I mean, it's a like watch it with my dad kind of thing. I don't know if it's actually good, but it was highly quotable in my house. So.
Okay. Apparently, I need to see it, so we should just watch it together.
Okay. Sounds good.
We should just watch. All right, here are the Butterfly Supers, led by JF42, which said the thalls on these writers for having to squish butterflies.
Well, they were concept butterflies anyway. They weren't released into the wild yet. I mean,
well, which are you? Are you one of the most of the ancients that don't think they matter
they're real
and think you can just kill them willy nilly and it doesn't matter, or are you Hermes, where they do matter?
Well, I guess the society, and if I was in it, I would believe that they are not real, because it's what I would have been told my whole life.
So if you were a god, you
say yes,
wouldn't care about your creations.
Maybe. Well, I see. My personal headcanon,
because
joy.
I'm gonna say something very controversial.
Okay.
I'm gonna say you do care about your children.
I do. Yes, that's true.
It's supposed to be. I was hoping more humor would land with that.
No. You're posing an interesting thing. My favorite interpretations of gods have always been black and white, as in the video game from Lionhead.
You do love that game.
Lionhead Studios.
Yes.
And I love the idea that without memory, without knowing your name, a god dissolves into nothingness.
A god dissolves. Well, that makes sense.
So you
That makes
require worship.
I mean, it's kind of how the primals work. Like,
Yeah.
if their worshippers aren't showing up and giving them their faith and their ether crystals.
They don't get to exist.
Exactly. I mean, I guess they also disappear because we, like, kill them and then they need to be resummoned. Anyway, I digress.
Yeah.
Coeurl was also part of the Butterfly Supers, informing us that Petalaudai, and I believe the area we're in was, like, Petalaudai. It's Greek for butterfly.
Oh.
So the little area we were in
Well, there we go.
was a reference to the Greek word for butterfly.
Was the butterfly words.
Yeah. I thought that was adorable. And Moira's, I missed the banter so much, was in here, and I just saw it go by. So that one also fits in there. And then Boopy was also part of the Butterfly Club. So, yeah. All right, Medion. I thought this one was very sweet, and it hit me in a personal way, and I'll explain why. Brosy supered and said that Medion's difficulty with words reminded them of their sister because she has a speech impediment.
Oh,
And I've never talked about this, and I always like keeping my close family members kind of anonymous because it's their story to tell, not mine. But I have a very close family member that I spent years accompanying them to speech therapy with.
Oh, interesting.
And so that that hit me. And I wasn't even really thinking about it in the moment, mostly because I was just so excited to be streaming MSQ with you.
Sure.
But yeah, I'm going back there. I was like, oh man, that it hit me in the feels. So thanks for sharing, Brosy. Hope y'all are doing well. Give your fam a hug next time you see him.
Well, it's a wonderful dynamic too to go alongside her emotional empathy. Empathery.
Elpis is an empathy, like, WMD developed in a secret lab. Like, everything here is about building empathy for characters that are about to try and end existence.
True.
Yeah, like that's kind of the and literally Medion is empathy, like incarnate. And that's kind of what makes her endearing and also what makes her dangerous.
Absolutely.
It's a good section, y'all.
Yeah. Well done.
It's a good section. JF42. I agree that Akasha is a cooler name than Dynamis.
Dynamis works for them. And
it's an older Final Fantasy reference.
Yes, and Akasha works well for elephants. I think both are excellent.
I think Akasha is just like legitimately more fun to say. That's it. That's all I got on that.
Well, we can't yet call it the missing collective despair of dead aliens.
Well, that's only because it just doesn't roll off the tongue. That's the only reason you wouldn't call it that.
Dosa or something like that.
Dosa is cool.
Despair of.
I don't think
Doda. Despair of dead aliens.
Dosa is cooler than Doda.
Yeah, Doda.
Doda sounds, it's too close to Dido, and then I'm like,
well, you gotta release, you gotta wait for the release of Doda 2.
Oh, there you go. Okay. Yeah. Doda 1 was, the Warcraft 3 mod wasn't as, it didn't hit the same. It was hard
to market,
It didn't hit the same. KLG right now, swinging in. Thanks, KLG. Went back and checked your mock raid vids because I thought I missed them. Realized I did watch them due to all the weird poems written by chat to give you hints. I'm glad you go in blind now. Chat was running out of words.
There were a lot of words for that one.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. Oh, and yeah, Jack Lee spearheaded that.
That was fun.
The tease poems.
I think it really worked for Alliance raids. Because Alliance raids are so bombastic.
They do feel like asides.
In terms of mechanics.
I think also in stories. The stories aren't like a perfect puzzle fit into the MSQ arc.
Well,
some are more relevant to the MSQ than others.
I would agree with you, except for the Crystal Tower. And then henceforth, I've been paying attention to them with a lot more regard.
I still think like Alexander, like if you just paid attention to the very last part of Alexander, you'd be fine for how it ties into.
Yes, you don't need the cheese wizardry, but it is an interesting note that Alexander was driven mad by a signal cast from space. And if Bird Girl's off to sing the Song of Oblivion, maybe Alexander was driven nuts by the song that he picked up from space.
That's a good point.
But that's also...
That's a good point.
That's mystery boxing without the mystery box. That's actually taking notes.
It's not required, but it's a nice extra bit if you know that.
Yes,
it's like, exactly. It's like I don't think I don't think you have to watch the prequels to watch the Clone Wars, and vice versa. I don't think you have to watch the Clone Wars to watch the prequels, but I think if you watch all of it, you're going to have a better time.
It's something I do in D&D. It's like a mystery box, but you are responding directly to your audience and seeing what they pick up on. And so you'll throw out these random tidbits and completely useless items and things like that, expecting your characters to forget them, but someone's like, hey, what's this necklace I got one time? You're like, you're right, let's make that a thing. And they do that. They do use what they make.
Why are we asking Keeper Lakestop, please no, right now in chat? Why? Why? I need to look this up.
Oh no.
What's going on here?
What have they done?
Keeper, where is Keeper? Near Alliance makes me wonder if it's related to Solution 9, and then Luke replied, please no. And then Ro, our good buddy Ro, right now, shout out to Podcast Reborn Supering. Watching your reactions during Elpis is well worth a super. Having played 11 years ago, I'm more of a fan of Dynamis over Akasha myself.
There we go. That makes sense.
Team Dynamis.
You both.
I should have brought in my whiteboard and we could have been like, Dynamis Akasha, and every time it gets mentioned, we just add a tally.
That's true.
Yeah.
You write it on your body.
I need a... I just I think on YouTube you can be shirtless. I think that's totally fine. Oh, well,
I've got my thighs.
That's bad content.
You've cleverly...
People want it scrawled on, like, your chest.
I've told the story where I cheated on my geography test by writing on my thighs. So I would say the thigh is an excellent canvas.
I wish you all could have been in the room for when we were trying out this new wide angle, because we had it really low at first and we're like, our thighs look way too big.
Yeah.
Way too big. Like, get it up higher. Which I know usually you want it slightly above eye line, a lens, any sort of lens. But I was like, it's wide. Maybe we can get a fun 90s weird thing going. No, unless you want to look like the biggest thighed human on earth, do not put a wide angle lens low.
Some people like that.
Fan. So Ricardo, thank you for the super right now. Said, I prefer Akasha because it comes from Hinduism, and East Asian representation is much more rare and appreciated than classical European terms. Definitely around these parts. Well, it depends on where you grow up. But yeah, that seems like a horribly obvious thing.
Well, no, it's fair. This is broadcasting across the earth. There are people all around the world, and we grew up with the birth of civilization. And then you go learn that everything was also invented on the other side of the world too.
Yeah, here
as an adult.
Here in the States.
Yes.
Having anything influenced by Hinduism is quite rare unless you go and seek it out yourself.
Exactly.
So it's not it's getting better through stuff like Netflix and whatnot, funny enough, which it's what causes me pause on wanting to burn Netflix down.
I mean, I'm also not beholden to my elementary school teachings. When my kids ask me, what does something come from? What's the purpose of X? I can go, oh, by the way, there was a fabulous moment last night I have to share, because we do a relaxing video before bedtime, and we watch a little something, and 4-year-old forgot the name for history. So we asked, can I watch Interesting Dead People?
Oh, dear God.
And my first thought was, necromancers? That's badass. I don't know if they have that on YouTube. I'm sure, but I'm not sure what the exact property should be, so...
That's goddamn incredible.
Yeah.
I love that. That makes History sound so much cooler.
Doesn't it?
Screw the History Channel. I want Interesting Dead People channel.
Interesting Dead People.
God, dude, you should start a History Channel and call it Interesting Dead People. You really, like, straight up. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Yeah, but geared towards... Have a slightly... off-color children's history channel.
Yeah. not morbid.
Well,
but
think about, it's not really a thing anymore, but we used to have shows, who was it, Paul Bearer? You had a host for children to introduce them to spooky things, but they were very mild spooky things. I guess for our generation it would have been Are You Afraid of the Dark? Goosebumps. Mm-hmm. It didn't have that host. Are You Afraid of the Dark at least had the Midnight Society, but it was a group.
I would say a lot of families watch things like Riker Explains It All. What was that called?
Riker Explains It?
Yeah.
Oh, the have you heard of this?
Yeah.
Imagine this. Think of this.
Have you ridden a bicycle?
Have you ever ridden a bicycle?
Yeah, what was that called?
Have you ever heard of Akasha?
Strange
Have you ever
things?
talked to an elephant? Have you ever been depressed by a bird person?
Do it.
What was that? Someone's going to be up. Crypt Keeper. Crypt Keeper, I think, was for slightly older kids.
That was horrifying.
Crypt Keeper was my
right.
biggest fear as a kid.
Fact or Fiction. I think that
Fact
was
or Fiction, that was it. Yeah, Jonathan Frank.
We made it up. Yeah, exactly.
I love Jonathan. I need to watch Next Generation because everyone, I've been told many times that I would like Riker, and more than one person in my life had told me that I remind them of Riker, and I'm like, why? I have no frame of reference for it.
You played XCOM War of the Chosen, right?
Oh, yes.
Okay, everyone in there is a Next Generation actor. That's why the lines are so good. Like, they are saying some bogus shit, but they're delivering it well.
They know how to deliver bogus shit because
Worf they're basically one-to-ones. They're all over there, but yeah. War of the Chosen.
Oh, that's right. He was Xanatos in Gargoyles, which is
yes, he did a great job in that too.
I might like Gargoyles more than Batman in the animated series, and that's all you need to know about how much I like Gargoyles. Gargoyles, love it, absolutely love it. You should ask Jesse Cox about Riker. Oh, okay,
Interesting.
okay. I love that not only has our journey through Final Fantasy XIV been crowdsourced, but so has our budding friendship with Jesse. Every time we talk to Jesse, I have some new thing I want to ask him about that I didn't know he was interested in because of chat.
We have a group that it's tattling on both sides. They
that's
tattle on Jesse
that's a
and
good
they
point.
go tattle on us. So.
I didn't think about the other side of the equation.
It happens.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. Jesus, thanks for super. I know I grabbed a couple of your supers we missed, Jesus, so you'll probably hear your name a few times today. Said, did you guys ever go over what Medion asked you telepathically the first time you meet here? Sorry if it's a spoiler. I was blown away once I got it. Okay, you supered this, and we missed it in the moment, and I have it down in long-winded, probably answers that I don't quite understand.
So why don't we take it now? What's going on?
That's okay. Well, it's here. So yeah, I don't know what this was in reference to. Because there's a lot of hours of playing, but I know it's around this beginning part. Jesus, do you have the question handy? You can just go ahead and type it in chat. You don't need do not super, please. Just at Grinding Gear and go ahead and paste that question into chat. This part right here.
Yeah, I assume we're about to walk in on what's going on.
Also, Drasoini approves of Flynn's definition of history.
I'm glad.
Yeah, interesting dead people, man. I'm gonna think about that a lot. Okay. So what's the question? Where's the question?
Well, right now they're gonna make that connection.
When she first talked to you in your mind. Okay. It's already insane revisiting this now that I know where it ends up. Greetings. Can you hear me? Well, the first question is, can you hear me? I don't think that's probably not what you're referencing. Actually, kind of hard to read with that translucent background.
Do not be alarmed. I mean you no harm. Wait, is that aliens? Is that what? Because that's what I take from it. Aliens. I wish only to hear your words, share your feelings, and know your thoughts. Oh, wait, there you are. Hear, feel thing.
Okay, I don't think that's.
I only wish to hear your words.
I don't think this is. They're hoping we pick up a hear, feel, think reference. I think they want us to interpret how this all feels. So, what I'm picking up now that this is being pointed out is that this is probably how Medion and all of the other Medians began speaking to any of these civilizations that they came across out in space.
Oh, chat saying that's it. Yeah. And if that's the first contact line, on the disc with the naked people, that's...
Yes. Wow, shoot. What is that satellite called? I remember.
Voyager satellite.
There you go.
As I recall.
I bet if you're into Dark Forest theory, we're dooming ourselves.
Or Beast Wars.
Huh?
The reason Megatron travels to Earth to collect Energon, they crash also.
I mean, I think that's also a point in the Michael Bay
is because he found the golden disc.
Ah, there it is.
And used it to travel to the human planet so he could save Megatron of the future, because he's naming himself Megatron in lieu of
so
Megatron.
Beast Wars was a time travel story?
Yes.
I don't remember the setup for Beast Wars. I watched a lot of Beast Wars, but I haven't revisited it since I was,
And at one point, they go down underground and find the crashed Optimus Prime ship. Beast Wars has thick lore.
Oh, yeah. Beast Wars was sick, man. I was really into that. I was super, super, super into this. Oh, geez. What are you doing, touchpad? My touchpad is abandoning me. It's failing me, Kyle.
It's heating up. I can hear that fan going.
Oh, it's thinking.
It's thinking big.
I don't know why it's thinking. Maybe because Discord. Let me close Discord. That's probably not helping. Although I do like being able to check.
I brought up Beast Wars and Discord is popping
Like,
off.
oh my god, I love that show. The laptop's a giant Beast Wars fan. Giant. Freaking as thick as Optimus Primal. There you go. There you go. Surobachi supered Hythlodeus commence Operation Peer Pressure. I believe this is the first time we were screwing with Emmett.
Yes. Well, he.
Yep. Oh, and then Ibrix was just like, turn the burners off. I can smell the cooking from here. We cooked a lot.
Well, yeah, naturally.
Over these 3 streams.
It's just what happens.
I don't think we cooked a lot during the middle stream.
Well, the middle stream was just an adventure. That's what I loved about it so much.
And a lot of like trying to uncover Hermes, but I felt I already kind of knew what it was trying to tell me, so I wasn't thinking about it too much in the moment.
I can feel that.
Yeah.
It was highly, ridiculously important to me what we did with Fana. But it wasn't necessarily an emotional tone.
I just thought Fana was awesome. The Fana portions, I was just like, this rules.
Yeah.
Like, it's a fun tone change, because Hermes is so thoughtful and sad and existential. So is Medion. And then Emmett and Hithlo bring their own kind of known baggage with them. And yes, Vana brings a known baggage, but seeing Vana, who is, for all intents and purposes, also Heidelin, represented in a much more relatable human way, felt super fresh, and I got to just enjoy it.
After we already had that shock event arriving in Elpis in the first place.
Yeah. Do you still doubt Heidelin? Red Hero, I have a section for that later on. I have a section for that later on.
Also, there's a video coming out in the future.
Yeah, Rogue Mage supered right now. If you're a Gargoyles fan, Garrett, you may be interested to know the creator of the show is running a Kickstarter to reprint all the comics. It ends in 6 days. I might need to get in on that. Thank you. I keep hearing rumors about a live-action Gargoyle series, and I would actually be all about that.
Weird.
I don't know
how you'd pull it off.
It would be tough.
Yeah.
It would be to get the guys that were on the second Underworld movie, because that has my favorite skin wings of anything involving like bat wings on a person's body.
Okay.
Listen, Underworld movies, they haven't aged that great. They're like a very thin butt rock turned into a movie.
I'm not a fan
of
hissy vampires.
It was a rough time, man. We had that or Twilight. I choose Underworld.
Well, I choose Underworld 2, where it's more of a flesh count kind of idea. Nosferatu vampire.
Oh, well.
Warhammer has flesh counts, which are amazing because they are delusional.
Okay.
I'll get into it another time.
Anyway, get the team that did, what is it? Who's the leader that wakes up too early and he's all pissy, and in the second one he's flying around with wings? I just love the way it looks.
Bill Nighy.
Oh, it is? No, wait. No, Bill Nighy was in the first movie.
Yes. Oh, you're talking about the one
Marcus?
that does the chasing.
I think it was Marcus?
I think Marcus was the one they awoke at the end.
I thought that was the one they woke, because there was a big break between the first and the second, I remember. And then they were just like cranking them out. And we got like the Rise of the Lycans, which I avoided forever, and I rented it on a lark, and I ended up having a good time with it. Yeah, it's kind of a fun movie. They're fun movies. Are they deep? No. Are they entertaining? Yes. You got me going on Underworld, not where I expected to end up today, but here we are. Here we find ourselves. And then Highbrow Stonebender said, the man I once was would weep for what I had become, and then signed it, Amon dying the Zodiac. I think we were cooking on kind of how different Hermes is from Fandaniel.
Yes, well, we were also slightly reeling from a now obvious factoid when someone's like, Fandaniel's about to die, and we're like,
wait, which Fandaniel?
But they're here to get Fandaniel? And then the seed thing, it all makes sense.
Again, as I mentioned yesterday, I had never really considered... Oh no, shit, that was in a video.
That was in a video, yes.
As I mentioned in a video that is not out yet, I've never really considered the swapping of stations pre-Sundering. But I don't know why. Why not?
It's easier if you just say Mr. President 1 through 14.
Oh my god. That's a perfect explanation. Because they don't stay for, I mean, they don't have a 4-year term.
And then we don't send them to the star when it's over.
It's
but
fine.
You know what I mean. Yeah,
it's fine. Yeah. It's like a less problematic Putin. You know, they stay in power for as long as they feel like it. And then eventually someone else comes in.
Don't explore it too far, but it's a fun thought.
Yeah, no. No, let's keep it a fun thought. I won't mention Putin again. Excuse me. I'm wrapped. I want to take this jacket off because it's heating up in here, and I'm wrapped up in my. I'm tethered.
Yeah, you are tethered.
Oh, there we go.
You've escaped.
There it is. I've successfully escaped. On to my Pelican case. All right. And that is as best I can manage what we missed from the first stream, except for literally hundreds of happy birthdays.
Oh, wow.
Thank you.
Okay.
And we tried to keep up in the moment. We did a decent enough job.
There was a bit of riding between locations where you grabbed a few here and there.
Yeah. So
Excellent.
yeah. And I do want to say that if you are turning up for this and I somehow missed yours, I honestly tried. I've been at it for 5 hours today trying to make sure I catch everything we missed. So it's not intentional if I did miss you, and it's very possible that I did. So.
Well, and as you mentioned, some of them are read on stream, so if they're not here being part of this particular stream, that's why they're missing.
Yeah. So, chat, any final thoughts on our first Elpis stream?
Yeah, let me...
Any final thoughts? Any final, what about you? Any final thoughts on the first bit here?
Let me just kind of fathom, because obviously we got to the Vana adventures later on.
We didn't even meet Vana until the second stream.
Yeah.
So yeah. Oh my
I think
God,
this
the
is when we ate
balloons.
cake on that particular stream. Oh yes, the sneezing. Oh well, I just thought it was really cute that it was all the monster models, because what we've gathered from maybe not the most reputable source, Varys, is that it was the people that were sundered, not exactly the monsters. So there's copies of monsters that are the same on the first and all that. So I really like that Elpis was basically all the models throughout the game. Doesn't really matter. It's fine.
But we haven't seen an ancient that looks like a Hrothgar. We haven't seen an ancient that looks like a Lalafell.
Well, don't think about it too much because they also come out in patches, in expansions. So what happened during the sundering? Did Bun Boys just not get properly sundered until? I think the idea is that they're always there. Yeah, they're
at a different land
distance. Yeah.
We've already covered that.
Yeah,
we've already covered that, and I saw it go by. Yes, we're going to talk about the other streams. Except stream 2, we did keep up with supers the whole time.
Exactly, but it was that was such a focus.
That was a more bite-sized chunk too. Yeah,
an extremely focused bit of narrative.
3 was if probably a massive surprise to everybody I know. 3 had so many people popping off with messages. It's not. Yeah, I don't know what.
You know what it
causes that?
It's probably I bet you it's 2 fingers. No, it's not.
Okay, whatever it is, it's
it's
a
definitely
nightmare.
a thing.
Yeah, but I'm just looking at chat here. Chekhov's Kairos. Yeah, that was a nice subtle thing in the first bit here.
And then there was the wolf killing moment, but this very much works into the overall picture that we've painted of Hermes.
Yes, yeah, which Jake Barry was curious if he could stoke additional thoughts on from us about comparing and contrasting Hermes and Amon, so their personalities, environments, etc. To me, I enjoyed this because it really, before we even got here, I loved waxing philosophic about how the Fandaniel that we were dealing with at the beginning of Endwalker isn't Fandaniel for all intents and purposes. It's Amon, and then I felt vindicated when we killed Zodiark. And you see Amon, not Fandaniel, saying kind of his final words as he dies. And so this, getting to meet Hermes and seeing the difference to the point where I didn't even think it was the same voice actor originally, really made me feel good about my read on that whole situation.
And I think it's cool and, not essay topic comparable because it's not one-to-one, but I do like the idea that Amon attempted to recreate Elpis in the fractal continuum and Azazla and all this sort of business. Floating islands, locked up individual canisters full of unique creatures that were being built.
Things came through, but in a very twisted way.
Yeah, because he didn't have those memories directly, but he was playing with some of the joys that he experienced in his previous life.
This jumps significantly ahead, but while we're having the conversation about Hermes, it's the second time, this has probably happened more than once, but this is the second time I can think of that Final Fantasy XIV has really really steeped itself in playing with, are you a different person if you don't remember what you've done? It happened with Tsukuyomi, or Tsuyu, originally. You know,
that is true.
another thing I typically don't like, amnesia. But they go to pretty great lengths to make it make sense and feel earned.
Well, and you didn't know, but your brain did. How much did Yatsuyu's amnesia play into your accepting of deleted memories in Elpis? Since it's already happened, you weren't sitting here being like, oh, this amnesia bullshit.
Yep.
So you've already dealt with that.
So what I'm saying is that if you like Endwalker, you have to like Stormblood or you're doing it wrong.
And Eden. Yeah, Eden's an interesting thing to bring up there too.
Oh, that's right, Eden. That's right. Never mind. Yeah,
there's
there's another one. There's another one. Yeah. Although I would imagine that probably happens to any and all fragmented Asians, like because until they're made aware of the fact that they are a shard and called up to station.
But even then, you have the memories as supplied to you by perhaps the convocation / Zodiac / other factors, because it's not till you die in Return to the Star that you get everything out of the locker.
Yeah.
So
yeah, but in Gaia's case, she was being told who she was before.
Right. And she had to experience it through a vision to believe it. I think it like we're all going to relate to different things directly, and we're all going to find stronger moments. Obviously, one of my big touchstones throughout the show, or the MSQ has been fatherhood.
We talk about it like it's a show. I think you can say it's a show.
And, another one, of course, for me is something like psychology. Narcissism is something, and bad parenting kind of ties into that. But there is a contingent of psychologists that believe that narcissism is one of the greatest burdens on our society right now. And one of the things about narcissism is that you believe your own lies and you convince yourself that you are this good person, you are this kind of thing you've made up in your head. So I find memory experimentation in a story like this that has so many deep explorations while using fantasy fascinating. And, in that case, Hermes here is really no different. I mean, Fandaniel, as we know him, is absolutely a narcissist. He's insane. Cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, as we like to say.
As we do like to say around here.
And, how much of that is selective choosing of your memories, in addition to getting your memories deleted and sundering and all that. Ooh, excuse me.
Sorry, I was just getting one more chat up. I can keep an eye on. So what you're saying is this hit us both with subplots that we find rather fascinating.
Exactly. And we're all going to respond to different parts of the MSQ because it's such a tapestry of different ideas, differently.
Yeah. Well, that's what I find interesting about the essentially amnesia subplots that pepper Final Fantasy XIV, like whether you like it or not, that it's about should you judge this character, and however you go through it, like everyone can come to their own conclusions on Yatsuyu, everyone can come to their own conclusions on Hermes, but I really do feel that the way the game frames it, the game is saying we do not judge these people, that these people come from difficult pasts, and they try to make even their villains, in that case, except for Xenos, extremely humanized and sympathetic.
I agree.
You have you have people like Xenos, you have people like Valens, is a particularly egregious example, that are like villainous for villain's sake. But I think I'll go out on a limb and say the more interesting villains, the villains that seem to stick with people and resonate with them and why they get talked about more than probably Valens and Xenos, is because they're more interesting, they're more complicated. There's an unintentional ring on the table.
No, yeah, I get you. Yeah.
Xenos greater than yes. I mean, at the very least.
And that's what I mean by that. It is also this is a different conversation than the question that was posed, but it's always going to be a deeply personal take when you ask the question, who's the greatest villain in all of Final Fantasy XIV history? And for me, mine will always be Asahi showing up with the parents. Is the most villainous thing you can possibly do. Now we're talking about like relating to being angry at.
Now you can't. You just opened a Pandora's box of thoughts because you say greatest villain. Just what? How do you even quantify
Well,
that?
is greatest like the funnest and the one you had the most enjoyable
Yes,
hating?
Emmett.
Yeah.
Emmett's
Yeah,
the best
there you
villain,
go, right?
And is he always a villain? No. But is he a villain at some point? Absolutely yes.
Well, if we're talking to the camera, so much like Hermes, we should all be careful about the questions we ask in text and make sure that they're related.
well, there you go. Because I wouldn't say greatest villain is Asa. I would say he's a contender for the most the most hateable villain.
Sure.
But I think Valen still wins because
Valen's
juiced parents in front of their children.
Well, and we don't know Valen's history, one could say, but also we can make an assumption about a life of privilege that led Xenos and Valens to be bastards.
Why do we even record our videos offline? We should just be running three
just
cameras at the same time.
Yeah,
do it live, and then after the fact.
It's the joy of showing up for the live stream. You get mini videos along the way.
No, but now I'm like, I want to have the great villain debate, but I want to have it live with that. But then afterwards, I want to edit it into one of our full B-roll, pretty things.
Well, could always record the camera in the future.
That's true. Although as we learned yesterday, if we're recording on this, it will overheat eventually.
That's true.
So
Well,
run a full
I
stream.
think it's worth it for the close to 1,000 people hanging out here.
That's true. That's very true.
And
Thanks for coming by.
Jake does have a follow-up there if you want to catch it.
The grand scheme of things, showing up with a woman's parents to traumatize her is small-time evil, but wait, oh god. I lost it. I lost it, Cal. Cal! You're my seeing eye cursor. Let's see. In the grand scheme of things, showing up with a woman's parents to traumatize her is small-time evil, but it's evil we can understand really viscerally. We can imagine it happening in our own lives.
Exactly.
It's the whole that one person dying is more tragic than a million.
And that's why fantasy is...
Because it's... Sorry, I didn't mean to overtalk.
No. You were making your point too, and I was merely going to put the cap on it again that fantasy allows us to explore these thoughts in a realm of safety for not only ourselves, but everyone around us.
Yeah, I think I'm assuming we were pretty somber when we went through that section in Stormblood with the parents because it was horribly messed up.
Yeah.
But I think we were smiling and cheering when Medion was explaining the misery of the cosmos because at that scale, I'm like, this is epic.
Yes.
This is just awesome, grandiose. This is an operatic threat, and I love it. Whereas I had friends with really traumatic parents, and that just bums me out.
Well, and
it triggers life experiences for me.
It's unfathomable. It's horrifying, which is why I can't help but smile in the face of the abyss.
Yeah. If I could relate to that, what am I going to do about it? I guess I'll die. I guess I'll die meme.
Right?
Yeah.
The whole
whatever.
Quasar could just wipe us out. Don't think about it.
Yeah,
exactly.
It ain't worth it. So that's, to me, the smaller stuff. That hurts me more.
Yes.
Than significantly larger threats, significantly larger evils, and significantly larger villainy. Valens is that sweet spot in between, where it's on a massive scale, but it's also very human, even though it involves giant robots, where it's just gross.
And you get to cheer. You get to cheer canon away and say, yeah.
Everybody loves hating a war criminal.
I agree.
Yeah. Yeah, we all love it. We all love it.
Did that answer the question?
Yeah, I hope so. I think we did a good job.
It's a subtle villain.
I think.
And I say as much in the video coming up, and I've said as much before, but there is a world where Endwalker is an alternative reality that doesn't exist, where Endwalker is one of the most insulting, horribly made things you've ever seen in your life.
And it is not a follow-up to Shadowbringers.
And it shows no respect for any of our psychology as human beings. And they didn't do that.
So far, who knows?
So the last minute, the celebrated final quest.
Koji might show up to your house, punch you in the face, and go, "That's the ending, then Walker," and run away.
Run away.
But I don't think that's what he would do. And he already had the chance, because I met him at FanFest.
I did too.
Thanks for reminding the stream to reminding chat to like the stream, Pothy. Much appreciated. Thanks for the super. And Jesus is back with, is he still considered a villain? Yes! Just because you make a villain sympathetic doesn't mean they're not a villain. Fandaniel is the villain of the first half of Endwalker. But it's also kind of Amon as a villain, but Amon as Fandaniel, and it gets complicated, and that makes it interesting. But just because they're sympathetic does not mean they don't go on to become a villain, which Fandaniel, I think, absolutely does.
And Fandango was one of the leading forces in creating Zodiark. So he saved the world, but it was a problem he made in the first place. An understandable problem, because he wanted to hear the end of the report, right? Like, that's literally what...
Medion is a villain.
That's literally what sympathetic is.
I feel bad for Medion.
This is what morally gray actually looks like.
Yes.
And I'm not dunking on anything. It's complicated.
I am. I'm dunking on...
You can dunk away.
I'm dunking on the Sylvanas arc.
Morally complicated.
It was shite.
Yeah, well, they push those words, which is why we think of them.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. It is a one-to-one.
Morally complicated.
I'd like to remind everybody, I still like more of Warcraft than I don't. I still enjoy more of it than I dislike. It's just proximity, Kyle. My experience with all of this and its proximity to the Sylvanas arc in the last few WoW expansions bears comparison.
Mm-hmm.
It bears comparison. So, yes. But yeah, I would say still a villain. Still a villain. Darth Vader is still a villain, even though Anakin is sympathetic.
Sure.
What would you do to save your spouse? I would probably do some pretty awful stuff.
I've never played the Darth Vader experimentation game like you have many times before.
That's what I think of every night when I go to sleep. What would I do if I prophetically knew Katie was going to die and I could save her?
To me, there's just a no-go for that whole conversation, because the Jedi already messed up by being like, let's never love anybody. And it's like, well, okay. Good luck on your society. Good luck avoiding personal
I don't want to get into
attachment.
this debate, but I don't think they technically said don't love anybody. It's like,
Well,
don't let your love become such an attachment that it gets in the way of you doing what is right.
Obi-Wan, he got it on.
Obi-Wan loved all over that galaxy.
Exactly.
Obi-Wan loved all over the place.
He was a regular old, who keeps crashing the plane in DuckTales, you know what I mean?
Launchpad?
Well, he was a regular old
Launchpad.
Launchpad.
Launchpad gets around.
Yeah,
Launchpad gets around. Classic sailor archetype.
True.
Classic sailor. I'm not saying all sailors are like that. I'm saying media has portrayed them as such.
All right, so we made it through stream 1 here.
Okay.
Granted, what we saw there was the evolution of sympathetic.
Yes.
And now we kind of we're getting into the adventure.
Oh my god.
This is when we were
the freaking camping chairs. Dude, this is going to become a core memory for me. This is a core damn memory.
Yeah. While you're hefting in the background.
I know Launchpad isn't a sailor. I'm very aware of that. I'm saying he fills that archetype. Honestly, more than Donald ever did.
Well, Donald does a lot of sailing in the new DuckTales, but they're also the spacecrafts and stuff like that, so it goes places. I guess, but we don't really. No, we are gonna have to adjust. So let's go ahead and can you do a flipperoo on stream, since the next two are gonna be from Studio K?
Wait, what are we doing? A flipperoo?
Yeah, I can attempt to handle it here.
Why are we flipping?
Oh, just because we're peeking.
Oh,
we're peeking over the edge there.
If I do it with the
go for it.
Control of a mouse.
Go for it.
Oh, look at us. Causing all sorts of
Abovan, I agree completely about many oddly delivered script I often watch. I found German World of Warcraft movie infinitely better than the English version. But, I do all kinds of weird things. Like, I'm currently watching Yu-Gi-Oh! GX. Completely silent, because I watch it while the kids are falling asleep. And I'm enjoying it immensely. However, the card advantage is absolutely awful. They keep fusioning their monsters, which destroys your... They fused 4 monsters together, Garrett. Imagine clearing your board so you can have one monster that gets insta-killed. Just terrible mechanics on display constantly in Yu-Gi-Oh! GX.
Let me tell you about installing headers on a flat 4-cylinder boxer engine. And what a flat 4 boxer engine even is, Kyle.
It's very similar to what I'm probably saying right now.
Yeah. Who would design an engine where the pistons are horizontally opposed and on either side of a shared crankshaft, then all pointing up?
That reminds me, when you're playing a Shadow game, you be very careful about your Millennium items.
Let me tell you why it's such a delight to install headers on a flat 4 versus a V-spec engine.
Perfect.
Yeah.
See?
It's just so much more easier to access it because of the flat nature of the engine.
So in this particular adventure, we hung out with Vana. So we will once again, kind of point the chat at it and say, well, what are your thoughts?
Yeah. Before we get to, I think what everyone wants to see us cook on, which is the third part of all this, the ending, the walk, all that. Which I don't think there's a lot of cooking. I think it's a one big beautiful metaphor.
Agreed.
But I do look forward to talking about it. The luxury cereal knows what's up with the boxer engines. Let me tell you. Although Katie's does not burn as much oil as it should, even considering it's got a blower on it now. Yeah, I think the VQ Nissan engines are actually significantly worse when it comes to oil consumption, which is really fascinating, Kyle, considering they're a really traditional V6 setup, and yet traditionally burn more oil than what people would think are more oil-hungry engines.
Oh wow, that's incredible. Yeah. Did you know the Emperor burns up to 1,000 psychers every day?
Someone wake me up when this is done, says Truthless. Well, you should wake up, Truthless, because I think we're getting on with it. Oh my God. Let's see. Any final thoughts here? We're talking about Orionji's Japanese voice actor.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Jaden's voice in GX. Okay, yep. That means something to you.
Well, I haven't heard Japanese Orionji because I played A Realm Reborn in Japanese, and I don't think Orionji has a single voice acted line in all of A Realm Reborn. Absolutely correct me, but he's a pretty minor character.
Yeah. To Nano, I'll just say I think it looks awesome, and I cannot afford one. Car thoughts. That's all. You'd be surprised at how many people took that scene literally.
We'll get there.
I've been made aware. Okay, I think we should just move on.
All right. I think we should just move on.
Because we're now talking about that Vana cutscene and oil-starved engines.
Oh, there we go.
That's where we're at. Go a little bit ahead so we can see if the window explodes again. I think it
should be the same size. Yeah, there we go.
We're good. You were getting weird with the cooking cat.
The cooking cat, yeah.
The cooking cat, yeah.
The cooking cat was advancing.
Yeah.
He was absorbing energy.
Oh yeah, saying that Orionji had a lot of lines, particularly during Moonbrita scenes. There are a lot of voice acting.
Oh, but we were playing by then together, so I switched to English, so I wouldn't be.
Oh, that's right. Because you paused like right after Keeper of the Lake.
Exactly.
Because I was starting to get into it, and you're like, I think it's stuck for Garrett.
Yeah.
So you paused,
and switched over to English, and that's that.
Yep. Has your journey been good? Has it been worthwhile? I have that marked for deeper discussion in here a little bit later in the stream programming. But yeah, there's some thoughts there. I have some thoughts there. Yeah. So there's just a lot here. That was a busy stream that we had to knuckle down to get through, and because of that, we missed so many messages.
I am intensely proud of us though for our system. And we do receive some feedback about the opening hang, but I think once we're at it, I think
I would like to, and to me, I'm more sensitive to if you do go out of your way to support us and we don't get to you. That's what I'm sensitive about, because we are like super thankful for it. I have to do taxes because you're also freaking supportful of all of this. So, and I think twice over the entire course of us doing this had someone get in touch and be like, hey, I think you missed my message. And I was like, oh, cool. I'm sorry about that. Could you let me know what it was? And don't do it again, and I'll get it in somewhere. I've never once had someone come at me like mad because they sent a super or a membership message and we either missed it or got to it later during. Because I'd expect you probably don't all show up for these. So, and I just want to say I really appreciate that.
Yeah.
So thank you for being so chill about all that, and I think this is about as good as we can get, just because of the sheer volume of things to read here. So.
True, and I will endlessly appreciate Naked Val versus Vana. I think that and dinging 90 at the end of it is just like, what a perfect level up moment. There is no better level up. I couldn't have planned it. It's gorgeous. It's a beautiful thing.
I'm so fucking jealous.
Yeah.
It's so much cooler than how I hit 90. It's so much cool. I just
Yeah.
got out of a quest and was like, I guess I'm
90,
90
yeah.
now, and I'm in Gridania, my favorite zone. Everyone knows how much I love Gridania. I do love the Roost, though, and we were at the Roost.
Okay,
So,
at least that was.
I am quite fond of the Roost. Oasis, I had nowhere to categorize you because your super chat was, I'm feeling guilty because I bulldozed a whole box of Girl Scout cookies. Please take a tenner so I am not tempted to buy more.
Oh, yeah. I don't think
That's the first one I don't remember reading.
bulldozed, huh?
Damn. I
Damn.
love Girl Scout cookies. I love them so much. Just do me a favor and make sure we're pause at L Law over here on the left because that's a live one that we'll come back to.
All right.
That's what we'll come back to. Thank you for that. Then we got Drasoini back. This is past Supering. Supered, a friend of mine tried to annoy me with bird puns, but I soon realized that toucan play at that game. We missed your jokes, Drasoini. We missed them. We missed them horribly.
Wow.
Jesus, during the stream, supered, seeing Emmett and Hithlo argue in Gushin real life? I'm assuming that was some kind of autocorrect going haywire.
I don't know. There's all kinds of words I don't know. So
Yeah.
I'm willing to give
I
it a
know
Google.
Jesus is here.
Yeah,
so
I'm willing to give it a Google.
Could get clarification on that one. And Drasoini's being booed in membership chat form by trolling Palico live in chat right now. Absolutely. Yep. Right now. Oh, and Drasoini, good. I'm glad you're here for this. I'm so glad that you're here for this, Drasoini. Maybe it's I'm gushing IRL. Oh, that would make more sense.
Oh, okay.
That would
okay.
make more sense.
I mean, it could autocorrect because there is apparently a nation and people in Russia, perhaps? Yeah.
maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe. Let's just go with Outlaws right now in the live chat.
Sounds good.
Sorry if you've already been questioned on this, but have you been introduced to the Fermi paradox theory? It's pretty similar to something Kyle discussed on the last MSQ stream, and it is fascinating. I think this one came up last stream.
Yes.
Yeah.
That came up this night, indeed.
Okay.
So I was talking about the Dark Forest and the Fermi's paradox and all that sort of business and how much I love those sorts of things.
Yes. Yeah, it came up. Yeah. And there's more, I believe, when we get there too. So
There are many different.
So what is this one specifically? Fermi's paradox. Apparently, there's a song called Fermi's paradox. Discrepancy between the lack of conclusive evidence of advanced extraterrestrial life and the apparent high likelihood of its existence. Okay. Okay, yeah, that's exactly what we're talking about. So yes, it has come up. Thank you.
But there's also, the ideas that every star we see in the night sky may very well have burnt out already, and the whole universe.
Because it
is
takes
dead.
so long for the light to reach us.
Exactly.
Yes.
So we are, but all. It's called.
What I find interesting about that theory, though, is it predicated on what? The statistical likelihood that we just happen to be the last one that's still standing seems random.
The more accepted kind of current.
Y'all ready to get existential? Because that's where we're going.
Yeah, and it's horrifying, of course, all of it.
Uh-huh.
The sort of accepted idea is that everyone is trapped in a bubble, and no civilization has found a way to escape their bubble of time.
Yeah. Rain Shark, we're not going to go, deep dive every one of these theories live on air. That would be pretty hard, pretty difficult. Saying go past that brief tidbit. I'm like, to what end? How long do we go?
Yeah.
We can't go that deep.
And and maybe their excitement lies in the fact that it might be as 1-to-1 for Endwalker as it seems. But that to me is an investigation when we see the end. Such as I was tempted this week to go in our video point by point by point through every single civilization Medion brings up.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not sure if it's important yet, if it's flavoring, and I would put undue importance, perhaps, on each one of those civilizations brought up, and then be disappointed when it's all over. It's like, well, where was Civilization 13? Well, that's a shame we didn't get to hear more about them.
It just comes down to me, there's so many references in this game, and I am only interested in some of them for personal reasons.
Yeah.
All of the Greek things. I'm like, that's nice.
That not a personal interest of mine either.
I don't really care.
Yeah, and that's definitely when we say that all this is going to relate to
I'm here for these characters, not a Greek history lesson.
Sure.
That's...
But the accepted theory right now, 9 out of 10 doctors agree, toothpaste kind of stuff, is
9 out of 10 very depressed doctors.
We are all trapped in a bubble, and since nobody, and maybe nobody, has invented faster than light travel, there's literally a point that nobody can cross, and we're all stuck in a bubble.
I am on board for Gano's suggestion, though, which is the Wall of Dead Societies.
But Wall of Dead Societies when?
I think we should do that.
Bring it. Yeah,
I think we should do that.
We'll judge each one, and Greek's at the bottom.
Yeah. Sometimes fluff is needed. Yeah, I'm not saying it's fluff, because if you're interested in it, that rules. But if I'm not interested in it, it seems daunting to do a deep dive. Because there's other people out there better suited for...
sure, but unenjoyable for you personally.
Yeah.
I might enjoy that, but I wouldn't subject you to it.
It's like when people tell me to read short stories. It's like, I will hate it until I decide to do it on my own.
And that's why I've read a great deal of them by myself, and also why I do trust duties by myself.
I don't do them because I've seen your footage, and it's never been all that interesting.
And the tidbits that I bring to you that I find interesting that make it in the videos are the parts I found interesting. So
boy, that's not a high bar.
But really,
they're super minor.
It's
in my
about
opinion.
Speed too.
I understand this new one, and I will be doing this new one.
Yes.
I'm not talking about the current support duty to just stave off the ravenous hunger.
Sure.
That will eventually happen. Still thinking about how we should handle that because we can't do a wit. Yeah, most of the I haven't been moved on any other duty before this. I'm like, thank you for doing that, Kyle.
There's a reason I don't have my push-ups emote, and I'm still 4 of 8.
Push-ups emote.
There's a very good reason for it.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, we could queue at the same time, but like right now we're not set up in a way where you could see both of us going through. And I'm just putting this out there as an interesting, like we stop and think about sometimes how we go through things, and this is one that I'm like, maybe there's more value in us doing it alone and then getting together to talk about it.
Yeah.
But obviously recording our playthrough and then making a video out of that or something.
That also interests me more because it's so easy to miss things. Like the number of times I've been like, Thancred said this and you're like, cool, where's the footage? I'm like, well, he said it behind me while doing a backflip, and I only read it 2 minutes later in the dialogue box down in the bottom.
Yes.
And I completely missed the shot of him saying that particular thing.
Yes.
Again, if a video like our deep dive on Mount Gold took the hell off and was like, and I was very proud of the performance of that video, but if it took off, then we can afford the time, spend the time to shoot Thancred 20 times over in a trust duty to get the perfect shot of him saying, that there is an interesting specimen, or whatever it may have been.
Yeah.
But now we've got...
I think about this a lot.
Yeah, now we're getting into production thoughts.
Yes.
And we find it
They
interesting.
are production thoughts, yeah. Yes, behind the scenes. Welcome, everybody. They are left right now. Thanks for shouting out the mods in the MS Curator. They are doing great stuff. Final Fantasy Super right now said, I kind of wonder if everyone else thinks the devs were being tongue-in-cheek making Vanilla Heidelin literally jump the shark. Oh my goodness.
Maybe?
You're not wrong.
Yeah?
It was a punch the shark, though. She punched the shark.
She didn't have a sword. I'd have to really analyze the scene to see which what the delivering blow was to the shark, because I thought it was a sword.
It's more fun to say punch the shark.
Yeah.
And that's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to hit him in the nose if you get attacked by a shark.
You're supposed to smack him in the nose.
Yeah, when you're in intense pain.
Step 1, don't pretend to be a seal. But step 2...
I want to surf so bad. I've never surfed.
It's fun.
I really want to surf. But it scares me a little bit. Also, lately, I've been having the invasive thoughts again. The intrusive thoughts that my whole life, one of my biggest regrets is never learning how to skateboard. But I feel like I would horribly injure myself at this point in my life.
You know, I feel that way too, and I'll let you know should 4-year-old
Flynn
continue to grow.
And so the two of us can get horribly injured with your
because they'll be learning
quickly healing child.
Well, dude, they're gonna be in full safety gear, and we would be excellent role models being in full safety gear. Get our knee pads, these things. You remember these things, whatever and you'd go clink, clink, clink. We'll do it. We'll put it all on. And we will be safe, damn it.
And for those of you trying to chart how our brains work so you can understand both Kyle and myself, we went from Vana punching a shark to talking about that you are supposed to punch sharks if indeed you are attacked by one, which led us to surfing, which led us to my desire to learn how to skateboard.
Exactly.
See, it all makes sense. Illuminati confirmed. Okay, read that. Giussoni was successfully booed. Alicia right now in the live chat. Supered. Pretty sure I hit both the birthday and pissing myself achieves on your birthday and was very excited the next week, but you deserve the gushing. Think you need a full cooking session with Jesse Cox. You're not the first to suggest it. I'm cautious of burning him out with talking to us.
Yeah. Not that,
But we could ask.
The man is awesome.
We could phrase it in that way. Be like, if you're not sick of asking us questions, could we do an impromptu sesh?
I just want to give him the present back of actually being done with the expansion.
That is fair.
Because he's given us so many cooking tidbits along the way. I want to let him free.
We'll definitely do a talk with him after
Yeah.
Endwalker.
Yeah.
100%. Yeah. If this ends up in front of Jesse, would you like another chance to grill us before the end? That's the question I pose to you. And if someone would like to clip this and throw it at him on one of his streams.
But, my free gift to you, Jesse, would be, I'd like you to not have to be reserved for once.
I have so many people I want to talk to when we're done with Endwalker that I'm already forming a guest list of a victory lap in my
There
head.
you go.
Or do we just do it all at one time and just have everybody on?
Just a big panel.
Just a big panel of everybody. We're finally done, and you can just talk about this game openly in front of us.
We
That'd be
literally
too
just,
many.
how many minutes did we spend talking about how you have a deep, rich experience of your own making with the game and what you notice is different from someone else? You can't put them in a room and make them
It's a good point.
talk all together.
It's a good point.
Homogenize it.
Yep. But one's gunslinger right now. Good day. Jesse has a podcast where this was one of the topics. Well, shit. Someone please link us to that
There
in
we go.
Discord. I would
There we
like to
go.
listen to that. Disbest right now. I see that red. That is excruciatingly generous. Oh, it did the thing. For the hours of entertainment I've gotten from you guys, and I also feel a little like I owe Kyle for taking a picture of me with Jesse at your meet and greet in Vegas. That's fantastic.
Hell yeah.
That's absolutely fantastic.
Hell yeah.
Thank you, Des. And thanks for coming out to the meet.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. Giussoni's super deeper dives. We're going to need your dissertation defense on the various theories and paradoxes. I'm absolutely kidding. I wasn't trying to dunk on that person, by the way. I was just like,
No.
I see your excitement. I just want to let you know that if I don't want you to hope that that's where we're going. I just want to inform you that that's not where we're going.
No, and
I don't mean to shut it down.
I think, if you ever feel the want to go watch Coeurl, I believe is what they're called. They do a delightful job. You will be very jealous of their animation skills on YouTube, and they cover a lot of these topics.
I'm jealous of a lot of things I watch on YouTube.
And it's a nice toe in to science, and then you can choose to go, or Kurzgesagt, I believe is how they say it.
Jack is in chat with it. Kurzgesagt.
Yes.
Okay. But you would know, you would have more.
I would have read it in my own head
Yep.
and said it the way I thought of it.
Oh, and they have a Fermi's Paradox video.
Yes.
Okay. I will
Exactly.
look that up. Brosy supered right now. Just got here. Saw your comments about my post. Thanks for sharing your own story. Oh, I remember now. Yeah, thanks. Brosy. Yeah, it hit me in the feels. Like I have a lot of personal feelings on the subject of having a little one with a speech impediment. It's a lot of work, and it's a chunk of my life, kind of learning about that as a very immature kid, and having to help a loved one with it. Somebody online supered Wall of Dead Societies and then Greek. Who's gonna tell him about Greece? I'm not horribly disinterested in all Greek history. I could just huff Rome burning in Spaceship Earth all day.
Oh, yes. The
All
hot
day.
sauce I just got smells just like it.
Really?
Yeah. You got to sniff my sauce.
I can't wait to sniff your sauce.
Yeah, man. Come on over. That's great.
Oh my freaking god. All right, where do we leave off? Templar, back into the past supers. Y'all are being too generous. Knew what the YouTube commenters wanted, Kyle.
Oh.
When they supered. Less laughter, more tears at all the sad parts.
Oh, I see. Wow. And they said this at the beginning of the stream?
It was pretty much at the beginning, yeah.
Damn.
Yeah. And then they also added, if you need help with that, let me know. And then also told us to play Monk.
Yep. I think we addressed it well at the beginning of this stream, but
Yes.
I have never been so understanding of that comment. And I do find it very true.
To me, it was the Super Saiyan version of comments that make me go, why?
Well, it's going to be a different
You can be
journey for
understanding, and
everybody.
I can be like, no.
Okay. Yeah, that's how we balance things around here.
I do not I do not appreciate this. The user formerly known as John clearly watched Tally and Evie's podcast on Thursday because got in there and said, things I learned today, don't tell Garrett you haven't finished Shadowbringers. Yes. Yes. Do not tell me that. Do not tell me that.
It's a popular thing with now 2 sources in my mind, but my other good friend that I always talk Warhammer with didn't make it all the way through Shadowbringers. I know, right? But it just kind of happens.
When we're all said and done, maybe there's a conversation to be had about the pacing of MSQ, because I feel like I have been warned about slow parts in all of them, and I think I agree that they just all have slow parts. But I don't think any is more slow than the other. Here we are having the conversation right now.
Well, I don't think either one of these, we're talking about Evitel and my buddy Dan, were done villainously. Like, I can't take another minute of this.
I didn't get that vibe from Evitel at all.
I'm pissed as hell.
The vibe I got from Evitel, who now I feel because she's not here to join in on the conversation, but the vibe I got was just, I got busy.
Which I'd love to talk to them about it. But,
yes.
In further detail.
Yeah. Tally, we had you on. Evie, if you want to come on the podcast at some point, we'd love to talk to you as well.
Yes, we understand you're busy.
It's hard to get both of y'all at the same time.
Yes.
Unless it's on your own. Then I just have to come on your own podcast to get you both at the same time.
It's hard. So. Yeah, it can be hard.
Yeah. But and then Jesus said, one guy is always better than one cup, which, okay, sure. Sure. It's wonderful. It's wonderful. Nakuru super, and I'm going to try and inflect this correctly.
Okay.
Good morning from Vietnam. Say good morning from Vietnam. But they knew what they were doing.
Yeah.
They knew what they were doing. Alicia supered last week that Elpis was my welcome to Endwalker moment, where the story went from disjointed but cool to, this all makes sense now, and it's only gotten better since then, and I'm only done through 6.2. I'm glad to hear that. I've gotten such mixed messages on the patch content.
There's a lot of people very disappointed by the patch content.
Yeah.
And please don't, feel...
don't influence us on the patch content.
Don't influence us. We've already been influenced enough.
I do not consider liked it, didn't like it as a spoiler. I'm not one of those people. And I have historically rallied against it, but right now I would like to ask that you don't try and influence my liking of it, because I got a very strong, I think it was a DM, might have been a YouTube comment about how Garrett really needs to lower his expectations, I thought it was kind of spoilery. I understand that Endwalker is the end of Endwalker, but this I think went a bridge too far to kind of hammer that point home.
We were applying our understanding of previous expansions and the X.3 structure.
Yeah, you were. I kind of already.
Yes.
I kind of already, but I still think you could tell an entirely weird, different story that uses pieces of this that isn't really connected to the Endwalker story.
With Goth Cowboy.
That's where I was going with it.
Yeah.
So anyway, I would just say that. Don't tell me I shouldn't be excited for something. It's okay. I'm a Star Wars fan. I'm used to being disappointed.
The high highs and low lows.
I can get through it. And I still like Star Wars.
They're all important.
There's plenty of stuff in Final Fantasy XIV I haven't enjoyed. I'm still having a great time.
Yeah. Mine is right now, I cannot, it's dyslexia, but I cannot read anything in Limsa. It's so hard.
In Limsa or Elpis?
Yeah, because they all talk like pirates and it's written like pirates. So I'm getting through my culinary quest and I'm just like, the hell is this man saying? I have no idea.
From a reading aspect, Elpis destroyed me. I can't read Greek. I can't do it. None of it comes naturally to me.
It has unique enough word structure that I can be like, that's the island that's KS. That over there was the department of what I saw. It starts with a G, and I can handle that.
Oh yeah, I feel like I know my way around it, but what it's called,
yeah,
I know catesis, and that's kind of it.
Yeah.
That's kind of all I got. That's all I got, everybody. It's all Greek to Garrett. You're damn right. You're damn right. Mills, during our final Elpis stream here, I think, final. Usually we return to a zone, but I can't see us returning to Elpis.
I didn't check the map before we left, honestly.
I mean, there's other islands we can't get to, but it's also just because we don't have flying yet.
Yeah. Which, if we can't, maybe I'll poke the MS curator and I'll be like, hey, because we got ether currents. That'd be a fine stream. Go get ether currents, do side quests.
I think, I think that's a. Is it a bit of a spoiler to get a yes or no on ether currents? Yes, but is it also helpful to plan? Also, yes. I would say it's innocuous enough. I think I would just ask, can we go get her? I mean, we can ask chat right now.
Yeah, let's do that.
Chat, I want an answer to this. Can we now get all of our ether currents in Elpis? I want an answer.
Otherwise, I can
Just yes or no.
Otherwise, I'll
Do not
log in and
elaborate.
check the map, and I'll get my own answer. It's very easy.
Yes or no, do not elaborate. Yes. Okay. Wonderful.
Cool.
Cool.
All right.
Thank you, Chad.
Yeah, we'll
Thank
do
you.
that in the future on stream.
Mills. Kyle, thank you for taking me and others, I'm sure, or talking me and others, I'm sure, into playing this game while convincing Garrett at the same time. Garrett, thank you for being you. Thank you, Mills. I will continue being me. All right, we got butterfly respect from both Luke Eoff and Moira. Luke supered, does Kyle have his butterflies ready for tonight? And Moira, when I started making fun of you again, said, respect the butterflies, Garrett.
I wish I could have done more to embrace the butterflies.
I wish I could have done more to respect your butterflies.
Thank you. But sadly, I didn't know any outfits covered in butterflies except for a Titania weapon. Which would have been cute, and in hindsight, I should have done. I only just thought of it now.
Yeah, that would have been
I should have put that on the back.
I think maybe two on the nose.
Yeah.
The moment had passed.
The moment, yeah.
And I think you soloing Vana while wearing a butterfly chest piece is a top 10 Kyle Ferguson Final Fantasy XIV moment.
I was bold enough to wear white that night, and everyone embraced it. I was pleased.
Then you weren't spoiled that we were going to meet Vana. I think you were just like...
No, this was like, we'd already met Vana.
Oh, the third night.
Yeah,
That's right.
yeah. Because I just wanted to wear the robe that means I'm down for anything.
I was legit making fun. I will call myself out on this. I teased you for it at the beginning of the stream, and like 20 minutes into MSQ, I'm like, oh, these clips are going to look dope when I edit us, if I edit us together in any of these scenes.
Yeah, we do look good together.
Because you've got the white tower, and when we were going through Shadowbringers, everyone was like, Tuna is dark, Val is light, and it kind of, and this isn't even of our own doing. And while I'm in the moment, let me just say, it's so cool to have you all make these moments for us. We don't force any of this shit. I've never really had this with any of the other content we've made together. It's delightful to be memed.
Well, we also did a lot of ranked content. It was about ranked games, so there wasn't a lot of
meme
fun
was.
being
I was
had.
just like, y'all remember that time Garrett and Kyle had that sick combo?
Yeah.
Like, and that was it. You can't really. There's only so many laughs you can have about that. There's only so many laughs. That's it. That's all you can do. That's all you can do. Silent Mike, right now. Thanks for the 20 months. For me, Katissa's Hyperborea is a fun word to say, and I don't know why. Sorry. It is fun to say when you get it right.
It is fun, yeah.
Yeah, it's just like something about. I try to read quickly because I don't like doing that kind of like half sentence speak where you read a few words and then you read a few more words. So I try to scan it so that I know where I'm going so I can inflect it correctly because I find more joy in that. I find doing the voices for the most part fun, unless I get into it with a voice that's hard to do because I didn't think the character was going to say a lot and then they keep talking.
That does happen.
That has happened a few times. But that's where I like, even if I know it's Katissa's, because I'm speed reading, I just go, what the hell was that word?
I had a lot of trouble with Medion getting that into my head.
Yeah, I did too.
Took me
Medion.
some time.
Yeah, you're not alone on that. And then today I was trying to spell it a lot.
Yeah.
Ooh, Medion's rough.
Yeah, it is.
I'm not even the one of the two of us with dyslexia, and Medion's throwing me for a loop.
It's a meaty word.
All right, top of the stream, lack of tears discussion is what I marked this as, and there's a lot.
Okay.
We were having the discussion
Yeah,
about
so you've pre-read this, so let me know
comments.
when you've kind of got to a point you want to discuss.
Yeah, okay, sure. Lonesy Carp said not crying would be exactly what Vana would want from you. I feel she would have dead-armed you if you did cry. I agree with that. I think.
Wait, a dead arm is when you sleep like this and then you wake up and
Well,
your
also
arm...
it's like.
Oh, you give someone a pop?
Try to get in there and actually like cause a little nerve pain.
Okay.
You know, but it's usually amongst friends.
Yes, it's like an elbow.
For us, it was an elementary school thing.
Okay.
Yeah, you'd be like
flicking of the ears and such.
Yes, that kind of a
Tomfoolery.
thing. Yeah. So you ever try and get someone on their funny bone on their knee?
Oh yeah,
on
the funny
bus?
bone. Yeah, the funny bone. Yep.
Kind of the same.
Okay.
Friendly violence.
Okay.
You know, depending on your attitude, your mileage will vary whether you like it or not. But I think that's a good read on Vana. Vana feels like that kind of a, why are you crying? This is awesome. Let's go.
Yeah.
Like that's I think that's a good read on Vana as a character. MDW didn't cry during Vana's solo duty section either. Just wanted to they wanted to share that. They thought it was a ton of fun and it made them very happy, is what they said.
I can relate to that.
That's how I felt. I thought it was epic, and I hate using that word. It's dead and has lost all meaning.
It is. It's also used in a corporate way now.
Oh, geez,
like you know, saying gamers, like hello gamers.
What's up, epic gamers?
Yeah, it just kind of.
What was the other one that came up on our video recording yesterday? I don't like epic, and I don't like mind blown.
Yeah.
But this was an epic mind blow, this whole section. It truly was, and I'm mad that those descriptors have been kind of ruined. Yeah, Viden. Hello, fellow gamers. Isn't this epic? Yep, you get it. You get it. So we got cried and not crying in here. Okay, you know what? We haven't had any.
Oh, you're gonna bust out.
We haven't had any beyond talking with you all participation. So Vana section.
Currently not on screen. The previous stream where you climaxed in battle with her.
Oh, that's a good point. Yes. So Vana. Oh, here we go.
Because we can have a later poll later if the walk or something.
All right, I'm gonna call it Vana solo duty.
Yeah.
Section. That's Suddy. I can't spell on this crap keyboard. Cried. Didn't cry. Start poll. There you go. This is specifically for the solo duty section. If you're voting for the cutscene at the end, that's cheating.
Also, it's kind of busy. I'd be impressed if you're mechanicking. Well, that's just impressive. Granted, you're not hosting a stream.
I mean, that's why I said the section.
Yeah,
because it's a lot of people were hit by the appearance of Anna and hanging out with her, and I do get that.
Yeah,
but I just didn't share it, is all.
Well, so being up on the bridge would be the main emotional point, in my opinion.
When she asks you to reflect on your journey so far, which we'll talk about later. I'm saving that for later. Corax 74 said they'd been playing for 9 years and had the exact same reaction we did to that initial Vana section. Gabe Supered said thought this entire conversation was an emotionally vicariously odd version of Dance Monkey Dance when people tell us to cry.
Dance Monkey Dance.
Wow. Eka said, I enjoy every kind of emotional vampirism. Because this is where we started labeling emotional vampires.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Yes. So we talked about ethical emotional vampirism.
Yes,
That's where we coined that phrase. And immediately after, Ventus supered, as an ethical emotional vampire, I hope you enjoy the rest of Elpis. Which we did. Spoiler alert. Spoiler alert. Meet Talik. Supered, since we're doing emotional backseating now, I demand that the streamers be very mad at all times.
Wow.
Yeah, we need to be mad.
Damn, I can't live like that.
We need to be mad.
I'm not prepared.
We have to.
I reject this reality.
We have to be angry. I don't know why I'm starting to whisper. Kiyoshi supered, M. Bison, for you, meeting Vana was the most important day of your life. For me, it was Tuesday.
Woo. Wow.
It was just kind of, especially after what came after. By comparison, that seemed like small potatoes. Of everything that happens between Warrior of Light and Vana on Elpis, punching a shark and talking about your journey so far only to be interrupted by an old lady is small potatoes.
Okay, first of all, amazing voice actors. Love them in Dragon Age 2. And I love the way they say future. And I love the way that they say adventure. And without the adventure, I don't believe they're adventurers. That was a straight up, go talk to people, go here, click the thing, let's look around, battle me bro, adventure. And I loved it. And it is highly important to the growth of Vana, how I perceived Heidelin to be. And we'll be talking later about the...
That is well said.
Thank you.
That's a good breakdown. What is Das? Goodness.
Oh my goodness.
Das, I was threatened by Das earlier today.
Were you?
I was threatened by Das in a very friendly way.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I just want to make sure we're not missing anything else in the live chat. Gabgano said the thing I loved about the Vana fight was realizing the music. Oh God, this crap keyboard, man. This crap keyboard is doing me dirty. Was realizing the music we kept hearing in Charlene was from her. That is true. That is true. I kind of got that. It kind of had that vibe because you hear a little bit of Amanda comes through in the Charlene version of it.
Yeah.
And when I hear Amanda Aachen, I just think Hydaelyn, and when I think Hydaelyn, I think Vana.
Yeah.
Which is, again, hilarious knowing that Amanda
Well,
is
if
now
they're
just starting the MSQ.
If their current society is based off of their commune with the bunnies, it would make sense that they were heavily influenced by Hydaelyn in that moment.
Yes.
In a non-Warrior of Light kind of way.
Yes. That is fair. That is fair. Sovereign said I teared up when she asked the question. Yeah, I think that you're not alone in that. We've heard from a lot of folks who had that reaction. We simply didn't. That's all. Simply didn't. Not that I think Sovereign is arguing with us.
No. My immediate thought wasn't emotional. I was overwhelmed with curiosity as to what story the developers would have me tell. And as you pointed out, Hoshafant and other sorts of notes from the Warrior of Light's journey were important. Now, of course, the developers can't fathom some things that are extremely important to me. Like, I do honestly get a little choked up when I think about RFC moving target dummies onto the edge of our estate so I can train on the beach. That honestly, like, I get legitimate. That meant a shit ton to me. And if I was talking to Vana, I'd be like, man, my FC, they decorated for Christmas. And I just can't handle it. And so...
Finish it.
So everyone's experience of the game will be different, TM.
While you're on that thought, I want to say that in the most wholesome way possible, I feel horribly uncomfortable with the kindness of our free company.
Yes.
This entire experience has been me kind of managing discomfort that I feel from unsolicited acts of kindness, because there's been a lot of it, and it's not all just super chats, but that is part of it. But people sending me mats like, hey, for when you do go craft, here's some starter stuff for you to help you get through the early grind, and going all the way back to when I was gifted Chewy, which I know how expensive that pet is, and sure. I still can't even try to farm Chewy because it's through the island, I believe. It was a while ago now. Just all these moments of these things where I'm just like, this makes me uncomfortable in a good way. Because I'm just like, it happens too much. I can't even keep track of all of it. I've just now started trying to keep track of people that mail us stuff. Because I'm like, I gotta try and remember this. And God forbid I lose the note that came with it. Or there wasn't a note included. Because boxes get broken down. There's too many of them in this house.
Yeah.
So I'm not, the return addresses, I was trying to keep track of those. I'm like, I need a note. And so to have a very serious, thank you through the lens of things that make me uncomfortable, it's that there's too many of you being nice. And I'm sorry that I can't remember everyone's name attached to every kind thing that you've done. Because it's reached a critical mass that I don't think most people get to experience.
I just hope I'm a good DM. I hope our adventures... our Boja Nights, our
that's a good way to think of it.
MSQ streams have given you a different side on the game, or maybe made that grind a little more fun. Maybe that fat cat that was in your inventory that you now know is in my place as my couch brings you joy. That's my hope.
I hope so too. Yeah, I think a lot of people do treat it as a thank you because they got value out of what we do, and I appreciate that. But I do want to know that some of you have gone so beyond what I consider to be necessary that I don't know how to thank you well enough. So I hope these words at least get there a little bit. So yeah, it's I did a lot of reflecting driving home from your place after this third stream, and I'm sure we'll have words like this when we roll credits on Endwalker. But this is a little preview of what's been ricocheting through my brain as I do reflect on the journey we've been on.
And I do, and our poll, I think, shows that kind of too.
No. Now I'm pulling out of my thoughtfulness and I'm getting into the Garrett that everyone came here for, which is dunking on internet people.
Oh, I see.
We're right. We didn't cry. End poll. That's it. The poll's over. We
Very
win.
good. Okay.
We win.
Very
we
well.
win, everybody.
Very well.
We win.
Spoken.
We win. That's how the internet works.
Just roll the screaming Emmett emotes of Garrett.
Just you've done the cardinal sin of making me feel things. Back to being grumpy. No. But I was working my way up to DOS, who said beep beep, I'm a sheep, and then windmill slammed 50 grinding gear memberships down.
Thank you so much
DOS.
for that.
Thank you. I do believe DOS is the proud new owner of a new job.
Oh, congratulations!
It's the news
DOS.
that I received from DOS today.
Oh, that's excellent.
So congrats, DOS.
Congrats, man.
You didn't, immediately need to go and be so generous with us. I hope you get yourself something nice.
Yeah, well, he did actually. He got himself a PlayStation 5 with Persona 3.
Oh,
Sent me a picture of that.
I did get a picture of the Persona 3. Yeah, that's right.
And then it gave me quite the sell, I will say, on Persona 3. With the caveat I should finish 5 first.
Our video isn't even out yet.
No, that's true.
Tomorrow's video, which is going up for all of you that support us, so all members and patrons. Tomorrow is not a public video. It's a members only video. So
pretty good video.
Members and patrons. I'm very excited for it to go out. It's going to cause so much conversation, and hope. But yeah, we're going to talk about all the games we would like to play.
Yeah.
And that's going up tomorrow for everyone that supports us, no matter what level you are at. Everyone's going to get that. So please enjoy. Eagle, thanks for the super right now, said the solo duty for me was, oh my god, senpai noticed me and wants to play catch a catch ball.
Yeah,
it's more like blow up ball.
But like Dad, let's play ball, kind of. Yeah, it's got that energy.
If Dad was throwing balls and you had to obliterate them with,
and it was but your dad was an adventurer,
Yeah. Yes. Oh my god.
Sup, bro? Want to do some mechanics?
Sup, bro? Yeah. Nate, thanks for the 20 months. The point where Vinod turns directly to you and asks, has it been worthwhile? Is one of the most intimate moments I've ever had with a video game. I've had so many intimate moments in Mass Effect. That was meant to be a joke.
You can't. Sure, I get it. Yeah, you can't dismiss the weight of 10 years for some people. It's gonna hit. Is the journey worthwhile?
Everyone's journey is different.
Yeah.
And they're all valid.
But of that length? Oh my god.
Ours is valid too, though.
Oh, absolutely. No, but that's why I say I can fathom it. That's totally fathomable.
Ours is, I'm told, one of the longer ones.
True.
One of the longer ones in terms of
everything
being
else we've
streamed.
done.
That is fair. That is very fair. Why am I getting... Oh, we activated Siri. That's why.
Oh.
So I see Kyle, and I'm like, why am I just now getting your here text?
Oh, yeah.
Fidgel, everything is flow, even Rads at Han. Wait, what? Everything is flow?
The music might have been
Oh, you're right. They're all like renditions on that motif.
Yes. Takes on it.
Yes, that is true. Sorry, I thought you were like doing a joke. I'm like, wait, what? Where's the word play in that? I'm like, oh, no, you're talking about the song. Yes, I think that was pointed out to us the first time we went there.
I love when things do that.
Yeah, Azariel right now on live supers. Thank you for the generous super. Said, I feel as though the reason... Oh, my God. Oh.
You opened the news thing.
This keyboard. We got to get something better. It's got to be... maybe... Well, I'll do it. Never mind. That's planning. That's live planning.
It's all good.
Feels though the reason why most people had a bigger reaction to Vanilla was because they didn't stop after the solo duty. Most of us stopped after the zone was done. And with time, we now group a lot of it together.
That's fair.
That's how I came away feeling. I like it. And I have felt that multiple times every expansion throughout our playthrough, which is that the people who do the React Harder Streamer meme are working off of information we do not yet have. They understand the entire picture. We do not. And I legitimately, like, whatever. This is not that important. But we're people playing a game. That's why I say it's not that important. But within this framework, it's something that kept coming up over and over again for us. And I legitimately think it's unfair. I think it's unfair to yell at people and try and either make them feel dumb or emotionally stunted.
We simply can't give people that experience because that's not what we've crafted here on the channel. I absolutely understand if you find a streamer who is like, hey guys, I'm doing this till I'm done every day. This is now my stream game. And then we'll do Elden Ring after that.
Well, that's in my head now because we just talked to Taliesin and that's how he played.
Exactly. And that experience and that fever dream of the game would absolutely lead to. But I immediately think of, Elephant running with a baby, and that particular moment we stopped on that stream before is where I would have taken a break, where I would have said, this is getting to be too much for me. I want to take a break and come back to it later.
Yeah, and whereas I don't have kids and don't really relate to elephant people.
Yeah.
But I still thought it was an evocative scene.
A well done scene nonetheless.
Yeah.
So in a natural course of things, would you have stopped there if time allowed? Probably not. Hell no. You would have kept freaking going.
No, but it's how we like to do. We like to sit here and chat with you all, even on those streams, and we still got to make time for it because, it's a while till we get to this. And thank you for the super sticker, DOS, as well. Dabada right now saying I started when Realm Reborn came out, so I was super emotional through Elpis. Yeah, it's exactly what you're getting at. Yeah. And then Luna, welcome to the Gearbox. Welcome. Thanks for signing up. Thanks for coming by on one of these streams. Not even playing the game, we're just talking about it. Look at us being nerds. Kyle, did you know we're nerdy?
You don't say. Shocking.
It's a lazy joke even by my standards. All right, we're still not through the emotional vampire comments. Kiyoshi, no, we read that one. Amaran Super, thanks for pointing out to Amaran, we just want to say thanks for pointing out that there are streamers that have taken longer than us. Thank you for reminding us of that.
Let's take a hot moment to pause what's happening in the stream here because it's about to be, well, not quite popping off, but let's let the.
It's the first. Oh no, becoming too self-exploratory Medion moment.
Yes. Oh no, hive mind.
Yeah, there was I don't know exactly when in here we got kind of a scatter shot of Emmett power discussion happening. Bird depression, as Andrew puts it right now in chat.
Interesting.
Yeah. I think it was more based on something we were saying than what was necessarily popping off in the game itself. But we got Stitches who said, just remember Hithlo says he knows no mage stronger than Emmett. And as we have seen, he already knew Vana. Emmett is just that badass. We were kind of, I guess there was a sub conversation about who's the more powerful ancient going off in chat.
Interesting. Yeah, I figure I don't know. There probably wasn't too much to say during the hunt for Medion. So maybe this was when we were outside the dungeon and kind of talking and, Hitlodeus was doing the in-game equivalent of press B to fire. Well, I, for one, sure enjoy a bit of healing, perhaps. I'm not really sure. What about you, Vana? Do you feel like tanking today? So maybe this is where that was happening.
Hith just getting just downplaying his own abilities quite a bit. Yeah.
Which, hanging out with Emmett, you might need to do a little bit. He wouldn't want to be one-upped. Not a man for one-upmanship.
Nano brings up a good point in chat right now that says, Mage, sure, but Vana, multi-classes.
All around her.
Yeah, but isn't spoiled on me already, but isn't, we find out that Emmett can be a Dark Knight or a Black Mage.
I think he can tank.
If you go in as a DPS, he will tank, cool. I've been informed of.
That's badass.
Which we'll hit some of those here in a minute. Mark right now. Thanks, Mark. I don't think I teared up once playing MSQ. I was too into wanting to know what was going to happen next. Now watching streamers, I tear up almost every time I see the walk or the end of Shadowbringers.
Sure.
I can see that. Again, you have the context for it. It kind of depends. Again, I think that's why the Dulia scene hit me so hard, because it just hit me square. It crit me in something that is outside the context of the game.
So deeply personal. Yeah. That was...
Yeah. It was like the beginning of Up. It's like, I don't know who these characters are.
We had just met you.
But I'm dying. Absolutely dying. Because I'm thinking about, Can I just say, I want to shake you, whoever was in the pink rhino. I'm just going to put that out there.
The pink rhino was very busy that night.
That's too polite. You're the worst. The worst. Just so you know, you're the worst.
By happenstance, where you happened upon the scene.
We have been very polite today.
But I do believe...
I want to challenge Pink Rhino to some sort of contest.
Well, moving on. Let's continue our context clues for where we're at.
That's my anger. No, I just want you to know, people, I saw your comments. I'm with you. Karu said, Emmett can fly because Azim dragged him all over the world and got him all the ether currents.
Damn. It was a cool mount.
I love that. That's my favorite headcanon in a while.
We've seen that mount, I believe, the first time, and it was quickly taken down by our mods, but we've seen that.
Oh, Emmett's mount?
Yeah.
I don't think mounts are spoilers.
No, but it's a fascinating. Like,
Unless they
of
put
a
a mountain
mount.
game that is the dead body of Horsefant, mounts are not spoilers.
It's still a very cool mount, and I immediately recognized it from up in the air outside of the dungeon we're about to run in Amarang. And I don't remember. Yeah, we're chilling down there.
Yeah.
They're by the tower.
And
where
thank God
Alizé
the minions, they give them weird names.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, because I had seen Ancient Emmet minion before, and I was like, can't wait to meet whoever that is. Who's that person?
Well, and like Ancient Emmet, as we've been shown in clips, showed up all over our YouTubes while we were doing react streams, and he doesn't look exactly like himself, and I didn't put that together.
Yeah. Garrett wants to ride his dead. Why you take it that way, Eric? Why you gotta take it that way? Why you gotta take it that way? You could be, suspended below the dead body.
Or it could be crystallized above you, like Dr. Freeze's wife. Mr. Freeze, excuse me. I believe he's a doctor. She's not dead yet.
Is he a doctor?
Why would
he be Dr. Freeze?
He's a scientist.
Mr. Freeze does sound cooler than Dr. Freeze.
Well, Mr. Fries, as they call him for that whole video game. That was weird. Because I believe his name is actually Fries.
I think it depends on which run of Batman you're reading.
Yeah.
Anyway. Pothy super chatted during all this, and we just want to say thank you for dressing as a Nassian bird to make Kyle happy. Thank you. Thank you, Pothy.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Kendrick super. Never enough big brain talk for me. Take my money, you smarty boys. Kendrick, are you here right now? I hope this is the big brain talk you supered for. Hope you're enjoying it. Eka super. Not if the clock's 5 minutes late. That clock is never right, Kyle.
Oh, yeah, the clock is right twice a day. I've made that expression. I'm pretty sure it was here. We were getting to kind of this stuff.
Unless the clock is correctly set to begin with, and that clock would never be correct.
Well, their point stands, too. It's late, so it's always wrong.
Oh, wait. But if it was...
Yeah.
Wait, hold on. Wait, no, hold on. Now I gotta think about it. Because then it would be right. Because the clock would still eventually be at that point.
No, it would never be at that point.
Why?
It's like saying
it's a stop clock.
You can do it when you're your brother's age. You'll never be your brother's age. He'll always be 3 years older than you. It's the same principle.
I hate this. But if it's a broken clock and it stopped like 5 minutes past, a working clock will eventually be at that point.
Yes, that's a broken clock is right twice a day.
So what were you saying?
What they're saying here is that a late clock is always wrong.
Well, okay, so that's just a statement.
Yes, that's their statement.
Why am I thinking about this? Eka, you broke my brain. That dog is M said the final days is started by Shirogane, Oblivion by Cheese, and I don't understand any of that.
Well, Shirogane is a Cthulhu mythos.
Okay, this is for
entity.
Kyle. You see why I had trouble grouping these messages?
Yeah.
We were clearly off on our bullshit, and people were reacting in kind. Yep. Thanks, everybody.
Oh, Sheogorath. Wait, Sheogorath. No, wait, Elder Scrolls. That's right. There's one very close to it. But Sheogorath has the best expansion in Oblivion, where you run his dimension of comedy? I was thinking of Shogoloth? Shoggorath? Which is like a blob monster that eats your sanity. I'm so sorry I confused these two. Everyone, I apologize profusely.
You should apologize to them. You should apologize to me. Click Crisis, thanks for re-upping. Tyler supered right now that Jesse is down to grill us one more time before the end of
Oh, wow, it's already been in
apparently
it's already
responded in his
transit.
Discord.
Okay, perfect.
We should get into Jesse's Discord. Because what I need in my life is more Discords. I haven't been kicked out of any of the Blizzard Press Discords.
Oh, really? Ryan's secret.
I don't really read them. Because we don't really cover Blizzard in that way anymore.
Yeah.
So.
Still, you get the inside.
But I figure the WoW one's good in case we ever get deep back in
You
the WoW.
might see something in there. You're not supposed to.
Yeah, hey, man. War Within. War Within?
No.
War Within. It's not War Within.
Vacuuming your lawn.
Is it War Within? What's the next
The
one?
War
coming out?
Within, yeah.
War Within. Is
Yeah,
it really
that's
called the
it.
War? Why does that sound like something else?
Well, because
It's
been used
intensely
1,000
generic.
times.
It's intensely generic.
Yeah.
It's not a great name. It's right up there with the what's the Indiana Jones game? It's something Circle.
Oh, the new one?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of it.
The name is horrible.
Yeah.
Yeah, the name is quite terrible. I think the game looks good. but the name is bad. But yeah, War Within. Anyway, I digress. Oasis supered Lesser Emmett Selk. Do not approach me. Do not even perceive me. Do not perceive me, Kyle. That's what I'm going to start saying when I'm embarrassed. I'm going to tell people, do not perceive me. Do not perceive me. It's from Warframe. Okay, there you go. That's why it
Warframe
sounds
had
familiar.
I think a patch cycle.
It's a Warframe quest? Okay. All right. Because what's the add-on in XCOM?
War of the Chosen.
That's what I'm thinking of for some reason. I don't know why War Within makes me think of that. Just War in the title. Because if we're going to say it reminds me of anything with War in the title, we're going to be here a long time. Yep. Garrett's weird tangent about being told to have kids. We missed one super in this.
Okay.
I don't know if you remember this rant.
Yes.
But we missed one message during this, which was from Boki, who said, it's even weirder when couples start telling everybody we are trying to get pregnant. So what you're trying to say is start having lots of specific type of sex. Yes.
Yeah, that is it's a weird one too.
Yeah. It's a strange one.
Yeah.
It's weird. It's weird at the dinner table. I think there's, I don't know if it was a tweet or a comedian, but there's a really good Extremely Blue joke about that. Oh yeah, my sister can say they're trying to have kids, but when I stand up and just say last night, I'm the bad guy.
It's a bizarre fallacy of our
Yes.
society, and
Yes.
many times it points out the Quakerness of America.
Quakerness, Jesus. Yeah, you're not right. I hadn't thought about that connection. Thank you, Kyle. Moving on. Don't want to think about that too long. Best waifu and or husbando by round of supers or memberships. I thought there'd be more of this.
Okay. So, so you made a section first
yes.
and then filled it out in the background.
Emmett won, by the way. So I added. We got enough specific messages that I was like, here's how I'm going to handle this.
Oh.
So Emmett had a column, Hithlo had a column, and Vana had a column.
Okay.
Emmett won with 4.
Oh, geez.
To Hithlo's 2 and Vana's 1.
And this was best waifu or husbando.
Yeah. So Lancelot supered for Emmett husbando. Sophie messaged, step on me, Emmett. So I put that in that column. Shenyetta, you apparently spent at least 15 minutes taking G-post photos with Emmett. So I decided that was a vote for husbando Emmett.
Okay.
And Winkle abiding supered number 1 Emmett fan is Hithlo. Oh, you know what? Actually, we could just say we could. So I put that in the Emmett column.
Okay.
But we could also, say that Hithlo votes for Emmett, which brings the vote for Emmett up to 5. But that Emmett clearly votes for Hithlo, which brings the votes up to 3.
Yeah.
And I don't think there's anyone in game that votes Vana, at least that we've met so far. So I think Vana remains at 1.
She wouldn't want you to vote for her.
Yeah. So over in the Hithlo column, we had Crystal Fine, who supered Hearts just with Hithlo. Valea, if you remember, was one of the biggest supers of the night, and the only thing in that super was Hithlo Deus Heart. So if we were doing this coffee shop vote by tip,
the jar would be quite full.
Hithlo Deus wins.
Oh.
Which I think, by the way, this is the only way we'll ever do this, because I would think it'd be really disingenuous to do it live on stream and have people actually and try and coax people into supering to fill up the jar.
It did work very well back in the day when I was a barista, though.
You've told me multiple times. Kyle has told us this. But I think we only ever do this gag after the fact, because otherwise it seems like we're trying to find supers.
Doing it on stream would feel bad.
And then Chas Snyder supered for Vana, saying, I love that you said I need a drink before that scene, and was talking about Vana, which was later on. But
I see.
Yeah, so there you go. And then we had some conversation in the waifu husbando sphere around this time, before we got to the very serious shit. And Dwagon informed us that, to be fair, discussing waifus is very controversial. We had mentioned the wall of waifus, which was probably our most controversial stream.
Yeah.
We should go look at the upvotes on that, because I haven't checked it. I bet it's one of our more downvoted streams. Yeah, probably. The Mirror said, so you're saying, Garrett, that the Emmett body pillow is a top?
More of a side.
Of course you took it that way.
Yeah.
I mean, you could put it on top and...
You could, but that'd be suffocating.
And you could also lay on top of it.
When they show it like in advertisements,
there's supposed to be a side
sleep aid. Yes, to divide your hip bones.
They are supposed to be, a side sleeping device. Why are chats being down? It was just when we did the wall of waifus, it was very controversial.
Yes.
We'll just say that.
No, but I also feel like it was a lot of hyperbole in the end. It's always hard to decide on the internet what you're looking at is people having fun or not. Mm-hmm. But some people weren't having fun. But some people were. And I think some people use extreme language in fun situations, forgetting that sarcasm doesn't work.
We're getting a rise out of people.
Yes.
Yes, indeed. What's going on right now? Oh, it's all fine. It's all's fair in love and waifus. It's all
exactly
fair. All's fair. Mama Bug right now in live chat. Thank you for the super set. About an hour and a half late since I'm watching from the beginning. But if the 4-year-old likes interesting dead people, try Horrible Histories. My son loved it. Funny and just a little gross.
Okay, I'll write it down.
He's doing it.
I'll write it down.
He's doing. Can people see your phone? Hold your phone up just a little more, just so you know, for the joy of this moment.
It's at an angle, and I didn't want my password being shown. I don't know why we would ever be in public and someone being like,
the back of your phone is to the lens.
Yeah. But no, well, if I like tracking my fingers or something like that. But
that's fine.
Yeah, I'm gonna write down I got on my little notes pad here.
You're a notepad. And then Carrie Ann right now in live chat with a generous super. Thank you, Carrie. So I love the way Hitlo trolls Emmett. You see him cracking up every time Emmett has some over-the-top reaction. I love watching your streams. Lots of fun. Thanks. The Hitlo is... That's their friendship.
Yes.
I think everybody kind of most of us have that friend. He gives you shit because they love you, friend.
Mm-hmm. Sure do.
And it's also like its personality dynamics. Emmett is wound tight. Mm-hmm. As usually the wound tight friend in my friend group's dynamic. I get it. I have been accused more than once in my life of being wound a bit.
It's a beautiful codependency, and they use it so well, and I love that it's properly welt because Emmett is under the stresses of power. Being on the 14. Yeah. Plus, having to do such a good job, he'd want to return to the star when it's over. That's a big stress. And your job has to be so awesome that it's going to be your final job.
I am now lost in thought thinking about our dynamic because I think we're both wound in our own ways between the two
of
us.
Oh, absolutely. Well, that's the give and take. That's what give and take means.
And we definitely both are the Hitho to the other's Emmett multiple times.
Yeah.
And it switches.
There are things that set me off that you're just like, what? That nobody possibly would mean that with those words. And there's times where you do the same, and I'm like, no, and that's the balance. Otherwise, we'd both be freaking out over the same. It's the same thing about crying. It's the same thing about so many. Like, imagine.
You're right.
We all have to kill the deer. One person's crying. That's great. We need to make sure we don't kill all deer.
Are we going into do we dip into a hypothetical situation where we're going to hunter-gatherer society?
Yeah, exactly. And then, I do not care about said deer, but it's really important that you are caring about the deer so we don't kill them all.
Okay, just making sure I didn't go into a fugue state where we killed the deer on Elpis and I forgot.
Now, what I do often think of, which have you ever seen The Mist?
The movie version?
Yeah.
Yes.
And the crazy lady in the convenience store?
Yes.
Oh, she is too far. She's so good at that.
Yeah.
I think she's the same crazy lady from...
If you haven't watched The Mist, by the way, that movie slaps.
Yes, and it's really weird if you ever played Force Unleashed, because the actor's in there, and that's his face. That's actually his face. And it's weird. Starkiller?
Starkiller's in The Mist?
He's the military guy who is like, they've been experimenting up in the mountains, y'all.
Shit, you are.
And I'm like, that was actually someone's face?
You're right.
Oh my god, Starkiller's real.
Well, he does the voice of Maul in the Clone Wars.
Even better. Yep. Great. Well, I believe that lady is also in Silent Hill doing the exact same thing. She's great at it. Freaking amazing.
Oh shit. I like that movie too.
But what a perfect example of taking it too far.
I like that movie as well. Starkiller is also in Battlestar Galactica. I remember that.
Yeah.
I remember that. Didn't get too deep into it, but yeah. Thank you for being Hitlo when I need you to be.
And thank you for being my Hitlo as well.
All right, wonderful. And we both do not apologize for being Emmett when we need to be, because that's life.
Yep. Sometimes you gotta be a little Emmett.
Yeah. Oh yeah. All the time. All the time. Finishing the waifu husbando discussion. Knowing what we're truly here for, Amaran super chatted, Tally, best girl. I will fight anyone who says otherwise.
Oh, fine. Yeah, sure. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I believe they were making an example of people who get mad over waifus, but I'm going to redact the part at the end that said kind of like that because it's just funnier to assume
I agree.
they were getting in on it.
Yeah.
They were getting in on it. Or just trying to get free Kyle points. He's also in Callisto Protocol, says Luke. Oh, damn. And is one of the single worst bosses of all time.
Interesting.
For a second there, I thought Callisto Protocol was being brought up in a positive way.
But
nope.
Yeah, it was an easy pass due to not being all that great, I heard. But
It's Callisto
I
Protocol.
was very excited for it.
It's Callisto Protocol. That's how it goes. All right. And then we missed one message on our suggested wall of creeps, where Katelar Media votes for Valance. Which
sure. Yes, absolutely.
probably wins the whole
Please
thing.
see our earlier discussion.
Yeah, probably wins the whole thing.
I agree.
And then, oh goodness, yeah, I didn't. Okay, here's where Garrett forgot to reorganize. Here's where I forgot to reorganize. Okay, let me, let's see. Let me grab all this and take it with me. Let me just, hold on everybody. You can't see what I'm doing. But I'm just cutting that. And then I'm just gonna bring it down. Oh my god, post-Katisa's cutscene. There's so much stuff here, man.
Wow.
It's not even.
Wow.
It's not even funny. It's not even funny. Oh my god, we have. I forgot I did all these accolades. Wait till we get to the Welcome to Endwalker Again Club.
Okay, perfect.
Wait till we get there. Freaking hell. Touchpads on anything but an Apple laptop. What are you doing? All right. Talk to the chat, guy. Sorry.
All right.
I need a moment.
I'm just gonna rewind our chat here a bit, as we are now getting into if Katisis is that far off. Let's rewind the footage. Or not Rex. Yes, of course. Well, depending on how your first game went. I did really like him in 3, though. Should he have made it?
All right, here's all of. There's so many accolades. These are going to be pretty funny to get through, but they will be time-consuming, as will all of the. We've got a lot of messages here. All right, so we got to a point. Oh my god!
Don't think about it.
Can you tell I started running out of time?
Just
Kyle?
don't think about it. Just go.
You could tell that the stream was getting very close. All
Yep.
right. Neko, during the Warrior of Light spoils all of Final Fantasy XIV to Vana and everybody in the room, said, mods ban the Warrior of Light for spoiling the entirety of Final Fantasy XIV to Vana.
She did have to live with that.
She did.
With that knowledge.
She did. She did live with it. Lived with it as a giant crystal, but lived with it nonetheless. And then I called this, I think, first round of Medion Sadness. It was really hard looking at it through the lens of just trying to keep up with Supers to see where the cutoff was between people talking about Medion being sad the first time in part 3.
Yes.
And then the full reveal.
There is
of,
also, a whole chase scene where she's sad. So the sadness did go on for at least an hour.
Yeah. But this was the first joke made by Captain Usaland about Twitter being renamed X.
Oh, yes, of course.
Yes. Game Me Tokyo Super. Maybe they're born with it. Maybe it's clinical depression. Yes. My favorite Maybelline product. It's wonderful. It's absolutely wonderful. If you'd like to laugh, Garrett, imagine Emmett tanking in the dungeon. You die and he just looks over you and says, "Skill issue." Thank you, Jake.
Yeah, just.
I do enjoy that. I hope he says that to you. Daniel supered during our final Elpis stream. You ruined a perfectly good bird, is what you did, Hermes. It has anxiety. Good job. I could imagine Emmett saying that.
Yeah.
Carrie said, in parentheticals, sarcasm, we were really afraid that the prehistoric emotional bird girl Black Eye Blood would get spoiled for you by the Dawn Trail cinematic at FanFest.
Oh, yes, because they're just going to bring it up real quick. Shining seas, beautiful skies. Nobody melting their eyes out.
Nobody?
Alphino, why do you have to bring that up? We're having a good time.
Hear words, share feelings, no thoughts. Got it, said Mayo Foxy. Thank you, Mayo. Eva supered. Honestly, hearing Medion is in such distress with no one else besides the Warrior of Light being able to hear her and too scared to just ask for help is truly awful. I thought this was terrifying for her. I think that's a accurate read, Eva.
The trapped in your own mind, very much so.
Oh, yeah. And also imagine being the Warrior of Light trying to convey this to gods who don't care that you're questing alongside, other than Hermes. But something of it was very menacing when everyone walked out from behind their places when they were cornering.
Yeah, when they were closing in.
Yeah.
Well, she was under arrest. Like they were still functioning as a member of their society.
Oh yeah, but I think for me it's a compliment. I think it was really effective in showing that this could look very scary from the perspective of Medion.
Yes, absolutely.
Krauntze supered the true MMO bad guy, crushing existential dread.
It's something we can all relate to, certainly.
Don't care, don't hear, says Gabgano right now. Yeah. Yep. Various sad bird. Yeah, we got a lot of various sad bird messages.
Yeah.
That's a good way to put it. It reminds me, says Solomir, of the scene in John Wick where the people walk out from the corners of the room to execute that one. Oh, shit. Yeah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. I don't think you've seen that one.
Oh, 4? No, I haven't seen 4 yet.
Is it 4? I think it is 4. Oh, no. No, that's at the end of 2? Is that John Wick 1? That's John Wick 1. Oh, that's right. That's the lady who broke the rules inside the Continental.
Oh, right.
Yeah, at the park at the fountain in Central Park.
Yes.
I've been there. The ceiling tiles in the underground tunnel are very pretty.
Nice.
And Spider-Man is too lazy to render them.
Noted.
Trying to joke. They're lazy is a strong word.
Yes,
It's a strong word.
I see what you
I love that game. Vargol said you overcooked the bird, you absolute donkey.
Gordon Ramsay, love it.
Tazriel said you ruined a perfectly good bird is what you did. Look at her. She has anxiety. Okay, this must be a bit.
Yeah, this is
a bit. We're not set up to pull up a video at the moment.
No, it would be difficult to execute on.
At the moment, yes, it would be difficult to execute. Okay, so this is from okay, I see what's happening. I didn't know in the moment. Krauntze supered that it's so effed up that the closest civilization she met to Aetherius killed their civilization via tantrum and then killed themselves in front of her. So many civilizations rattled off in quick succession that unless I'm looking at the exact message that Krauntze is referencing here, I'm having trouble remembering it.
I remember this particular one because it was the only live person she found. And essentially it was when she was walking towards Hermes. When basically I think Emmett was like, that's enough. Put it away. We're done here. And she just kept going. She reveals that she did find one person or one civilization alive that then finished it off in front of her very eyes. And this is what was being transmitted into this poor creation's mind. Now, this is not this particular scene because I believe we do all the runaround.
Final Fantasy XIV, the extremely positive, uplifting game that everyone wants you to play to make you feel good.
It's hollow without...
There was no sarcasm in my voice.
I'm aware. That's why I stopped myself because you don't need me to explain to you why it's important that happy things have darkness in them.
Mean Bean, the only monster product I enjoy, said, in hindsight, not a good idea to put a depressed man in charge of an experimental life facility.
To be fair, he was using that loophole of familiars.
I wouldn't take it there at all. I was going to say, to be fair, he probably didn't start that way. Probably didn't start depressed. Probably didn't start sad. Probably got there eventually and started questioning the kindness of what they're doing.
I just more meant on paper, he seemed to be just fine.
On what paper?
On the papers submitted to the Elpis Federation of approving things.
I don't think that's where me was going.
No. I also see chat in like unison, to be fair, as we all kind of were about to have counterpoints.
Chaucer, oh man, it's been way too long for me on Gears 2. I don't remember really any scenes from it. I don't really remember Gears 2. I just remember enjoying it. And I went through it a bunch of times, but then we would have been skipping cutscenes, but my roommate and I beat it on the hardest difficulty, so we beat it a couple times. And that was also the one that had the Horde mode, and we played way more of that than we played the co-op campaign. Yeah. Man, so much of that is lost to my memory. KLG right now, supering one of the funniest lines from him, and is him yelling at Medion for determining whether they live or die. You know, something the ancients have been doing to other creatures for eons. Hypocrite much? Yeah. Emmett being a hypocrite? You don't say.
I know, right?
Yeah. No, it's some good stuff. I mean, it's the same reason I love that scene where the Warrior of Light tells them what happens, and Emmett basically goes, "I would never do that. I would do exactly what you just said." Like
the full rundown.
Yeah, like it's fun. This whole section, outside of like the heavy parts, it's also just fun to hold up the mirror to these characters in the past with knowledge of their futures. It's a fun exercise.
They're reacting as real people with no future knowledge of what's going to happen.
And until they have to react to the future knowledge.
Until they,
of
yes,
what's gonna happen.
yes.
And Anna right now said, to be fair, veterinarians have a high... Ooh, that's sad. I didn't know that.
Well, because, yeah, you're exposed to all that. And, of course...
Yeah, you're present for a lot of people's very sad days. Very sad days. Be careful with my words, because, you know, people get pissy and want to report us. They probably could. For self-harm and violence and that kind of stuff.
Oh.
Yeah. Someone wanted to troll us with reports. The dogs are mad. The dogs are very mad. I love that. I like to think they just forget you're here, even though you're talking constantly.
Yeah, maybe it's when I'm quiet for a little bit.
Yes. Perfectly good bird is what you did. Read that one, read that one. Sorry, I lost my place. Final Family wanted to get this poor baby bird some therapy. That's what Final Family wanted to do. Vicar said this is somehow worse than finding evil aliens. Yes. Yes, they found a way to find a fate worse than evil aliens.
That they did.
That they did. And then Gabe said this is what no aliens does to an unsundered lonely boy. I mean, there were technically aliens. They were no longer aliens.
Yes, they're all dead. So my excitement about aliens. Now, of course, there is a moment that I'm sure you could find, which probably doesn't make a lot of sense from the outside, that happened during this part. Because what happened is she was like connecting to them all. And I was like, oh, she's gonna call the planet. Like she has the ability. Hermes, you jackass. You gave her the ability to psychically connect with the whole planet, you dummy. But that ended up being her just connecting to her sisters. But I got very excited at that part, that was just gonna be the final days, is what if you were just sitting in your house, minding your own business, playing with your approved summons, and suddenly into your mind was called up, hey, all the aliens are dead and you're all alone.
I mean, that's basically what happened.
Eventually,
but not at that exact moment. With his approved summons.
In that exact moment, no.
Yeah, there was an extra step in the way, which was his approved summon. His loophole summon was attempted to be seized, and he had to deal with that before.
And then it went off into space, somehow congealed more, and then came back.
His gunpla became self-aware.
Exactly.
Informed him of the sadness of the universe, and depression ensued.
Absolutely.
It'd be so easy to spoil this to people. I don't know what you're talking about. Aaron Lefebvre supered. This is why peer review and board certification is important.
Exactly.
And I'd like to assume
bang the table.
Desk, bang the table
Damn
afterwards.
it.
I would bang this table, but the camera's on it. Actually, you can barely see a wiggle because
not much.
It has in-body stabilization.
Ooh, fancy camera.
In-body stabilization. How you doing? Thank you for the support, everybody. New cameras. What up? Emmett and the Waterfall is what I marked this. Oh, yeah, we got a couple, which James Johnson informed me that Tuna is Emmett's drug dog now. We were sniffing out the invisible Medion.
Oh, sure. Okay.
We read most of the comments in this section.
Yeah, because there was quite a bit of walking. So
we were a bit of walking, and we could look at it, and people were making jokes. But Bandit the Thief supered. This is not how people expected a date with Emmett would be. I don't know. I think Emmett now
it'd be pretty accusatory.
Having complaints about the date is kind of how I expect the date to go.
But then maybe when it's over, he'd be like, "That was a lot of fun." Maybe again, he'd be like, "What? I thought you hated the whole time."
I think he would tell you
that
another date is happening, what day it's happening.
Yeah, you think it was miserable, and then you're about to say goodbye at the door. And
that was fun. You can pick me up next Thursday at 8 p.m. Mm-hmm. We'll go mini golfing.
Yep. Perfect.
That would be it. He likes to be wined and dined, but he likes to tell you what you're doing.
He cares about the venue.
Emmett doesn't drive.
No.
Emmett is driven.
Exactly.
That's how that goes. That's my headcanon now. Even though I guess he did jump on his mount a lot and drive himself.
He didn't want to, though. That was Hitler telling him to do it.
The first time.
Oh, sweetie, you can drive us there. It's fine.
Should call right now. Thanks for the super. Also worth noting, none of the ancients can counter Hermes' point. Emmett tries to ignore it as sophistry, but even Hithlo has to admit the determination is fair. By their ethics, Hermes is right. Yes, it's an extreme right, though. And it's some of my best villains are like this. It's like, yeah, you're not technically wrong. The error of reality.
That's why we have the meme when the villain starts low-key making sense, and you go, that's why that is shared.
Right. But it doesn't mean that just because you're right, maybe you shouldn't.
And that's why you get the villain. Well, maybe society, and that's a different kind of villain, and the different kind of villain.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, but just because there are problems, such extreme solutions, are they right? Are they right? No, not really.
It's why Skynet is a fascinating villain, even though it's the most basic, dumb thing you've ever heard in your life.
But just a self-aware AI.
Destroy all the humans because they're freaking trouble.
Well, it's the simplest form of this type of threat.
Yeah, you just break it down to its base level.
Yeah.
I need to move boxes. Human wants to have lunch.
Yeah.
Let's get rid of human.
Yeah. I'm a Carrick who says just because you're correct doesn't make you right or in the right.
Right.
Yeah, I think in the right is maybe a better way to spin that. Fidgel right now saying, so Kyle, now that we know Hithlo is a bard, I can tell you that he is why we were confused about Archer Lady. Silly, beautiful femboy Hithlo with a bow. Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah, because it seems so obvious when I was like, no, the one with the red hair, and everyone's like, I don't know about maybe you got the hair color wrong or something like, and I still don't know who that is.
I think they're from patch content.
Yeah, Dota Archer
Windrunner.
Yeah, Windrunner.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, Windrunner.
But I guess that's why everyone freaked out about it.
Windrunner. It's gonna be like a character with like 3 lines, but there was 3 weeks of fan art.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's what's gonna happen.
People just like drawn.
That's what's gonna happen. Thank you for boiling AI down to that. Yes, Akira. That's it. That's all we're boiling it down to. Let's see. Kiyu Lili said, "Do it now. Push him in. Get him wet. It's the law." Emmett in the waterfall.
Of course. Well, you did. You ran him right into that waterfall.
GG said, "Your homie makes you etherically dense, and this is how you repay him." Yes.
I did. It was a decent go.
He also tried to kill me in the future. But he did try to kill me.
But they did have some decorum, and even then they were like, "Okay, this is enough. Time to turn on my wizard eyes. Let's just go find him." We were trying to be respectful here, and let him have his little walks in the park, but.
Yeah. I see your point, Tooney. I don't feel like getting into that right now. I feel like getting into, different ways to run nations.
No, let's not, shall we? That's not an accusation.
If I'm not going to go deep into mythology for sake of time, I don't think I'm also going to stay out of civics for time.
Agreed.
And also my own sadness when I think about civics. Yes. Thank you, Tooney. Fair side, don't apologize.
No need to apologize.
I was hoping my response was as entertaining as I could make it. Mayo moved on from the waterfall. Said, so you've met ancients with hero faces, ancients with Viera faces, ones with Elezen faces. Have you found one with Lalafell faces? Question mark?
Not that I'm aware of.
No, not that I'm aware. No. God, could you imagine a full
size Lalafell?
A full height humanoid body with a smooth potato face? It'd be terrifying. I know you meant this as a joke, Mayo, but I can't help but just think about it for a second because now I want my nightmare fuel. Yeah.
Maybe that's Elpis.
That's all.
That's what Elpis looks like. Under it all.
That's why he's a little buzz.
Yeah, he's a little buzz.
That's why he's a little buzz. Tooney, I missed one of yours during the stream, said, so hey, a question of interest. How much do you guys know about the Fermi paradox? There it is. Okay, so this came out earlier. How about the great filter? Also, this is what happens when you don't practice safe science. People!
Yeah.
You got to practice safe science. Yeah, so we talked about this a bit. Yeah, and Kyle has informed us that he has watched many documentaries and YouTube videos about all of these things.
It's an enjoyable, don't think about it too much.
Whereas I'm
pastime.
Surface level on it. I think it's cool. I'm honestly a little terrified to go any deeper than that. When I was a kid, I used to lose sleep over just thinking about alien abduction.
Oh, well, I lived in New Mexico. I lost tons of sleep over it.
Yep. And then it came back when we moved out to the middle of nowhere.
And I will now tell my kids exactly what I told you a few streams ago. You don't pay higher health insurance in New Mexico. Therefore, aliens have never abducted anybody. Follow the money.
But
otherwise, you know they'd be getting in on that.
But if their tech is so advanced that you don't need medical assistance after you've been abducted, there's no money to follow.
There'd be a fee. There'd be a fee all the same.
What would the fee?
Well, because also the cars get lifted up. You know, the radio goes weird. You know, cars in New Mexico, the car insurance on them would be more expensive because, you know, you've been intercepting those alien wavelengths. You gotta, you know, make sure you get checked out every few hundred miles to be sure that, you know, you're not picking up anything Roswellian.
All right, now we've got a collection of duty support Katisas messages, where Mel told me, do it as a DPS, do it, you'll thank me later. And then Griffcat just explained what Mel was hinting at by informing me that Emmett is a dark knight or a black mage.
I see.
You know, depending on what you play. And I think Griffcat knows that clearly Dark Knight is my favorite, and my pet project is Black Mage. So, before I knew this.
Got it.
Before I knew this. Caddy said, ironic that the first dungeon you come to now that you're both Florida boys is the dungeon that everyone is tempted to run in duty support. Enjoy yourself in there.
Yeah, the official together co-op.
It would have been equally challenging even if we were apart because we just do everything together.
Yes, and as we've kind of talked about, not doing DPS is a little long in the tooth sometimes.
Yes.
Have you ever done a duty support?
No.
Okay. Or trust. Tanking can be a mistake.
No. I tried to go back and solo Heroes Gauntlet, and no, I have better things to do with my time. I have better things to do with my time. It takes way too long.
Yeah.
Way too long. Kirsty said, Katisas is probably my favorite dungeon because you run it with my 3 favorite characters.
It's a great use.
Yeah, it's the first time I've actually wanted to do it. There's been a lot. I'm rehashing myself from earlier, but it's been requested a lot of times. I've seen the interesting tidbits from your runs. I think they're just borderline interesting enough where I don't need to do it myself.
And they can't. You know, that's the good and bad is the developers don't want one way to play the game to be vastly superior.
Yeah.
And they want it to be fully soloable, which I think is massively commendable.
Yeah, it's always when I tune out on updates and stuff, when we do the spoiler free for us patch notes and stuff, and anytime there's a duty support thing, I'm like, I don't play that way. It's just not for me. Not my thing. John Alridge said, okay, I'm going to need someone to make the King of the Hill opening with Emmett, Hythlodaeus, Hermes, La Habrea stat.
Just all of them standing outside, teleporting around, drinking beer.
Standing in front of a picket fence.
Now, who are the characters here?
Emmett, Hythlo, Hermes, Laha. Why Laha?
Well, he would. So, and then Elidibus could be Bobby on the bike going around them a few circles and then leaving. And who's the trash they take out in the end? You?
I didn't necessarily need it, but now I do. Now I do.
There it is.
Well done. Post-Katisas cutscene. All right, here's the thick of it. We were so in it. We missed pretty much all of this.
Okay.
We got Schrodinger wanting to fix them twice in a row. Oh, wait, no, sorry. Schrodinger actually had a joke here. First super chat, wait, I can fix him. Hermes, I'm assuming.
Ah.
And immediately followed up with another super chat. Never mind, I can't fix him.
Oh, so we have not only in a single sentence people who think Hermes can be fixed, but then give up very quickly.
Yes.
That's unique. Usually they don't give up.
Yep.
It's not on Yatsuyu.
I like that dress.
It's a fun dress.
I like that dress. Surabachi said, depressed man made depressing decision, get depressing answer. That's how it works.
But he wanted to keep doom scrolled,
That's
you know?
how
he
it
wanted
works.
to know. He checked those comments.
That's how it works. Gigi said, not only does Omega hint at this,
Yep.
the Alexander boss theme Locus is all about Alexander Systems detecting a sorrowful sound from space that drives its insanity and resets its memory.
Yeah!
There it
Very
is.
cool.
Kyle started the stream talking about this. Was it from this Super, or did you just get there on your own?
No, because it was, someone was like, how about Alexander? And I was like, oh,
Hadn't thought about
that's
that.
a weird one. I guess time travel and all that, but thinking a little
All right,
deeper about-
fine, Alexander people, you're right. You should play it. It's important for story.
There's an intense following of Alexandrites who demand that it be treated as MSQ worthy. And it's just the cheese wizardry that's weird. It's also laid out in that weird kind of turns way that those old raids are laid out.
Yeah,
in.
the individual raids can really blend together. There's a lot of, they all kind of blend together for me, except for a few key fights.
But, you know, I like people falling in love and getting together, so I like it in the end because, you know, they got together, even if it wasn't a moment of time.
Okay, if we're gonna like tier list romances, I think that is like the lowest tier.
It's a pretty,
least interesting
pretty
romance.
weak, but I take it no matter where I
No,
get it.
okay,
Yeah.
all right. Cal just loves romance, everybody. Cal just loves romance. You should watch. Shit, I started watching this week. You should watch the Twisted Metal show. It has a romance in it. I couldn't friggin' believe it, and I'm rooting for it. It has a romance, and I'm rooting for
I
it.
didn't expect. Okay.
We'll probably talk about it on the
Well-known
podcast.
romance.
We'll probably talk about it on the podcast next week. But the Twisted Metal show is surprisingly good. I'm really enjoying it. We're almost done with it already. Jorm, right now, Superbird, I found Hermes to be an unforgivable villain. He comes across as a complete narcissist, sends untaught children into the void. Even those he despises wouldn't stoop so low. I think that's a valid read.
Yeah.
I don't agree with it. I mean, I agree that he's unforgivable. The things that Van Daniel goes on to do is pretty rough. I take it as is it could you paint it as hubris? I think absolutely, but I take it as someone in the depths of their despair going to an extreme length to pull themselves out of it, and I sympathize with that.
Because he asked such a innocent question of space children, he
used the space children to ask the innocent question.
He acts like a child.
Yeah. If anything, what you're inspiring in me is I hadn't really thought of him as a hypocrite, but if all of this sadness comes from him thinking his peers are not taking their creations seriously enough or caring for them enough, he's literally launching his creations out into space into God knows what. It's pretty hypocritical.
Yeah, I find it very, as you said when you first read it, it's a very interesting take in this medium of text to our ability to talk back.
Yeah. And then back to other people reacting to Hermes while we played through it the other day. Suna said, please, give me a chance to fix a Mishikawa.
Maybe? It depends what you think of the Zodiac fight.
The 180 from the really serious talk we just had with Jorm's comment to that from Suna is why I enjoy this community so much.
It's a lot of whiplash, for sure.
It can be.
Yeah.
And so every once in a while I get caught out unaware, or I leave a comment like that, which is just fun. It makes me giggle, and then we get into like something serious, and I have to course correct.
There's also the weight of the conversation that's been had without us that can often leave us blind in these issues, such as the big Vana conversation we were brought to light of when the stream was over. That was apparently happening down in our spoiler chat.
Oh yeah, we'll get to that one day.
Yeah,
today's not that day.
Yeah. That was a hot mess.
James, I think, timed this with when I said, if any of them say remember us, I'm going to lose it. Quoted it.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Eva, super, can we just give the voice actor for Hermes Amon Fandaniel a shout out? He had to voice 3 similar but distinct characters and killed it. Yes, 110%.
Interesting. Yeah.
When we met Hermes, I thought it was a different voice actor.
I'm very curious to get into the voice actors when we're all done, because I know there's still a chance that someone's someone else still. So I haven't done it yet. But I'm looking forward to the IMDb scroll I will enjoy one day.
Soon as in chat right now saying, "Oh my god, I forgot I made that super chat." Lol. This is a discourse topic and sensitive to ND folk, says Fitchell. ND folk. Oh, neurodivergent? I'm assuming is what you meant? Or what that stands for? Neurodivergent, there we go. I'm not used to seeing it truncated.
No.
This is a discourse topic and sensitive to... That makes, that makes a lot of sense. Again, point stands, the ebb and flow of seriousness in conversation around these types of things. Elijah said, the world ended because a depressed programmer forgot to add a catch null exceptions while coding his bird girl hive mind. Not wrong.
It's fun to reduce things.
I find reduction a high form of comedy.
Yes.
Yes. I find it a high form of comedy. Shikaku said, silver-haired mommy riding the best doggo while chasing an emo nihilist burb. God, I love this game.
Allow me to advance the footage.
I just said I love reduction as a form of humor.
Yep, there we go.
Yep. And there it is. Vivian, glad you made it in time during all this insanity.
So, wait, so that if we're past... So is the time, the memory wipe thing not something from another Final Fantasy? That shows up suddenly and looks like something that I don't understand exactly. Is from another fantasy. So is Chronos?
It is possible I missed something. People are saying, Dallas says no, not from another Final Fantasy.
Oh.
I love that you're like, wait, why aren't there 10 messages telling us that this is a Final Fantasy
well,
reference?
it just seems, it's kind of the par for the course.
Well, there you go. There it is. Something that isn't a reference. There it is. Nice. I rather enjoy it. I like Chronos. I thought that was cool and well executed.
Or Kairos?
Kairos. It's Kairos, not
Chronos.
Chronos would make sense.
It would make perfect
but it's Kairos.
sense, right?
Yeah. Yeah, that would make sense. So yeah, I guess it's more of a Greek thing because it was like a sundial graphic.
But tell me, honestly, there's never once in however many Final Fantasy games a sentient sundial that's shown.
Do you know how many conversations we still need to get through and you're here creating a new one?
Yeah, okay, please continue.
Azalian said, do not squander it. The comments I leave you. And here we are. We didn't squander it. We just didn't read it until later.
Yep.
GP Cheech. Super, the way I see it, Hermes got so frustrated with everyone around him that he got up and flipped the table of life. Yes.
He also knew in the back of his mind he could delete his own flip tabling, so that's a weird...
Well, at least he couldn't delete the flipping of the table, but he could delete everyone's knowledge that it happened, including his own.
Yeah. He just quick saved right before punching the NPC.
He's a save scummer? But that's a different form of save scumming, though, where something you did still is happening, but your knowledge of it.
Yeah.
It's not really save scumming, but
I mean, that's a whole nother thought experiment of how crazy...
Everything Hermes did was literally a thought experiment.
Yeah.
He experimented with his own and many other people's thoughts.
Yeah.
And creations. Greek Fire said Medion is escaping to the one place that hasn't been corrupted by the ancients. Space! Ingi Tech said, Shadowbringers Emmett, you cannot be entrusted with our legacy. Endwalker Emmett, do not squander it, the legacy I leave you. Hey.
Without being overly cheeseball by saying the same thing. I liked it.
I don't think he's capable of being cheeseball. He
could be too on the nose.
But he's always disgruntled enough that it doesn't feel like he's being overly schmaltzy.
I dislike book media, particularly anything audio, where I hear the same word twice. The whole defining a definition with the definition word kind of idea.
No idea. I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh,
I don't understand the reference.
So if you're like, this is a paramount. So let's say I had a sentence where I was like, a paramount idea for this is that the paramounting moment. And it's like, why would you use that word twice? You have a thesaurus. Let's whip out some new words. So in this, they've remixed what he had to say, and it's more poetic. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
It's a simple thought.
Because I think of it as a callback. Do you not like callbacks?
I do like callbacks, but you have to restructure the words to make them interesting. If you say the exact same thing again, I'm like, that's cheesy.
I think the line between fan service and an effective callback is simply if you think it's cheesy or not.
Fair.
If Arnold Schwarzenegger does another Terminator movie and says I'll be back, I'm going to set the world on fire.
Yeah.
It's just the pits. But I love it when Obi-Wan says hello there. I don't care. Keep doing it. I'm here for it.
Well, sometimes it's just cute. If we all agree on it.
Bandit, right now. Thanks for the super. Hermes' Safe Scummer was not and could not have been on my bingo card of words I'd ever hear today. Love you.
Well, thank you for joining us.
Thanks, Bandit.
Thank you for support.
Then Louie's talking about garlic bread for some reason. And yet, Vana pulled one off you liked, says Hirude Monstrife to you, Kyle. Oh, the Vana.
Well, yeah, because you add more words in between. Hear, feel, think, and it plays into my exhaustion.
Well, that just becomes a catchphrase at a certain point.
But then she's all exhausted and a crystal in the future, and it's cute.
You can't say exhausted. Not everyone agrees with you.
Layers.
You can't say it like it's a known thing.
Layers, donkey.
The onion that is Heidelin.
Yep.
Witchy Bunny said, I love the mental image of us killing Emmett at the end of Shadowbringers, and once he dies, he just goes, mother. Oh, because the memory comes back.
All those memories
I remember seeing that one go by, and I didn't get it in the moment. Now I get it because, oh yeah, he's dead, and he's just like, finally, some peace, and you son of a bitch. You cheeky bastard.
Yep. He'd be feeling a lot of things.
Yeah, yes, he would. Amarok said, when I first started questing in Elpis, someone mistold in an area chat, she is just a nihilistic B word. The rest of the time I was there until the end, I thought they were talking about Vana.
That would be a little confusing.
I would have taken it that way,
Messages from the future.
I would have probably taken it that way. Revo Kane said, been waiting too long for this. When are you guys getting married? It's not that kind of bromance.
Huh.
Yeah. Oh, unless you meant in game, which Kyle is already betrothed to his real life wife in game as well.
I think there's more talking about when you reach for Emmett. That'd be my guess on the read of it. Finally getting the big moment. Granted, I was on screen during this because we were doing mine.
There are no confirmed romances in Final Fantasy XIV.
Yeah.
No confirmed.
We may never know, but the possibilities are in
there are
this.
confirmed romances, but there's no kissing. There's no kissing in Final Fantasy XIV.
No.
K-Cat said, Hermes, I'm sure glad I have you and Meteon, the only beings on this planet who understand the depression and give me hope. Also, Hermes deletes us and kills Meteon.
True, but again, he may have known the whole time he could do whatever he wanted but he'd have to trick everybody in the tower, so maybe he didn't really cut that. Either way,
it's a man pushed to his actual brink, and he happens to be pushed to the brink while standing in a mind erase tool.
We want to have deep psychological conversation about this, but what we should really be celebrating is that the head pat on Meteon was way more stable than the head pat on...
Human head pats again. Human head pats again.
Because when Oriange did his head pat back in Shadowbringers, it was like, hold it together, game. But here, it was steady, it was clean. All right, the head pat tech had really advanced.
All right, Kyle. Bring us to that cutscene.
All right. Oh, advance to the cutscene.
That cutscene.
I am. How about I give you a little wiggle room because I'm gonna BRB.
Oh, okay. Now we see if the dogs notice everybody. We see if I'm just gonna keep talking in my normal projecting voice. So no, failed. Failed. Absolutely failed. Oh hi. Would you like to see a dog? They're here. Oh, were you just outside? You smell terrible. Oh, you smell like you rolled around in the grass. Miss Wicket. So, Zelda, do tell me, what do you think about the existential dread of knowing that there could be life out there in the universe, but it's very likely all snuffed out? What do you think? What do you think? Oh, thank you for the kisses. Yes, thank you. Are you waiting for man you still haven't gotten used to come in so you can yell at him? That's very rude. It's very rude. Our dogs are maximum stranger danger, and they have not really gotten even a little better with Kyle coming into the home. So it's a slow process. It's a slow process. Stop. Come on. You don't need to do that. You don't need to do that. Zelda bath so cute. Oh, did you see that in the bonus video, Dallas? I have one with me, so don't get too permanent there. Okay. I'm gonna go see if I can settle them.
Okay, sounds good. I apologize.
Relocate Zelda.
I'm sorry for upsetting
Why?
the family dynamic.
That's fine. It's okay. It's okay. How things go. Let's wake it.
The stream is fascinating because, of course, we were so in the moment for this final bit. I'm looking at the stream that's running by during this footage of that night. So it lined up perfectly, right? So Endwalker came out. Is that when Twitter X happened? Why is that so thoroughly... Beast Wars lore. Yes, fascinating stuff. Why is it so thoroughly in the zeitgeist? Why did those correlate so well? Months after? Okay. So maybe the great streaming phenomenon kind of lined up with it? What? The Twitter X thing. I was just asking, was it a perfect correlation?
Oh, no. X happened significantly after Endwalker released. So they were getting fresh memes instead of ones that have been a joke since it happened. Because the 5G towers, that actually did coincide with COVID.
Right.
But X was significantly after.
Boy, those towers feel like
Endwalker's
a billion
release.
years ago.
Happened like a year and a half. Yeah, that's what I thought. Endwalker's been out for almost 2 years, right?
Yes.
And X was last year. Endwalker release was not last year.
My concept of time is very wibbly wobbly at the moment.
Yeah.
Okay.
And honestly, I just really don't want to think about Musk Twitter all that much.
I don't think about it.
Well, I mean,
other than to post links to the show, which I'm not supposed to do anymore, but I do it anyway.
You do it anyway.
What are you gonna do? Kick me off the thing I don't really want to be on?
Well, it's more that you need to get more creative because they suppress links, so not as many people see it.
It doesn't deserve my creativity. I'll spend it elsewhere, like on Discord with these fine people.
Sounds good.
Yeah,
sounds good, bro. Oh man, this cutscene. Can we just watch the cutscene again?
We can. We can just sit here.
We have so many messages.
I mean,
Ark said, "No more shall man have wings to bear him to paradise. Henceforth he will walk."
Ooh.
A lot of people getting philosophical during this moment. A lot of people getting
fancy stuff.
Our Wojo said, "Henceforth he shall walk," and said, "My favorite moment in the entire game." Lord Panther, really reaching deep for comedy gold, saying planned since Warcraft 3.
Great. Perfect. Thank you for the
100%. 100%. Shadowlands does not deserve the connection to this arc.
Well, similar time period, right?
Does not deserve it. Does not deserve it. Does not deserve it.
Brutal.
Gabriel Subird, you now have your question and your answer. Happy to have never doubted Vana. Well, aren't you feeling fancy?
I see.
Aren't you feeling fancy,
yes.
Gabriel?
Congrats on your blind trust.
Alex McLeod, supered, my absolute favorite scene in the game always makes me cry for Vana. It's a masterpiece. It is a masterpiece of a cutscene. Where are we at right now? We're getting down on the dogies.
Yep. Well, we still need to teleport over to Hilarious Emmett.
Hilarious Emmett.
You nincompoop.
You nincompoop. Yeah. Tooney brought up the song called Answers, and they were there the whole time. Yeah, look at that. I also have accolades for Answers. I don't know why I didn't put you in there, Tooney, but we'll have an Answers reference section, because so many people brought it up. I think it's still being looked over, by the way, our copyright claim. It was it was successfully challenged.
Yes, it's being it's
in escrow.
Yes, which is good.
Yes, which means the ad revenue is being held until a decision is made.
Exactly.
Which is very cool. Thank you, YouTube, for at least having that feature. Doesn't mean we'll win.
No,
but we'll see what happens. At least send it to Square. Like if
Square's gotta not be happy with that.
At least send it to the right people. Luke Eoff wanted to inform us that this cutscene was stylized. as did other people in the comments of the vlog.
Okay. So allow me to.
Yes. To the walk. Yes. Multiple people informed us that this is stylized and these events did not happen in this actual order, to which I say, yes, I understood that. But thank you for sharing.
I think I was a culprit in this confusion.
How?
Well, because I love ichor. I love just
Viscera?
horrible dark ooze congealed. I love congealed.
Oh, was that why we also were explaining
That's a
that
word.
it's supposed to be blood, but just didn't make it red for ratings reasons?
I think that's an interpretation, and I'm
And
choosing
then
that too.
I do remember seeing chat explode into it was censored, and then other people being like, prove it, and
We don't know that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's equally powerful both ways, and because I love ichor so much, we're dealing with distilled alien despair, so I'm already like pretty damn happy about how much distilled shit I'm getting.
Yes.
But, her being splashed with not blood to me is way more interesting. Though the blood on her hands, as it were, does play into those who want Vana to be guilty, so I can see why they might be excited
No, I don't want
about
to.
that idea.
That's an even like.
No, it's not a joyous conversation at all, and we're not going to have it. But I am also.
I mean, we can have it. I just don't. I'm nowhere near
No.
that read.
And again, I think there is no way that Vana happened to walk by Emmett saying goodbye to Hitlo, Hermes in despair, straight into the room with everyone's it's just too convenient of a walk. It's a montage. It's a stylized moment. And then she walks the streets of Ul'Dan, everyone throws poop on her. Like, it makes, there's no literal interpretation at this moment. But I think it is awesome and extremely powerful and open to interpretation.
I think that's the whole point.
Absolutely.
I think it's a representation of the battle she then left on against Zodiark and what her people had become as she became Hydaelyn, basically. I kind of take it as that's the crossover point. It's a very artistic rendition of the Battle of Hydaelyn up until the point where the Warrior of Light comes on the scene.
While still using assets that they have available to them, because this is an MMO. You're dealing with huge issues of space, for one. Like, asking people to install this game, to optimize this game, can often be a feat. So using Old Amarad here, that we've already seen, that we've already been through,
I think it's more effective.
Yeah.
Because we already know what it represents.
But she meets everybody in the bird room. There. Why the bird room? Is there a deep psychological reason she talks to people sacrificing themselves to Zodiark in the bird room? No, it's a reused asset.
It's such a good cutscene.
It is.
I'm just gonna watch it.
What's our music right now playing in the background? Is it appropriate?
Nothing appropriate.
Is it lobbying right now? What's it playing in the background?
It's currently playing The Quick Way from the Shadowbringer soundtrack.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just quiet in the background. You just have a little something. I was gonna put on the Endwalker soundtrack, and Kyle's like, "There's probably a few people who'll be like, you haven't heard that yet. This is a spoiler, so we should probably just keep it to music we've definitely already heard."
Yeah.
Oh, you want Papaya? I mean, I could put on Papaya. Back to
The Whiplash.
probably
Back to
more
Whiplash.
serious conversations here. Joshua Rogers, during all of this, said the cutscene hits hard remembering Shadowbringers and Amarat when Emmett said, "You think your tattered soul equals to those I lost?" Now we know he must have been thinking about Hythlodaeus. That's the part of this that hits me harder than anything else. Is Hythlo leaving Emmett and seeing Emmett, kind of deflate. Because we know where Hythlo ends up. He ends up, his soul is part of Zodiark, so that he's leaving to go give himself.
I find it more sad on the Hythlo side, personally. Granted, I'm drawn as Hythlodaeus when drawings happen and stuff, but I think Hythlodaeus continually downplayed his importance, and watching him walk away there hit me harder. The camera lingers on Emmett because it's the one most people care about and the character that has more fleshed out meaning.
Well, also being on the convocation, it's Emmett's plan.
Exactly. But
Emmett constructed the tool of Hithlow's death. And it's not a return to Star. And now that we know that's a thing too, like how perverse is it that these souls were thrown into purgatory to bring forth Zodiark when the beauty of their civilization is that you find your own peace and move on when you feel ready. But if you gave yourself the Zodiark, you were robbed of being able to move on.
Yeah, and that was the best action that Hythlodaeus felt like he could take. And as you just brought up, there's the 14 with their plan and everything else.
Yeah,
but
I'm not trying to win who's sad. I think they're both. I think we're going to have an excellent point.
Never play the game of who's
no.
sadder.
I think you bring up an excellent point, and like you could think of Hythlodaeus's character trait of constantly downplaying his own abilities. Maybe that's what led him to volunteer.
Yeah,
it's like this is the best I can do.
That's my contribution.
I don't have much of a contribution beyond that, which was untrue. Hythlodaeus had a lot of contributions,
and that's what makes it so sad. I hate when people downplay their own abilities.
Well, remember that for yourself, dude.
Shut your frickin' you son of a bitch.
We all need to be told that every once in a while.
Son of a bitch.
You don't understand how much this man questions himself sometimes. You really don't understand behind the scenes.
Excuse me.
Working together, trying to be creative, how often this man is his own roadblock. Just remember, you are a capable man.
I appreciate that.
You're a capable man. You beautiful Hythlodaeus. Celebrate your friends. MMO Richard. Oh, this is goddamn. This is a contender for my favorite super chat of all time.
Okay.
So this came in during the stream while we're watching this cutscene and simply says, "This is the quietest y'all have been since you started playing Final Fantasy XIV."
Yes. I'm watching us here I think it's got to be at least 7 minutes until we basically cheer. No, and every other time we've shut up and watched something, I have been conscious of the silence. At no point during this did I feel like I was being a bad streamer by just watching it. Yeah.
Plus, as much as me going, got clipped, I think the silence leading up to that made that probably is why y'all have been gravitated to that moment, because it stands out amongst all of the scrutiny on display. But what else could you do? Like, what am I going to do? Just like, yo, MMO Richard, thanks for telling me I'm being quiet. Like in the middle of this, like, no, I'd rather thank you now when we have time to kind of think about it. Because this cutscene is a fucking banger of the highest accord. So, yeah. You know I mean it, because I'm using one of my F-bombs that I try not to use too much while I stream. You know I'm telling the truth, everybody. You know it.
Well, and really, for me, so much of the silence is like, this is the justification for Hydaelyn that I needed. Others can say they didn't need it. They trust it all the time. Awesome. But we're walking a tightrope here. And this performance deserves absolute silence on my part, absolute absorption, because it's going to define the experience of the entire journey. Is Hydaelyn right? Is Hydaelyn cool?
Yes.
Are we going to agree with Hydaelyn?
Yes. Now the answer is yes.
Exactly.
I have my answer. Yes. And speaking of which, Kevon, Lord of the Slimes, last stream, said, so when Garrett started the stream saying Emmett was the baddest mother effer, then later said used to be wrong and it coming around, well, isn't Vana the baddest now? Listen, I'm gonna probably end this game with Emmett being my favorite character, and I don't think anything's going to change that. But yes, and if I'm gonna sit there and have a technical conversation about which one of these characters is stronger-willed, I'm gonna put the W in Vana's corner.
Well, Emmett is young. You know, it's brought up. I believe Vanna's the one that accuses him of being young.
Okay,
too.
Promise me we're not going to try and divine actual ages, and we're just going to... Because what I find fun is just playing with the idea of being old or younger, not actually trying to divine how old.
Well, they're immortal beings as far as I know. So
crazy.
Let's not even take
Crazy
guesses,
old. Yeah.
because we don't know.
Just that they... Hithalo mentions Emmet being a young member of the Convocation.
Yeah.
And then... So I take it because Vanna retired from the Convocation. I infer age from that. She's older.
Yes.
So, yeah, it's interesting to say the least. Oh, nice. We have jaunty music. Which one? I like this one. This is the Ala Flamenco song is now playing.
Of course. Yes, lovely. Well, let it ride.
Let it ride. These are how these streams go. These are how these streams go. We're not allowed to play music without gameplay on. We are doing that, but we also, don't want to hear Endwalker music. We haven't made it to yet. So that's why we're not rolling the Endwalker soundtrack. Even though it is now available. For a long time, it just wasn't. Yes. Zero Blade said, been playing since the 1.0 beta. That moment in the ocular with your brain microwaved. A lot of people needed to walk away after that CS and song answers. After that cutscene and song. Yes. Because answers goes all the way back.
Your brain microwaved?
The moment in the ocular. When you come out of the cutscene. Because you're back in the ocular. Well, are you actually in the... I think you're technically just back in the main room.
Yeah, because you went through the portal and the door.
But...
Yeah.
Yes.
Gotcha.
Yes. Yeah, it's more about the song than... Yeah, the point there was the song and, thinking about how answers must hit if you've been playing this game since the very beginning. Is bonkers. And I thank you all for sharing, because we did hear from quite a few of you long-timers. Which I prefer to old-timers. Long-timers. Leona Sage said, congrats, boys, on finally seeing one of the best cutscenes in the game. That is a fair assessment.
Here you go. Here's your favorite part.
We're just going to be quiet again and watch it, aren't we? But with flamenco music.
Oh, flamenco music, yes.
Oh, but I'm seeing yours. It's not as cool.
It was cool for me.
I was so glad that I had the sword on my back from when I fought Hades for this cutscene. Which was just happens. I thought I was being a cheeky bastard. Like, I'm going to show up and talk to Emmet with the sword I got from killing him. And instead, it just ended up being beautiful because it's like, that's where I got my sword. It's from there. And that's when I realized this game's got me, y'all. This game's got me. Asuna, thank you for the super. My experience after watching this cutscene was just walking out of my room. I saw my brother, just gave him a big hug. Then I was simply quiet for a good while before I smiled at myself and continued playing. Yeah, it's a lot. I probably would have done the same thing to Katie if I didn't have to drive home afterwards. I had a lot of decompression. By the time I got home, everybody, the dogs included, were dead ass asleep. And I took a shower and I rolled in the bed. Honestly, the quickest I've ever fallen asleep was after this stream. I have a hard time falling asleep after Thursday streams. This is the fastest I've ever fallen asleep after a Thursday stream. Except for ones that we finish very early.
It was an absolutely terrible time to cook, as people like to say. I was thoroughly spent. All my energy left my body the second we turned it on Coeurl.
Yeah. KLG right now said, just have to support what Garrett has said. I've always doubted myself, and having my drunken friend tell me that I'm a good soul and the best person he's ever known hit me hard. Support your friends and they'll do the same. To break from the Final Fantasy conversation for a moment, I think we're getting better about it as a society, but especially in Western culture, for a long time it hasn't been normal for dudes to be emotional with each other, and be kind emotionally to each other. And I think we're getting a lot better about it, but I still like to champion it.
I think technology also means we have to do it more frequently than we used to, and that's hard for a lot of people. The phone goes both ways. That is an expression.
Yeah. Well, that's too. Also, I think that's just our generation aging and realizing, our friends move, and if you want them to still be your friend, you have to put in effort. Because you don't just show up at school every day and see each other.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And sometimes you put that effort in, and that effort is playing games together regularly, and then you never lived together, and now you do live near each other.
Yeah.
Sometimes that happens too. But yeah, it's just how I feel. This is how I feel about it. I don't feel like I was stunted. You know, I feel like my dad was pretty good about telling me to, you know, hey, it's okay. It's okay to be sad. It's okay to be mad, you know. Just manage it, you know, don't let it control you. But yeah, you know, it's what's his name? Like the guy, I can't think of his name. The guy that played the Punisher in the Netflix series. He talks about it a lot. I like that guy a lot. I like his views on
The Riders of Rohan guy?
No, he played the Punisher. He was
the TV show.
Someone who John Bernthal. I like some of the stuff I've heard John Bernthal say because he you know, everyone looks at him as being a traditionally masculine man. He's jacked to hell and back, and he's played characters like Shane in The Walking Dead and the Punisher. But he's got a podcast. He's got a lot of guests on. I've only seen a few episodes, but I like whenever he gets on the topic of traditional masculinity and being emotionally available. And I like it. Because, I don't know. I feel like some people, they're the way, and I don't think it's a bad way, they just don't talk about it because they think the old, like, traditional masculine values are just a fallacy and just, like, ignore them. But I also like, well, let's look at it, analyze it, and learn from it. And that's what I like about that. Because, yeah. No, he's an interesting dude. He has the hot ones where he gets into it. That's the first time I ever realized that he had worldviews that I'm like, oh shit, man, I like the way you think. Yeah, he just gets into like, why not? Like, cry, be emotionally available. Like, his hot ones is a good one. Highly recommend it if you want an intro to the way John Bernthal sees the world.
Okay.
Yeah, I think. Yeah. Anyway, anyone know what I'm talking about? See, is this landing for anybody? No. We're still talking about the Punisher. It's okay. It's okay. Yeah, positive masculinity can be pretty damn rad, Kendrick. I highly recommend it. But yeah, his hot. You have homework. Go watch John Berthal's Hot Ones.
And Horrible History.
Oh, okay. I need to watch Horrible History, apparently.
No, I need to watch Horrible History.
Oh.
You need to watch Kurzgesagt.
Send me a link to that. Legit. I would like to watch it.
Yeah.
And then I'll lose a lot of sleep and I'll blame you. Boy, we got derailed. McKaylee. Generously super, and I think we actually missed this one, which was to listen to suffer, to entrust into tomorrow. Thank you for the generous one, McKaylee. Bandit the Thief said, fun fact, the line you hear Hermes say when you're flying through the time travel space was the same line when you found his rock candy back in 5-3 in Amarat. I'm going to have to go digging for that clip. I'm going to have to go digging for that. I'm going to have to go digging.
That's wild.
Yeah. Yeah, John Berthal is a hot one. I see you at Pricks. Final Family said, damn, but that organ music during the Sundering speech sent shivers throughout my little grew-up Catholic child's soul. Yeah, organ music does it
I
for
love
me.
it.
I love organ music. I'm a big fan. Also grew up Catholic. Shout out to you. I want to say peace be with you. Quietly observing, Supered. She didn't know. Remember, she said she's not sure if we've changed history when we say goodbye. Vana was betting on you. I need to go deeper into that one. Are you cooking? Or are you just...
No, I'm just enjoying
trying
my
not
own...
to go down a rabbit hole.
I'm enjoying my own. It's why she's so coy. Because she can't give you the exact breadcrumb trail. You have to discover it yourself. That's how adventurers work.
I am in that camp as well. I think it's dangerous to just blah.
Yeah, lay it all out.
Here's how it goes.
Railroad.
Dark Knight of Anime said the Elpis arc fed you boys well, and damn did it ever.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Coeurl super during this that I love it because even though Vanon knows there is a future, she doesn't know the end, so she needs to have hope as much as anyone. That's a cool read.
Yeah, because all she got was the story of it. She doesn't know all the little in-betweens.
Yeah. Yeah. That dog in M supered. How many flashes were there? How many rejoinings? Were there 14 flashes? Can anyone in chat confirm that?
Interesting.
It would take us far too long with how many messages we have left to actually do that on the fly. But I would like confirmation. It's 2. Okay, never mind then. Never mind. I'm like, they have it. Or no, sorry. You know what I meant, Jake. Oh, is that it? That is just... Okay. Okay. It's 2, does not match. Okay.
It'd be very interesting if it did.
Because there've been more than 2 rejoinings.
Well, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so it doesn't sync up with anything.
No.
No syncing up.
I mean, that honestly, if I was one of the creators of this cutscene, I would, if I saw that comment, someone was like, oh, does it flash the number of times the world has been rejoined? I'd be like, damn it. Oh, that's such a freak. I should have splattered her every time it got rejoined. Oh, that's so perfect. Oh, I messed up. You know what? I'm done reading comments for today. I can't take this. This is hideous. I hate my cutscene.
Mel, the red cap, supered. To answer your question about this game, aiming for your hates and making them good, Garrett. Ishikawa. FanFest chanting intensifies. It's fair. You're pointing. Are you pointing for a reason, or did you break?
I'm just counting. I'm putting on my fingers so I don't have to think about it.
Well, people in chat are also saying it depends on what you consider a flash, and I'm just done now because if we're debating what's a flash, if we're debating what's a flash, I'm getting off the ride, everybody. Just so we know, that is not a layer of minutia I feel like digging right now.
Yep. There is a channel where that exists somewhere. It is not this one.
This is another rather Jammer Super, I believe we missed from Witty Pinches that said, so happy to see you get to that cutscene and sit in stunned silence with interspersed smiles the entire time. That is a accurate assessment of
awesome
how that went for us.
Thank you for embracing our playthrough. It was awesome.
Rogue Mage said, I always thought Elpis' warning was that if you change too much, you create a splinter timeline like Graha, the 8th Rumble Calamity. Coloring within the lines kept you within your own timeline. Ooh, that's interesting.
Oh, sure.
That's right, yeah, because I haven't really fathomed our time loop versus Graha's time schism. Right, because he essentially joins a new timeline.
Yeah, he kind of low-key
creates a new timeline. Sort of. Yeah, he does. He Loki's. Loki's a good way to put it. Loki's a good way to put it.
All right, so we got the 8th Umbral Calamity, right, is the one we're currently in? Or the one that they're about to do?
I don't know this off the top of my head. Why the hell are you asking me?
Because actually, it might work out. If you count the double flashes in the final scene as one, you get about 6. So actually, there's about 7 flashes in there if you really want it to be. It's a little...
You know what? You can make this video.
I'm not making that video.
You can make this video.
I don't want that audience.
You can make this video.
I have fun with it. I do. But not so much I want to encourage people to sub and think this is how I'm always going to think of things.
I don't think we talk openly about how much we consider what audience will attract with the content that we make and how that guides the content that we make. But we do have that conversation a lot. That comes up a lot. That comes up a lot. Which is why we're confused with the Cry Harder streamer people. We're like, why'd you find us?
Yeah, how'd you do this?
We've gone so out of our way to discourage you from watching us.
So there were 3 flashes before and 2 double flashes, but they were all of the Emmett cut montage thing. So it doesn't really, it works out as 6 or 9.
I believe you.
But 6 or 9 makes 15. And yeah, see. Please continue.
Tooney said, by the way, this makes 14 story a stable time loop. Yes.
Yep.
I got there. I loved it. I absolutely loved it. Thank you for sending me clips, by the way, but Anagim super chatted this clip. Past Garrett. What the hell happens in Endwalker? Which, if you aren't on our Discord, you missed someone posted the journey of Garrett.
Oh,
and
really?
It was like me at these key moments through our playthrough, and it was like, what happens in Endwalker? What's next? And then it was like us just sitting there in stunned silence watching this cutscene.
Wow, awesome!
And I'm like, this is beautiful, and I have grabbed these timestamps, and I may use them for a future video.
Awesome!
It's wonderful. Thank you. Thank you so much. By the way, nope, got that one. Lord Panther, thank you for supporting the mods. Voice said, if only Beanie Garrett from 3.0 Heaven's Word video could see you now.
Beanie Garrett?
I like he can't. I've wore beanies a lot in our early videos. Beanie Garrett, you know Beanie Garrett.
No, I know. It's just an interesting quantifier.
Alicia in a super that we missed last week, voting for another Jesse grilling session.
Oh, okay.
Omelet O'Clock said, look to those who Endwalk before to lead those who Endwalk after. Greetings from 5 minutes in the past. I'm just behind live. Yay for 11 months. Thanks for Omelet. The Excesses said, remember, she didn't know when we were from the future.
Yep.
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, so there was a big chunk of mystery there for...
I mean, maybe that was the problem with A Realm Reborn. She was like, this is it, First Gaius, slams the button, spends all the power, and is like, oh, shit, that was... Oh.
What, you mean pre-Realm Reborn? You mean 1.0?
No, like A Realm Reborn, like when she slams the buttons to help you fight Gaius and like blocks all the super attacks.
Oh.
And then she's, all pooped out for an expansion.
Oh.
Maybe she messed up. Maybe she was like, oh, maybe she was confused.
Too soon, Junior?
Yeah.
You are just Kyle is trolling you when he says Vanna's confused because four people came for him in the comments about how dare you suggest Vanna is confused. So just know now he's hung out with me too long, and when you come for him too hard, he's going to just keep doing it.
I actually didn't see those comments. I'm having fun.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, this is not a vengeful backlash.
I thought you saw them.
No.
Okay.
But
never mind.
No, that
forget I said that. Activating Kairos.
Well, anyway, what are we talking about? Yeah, no, because that night Jesse was the one who kind of posed the question, and everyone was like, "Yeah, Kyle, why is he confused, or why is she confused?" And that's when I kind of restructured what I was saying. Was like, "Oh, she's tired." Now I'm trolling by saying confused again, but it is an interesting thought experiment to think that she doesn't know what future she's supposed to press the big button on.
I don't think you need to defend yourself. I think let us be wrong. Let us be wrong. It's our interpretation.
And then,
this cutscene is meant to be interpreted.
Yes.
If anyone sits there and tells me they've got the answers for this, I'm not listening.
And then Midgardstorm was like,
that cutscene was made to be
I'm
interpreted.
going to cover you a big one.
Yeah,
and carry all of heaven's word for you.
Jesus Christ. Lithia, Super, you both look so tired and overwhelmed. Yes.
Yeah.
Christopher Clayton says, is there any point in Endwalker when you could have predicted where you would have been in the next 3 levels? Because there wasn't for me. I think that's, yeah.
Didn't predict Elpis at all.
No. I did think originally, because I thought we still had all the memory crystals, that we were going to meet Ancients that way. And then I thought the live stream, I still think we're going to maybe meet Emmett and like Infilia again through the live stream. But I'm still holding on to that, but I was still wrong because kind of what's happening in Elpis, it was kind of how I envisioned the point in the story.
Sorry, I was distracted by a long fall play.
Yeah. But yeah. James Thomas said, imagine you start the game in A Realm Reborn only to hear, feel, think, oh, finally, it's you. You took your time. That's right, because once she saw it, she would know she had the correct person. Because of the time loop.
Yes, which is why she had to be chill about it.
Yeah. Although there are a finite number of haircut options, so, could have gotten confused.
Yeah, well, yeah, my hair is different from when I started the game, but fundamentally, my ether would not mean this
seriously.
My ether would look the same.
There you go. Well, she's not Hypnodeus.
But they all have the power, it's just Hypnodeus was really good at it.
I have the power! Kago said, at worst, I thought she was gray by the boat, just sus. Letting the dragons live on her planet, letting Minfilia save the first. She was sus, though. Didn't know her end goal. Thank you for coming over to my side of the it made sense to be suspicious camp. I appreciate it. I want to feel vindicated. I know that I've made you all feel vindicated multiple times. Yeah, every once in a while I want to feel vindicated.
I absolutely love that she let the dragons come in, though, after she learned that space was full of death.
Like, oh, yeah, no, I'm fully in the camp of Heidelin's a bro now.
Yeah.
Like, just chill, on board, doing nice things for good people. Yeah. But we're just like idling on.
Well, yeah, this is us talking.
This is the end of the stream.
We were literally staring at the floor.
And here we are again. Here we can.
Yeah. We can close it in.
Yeah, we can end the music and we can go to just us.
Sounds good.
Yeah, scoot over a little bit. You're being torn away by the wide-angle lens. There we go. Yeah. Oh yeah. I'm huge on the internet. Yeah. As we continue through these were like parting thoughts from everybody as we ended. Garbage Nirvana, love that name, said 12,000 years can give you such a crick in the neck. I understand that reference.
Aladdin.
Elvin said, I did say you would need a drink, buddy. Yeah, and I didn't have one. I just went to sleep.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't have alcohol that close to trying to sleep. Can't do it. Gabgano said, MSQ vampirism is the real end game. I believe I made some kind of comment of when
you go watch other people
when
now.
we go watch people. Like, that's the moment I'm going to really look forward to. Winkle said, welcome to Terminator 2 Judgment Day. In a roundabout, with extra steps. With extra steps, yeah. Yeah. I mean, what is Medion but self-aware artificial intelligence? You could make an argument for that.
You could.
Went to the sky, and there's a few of them. You might say a net.
Yeah, went up into the air and destroyed the world, sure.
Sent a net of creations up into the sky.
I get what you did.
Do you know how many of your overly elaborate jokes I had to sit through? You're looking at me like, how dare you, Garrett? How dare you
hyper-focus on this one point? Are you insane?
How dare you? Noel, our wonderful, illustrious editor, said, I'll remind you, you called both of them Endwalker mommies when you saw a thumbnail that had them with no context. This was Ancient Emmett and Ancient Hitlo.
Yes.
You went to some YouTuber's page, and they had a skit. Oh, the one we watched that night.
The one we watched that night.
Yes. Yeah. Yes, I'm sorry. I'm blanking on the channel right now. I'm very sorry. I haven't committed this all to memory. I'm sure chat will remind me. Oh, Endy's in chat. Hey, Endy. Said she was deserving of all the suspicion. Your wariness was warranted. Benny G. Benny G is a YouTuber. Thank you, Luke.
That's right.
Yeah, the clip we ended up watching that night on a phone because we were worried about copyright stricken.
Yeah.
You referred to them as mommies, and I didn't even know what he was talking about because my eyes hadn't gone to that point.
Oh, well, chat was nervous because they were on screen, but it was more of a representation of...
My brain is going quickly. I don't think I'd ever seen Hitler before. I know I had seen that version of Emmett before, but we talked about this. I thought he was Estinian with a different haircut.
Yeah, and I thought it was just some random mommy.
You thought he was a mommy.
Yeah, that one someday would be excited about. Okay. Honestly, I think the only egregious thing that because people will be like, no, I saw you follow them on Twitter, Kyle. It's on the launcher. My favorite thing they ever did.
You said that and people get mad. They're like, they've never been on the launcher.
What? No, not them. But they put the stuff.
They do put stuff.
They put the patch images on the launcher.
There was a suit of armor.
And that's where I get
up there for a while.
That's where I get Goth Cowboy from, because I don't know who that is, but there's like a Goth Cowboy.
I don't remember seeing a Goth Cowboy. I do remember loading up the launcher and being like some patch, and there's like a big suit of armor, and it was there for like a month.
Oh yes, that's Darkness Falls something or other.
That's a movie.
Yeah, I love that movie.
We've talked about this. You like it?
I like
think
it.
It's kind of disappointing.
Yeah. I like bad horror movies that aren't so scary. Because I'm easily scared.
That's not the reason I don't like it.
But no, like my favorite one they've ever put up there, which wasn't really a patch or anything, is Elpis playing the piano. I thought that was a gorgeous picture.
Oh yeah, someone found that art and posted it on our Discord. It's fantastic.
But the one that now bothers me after the fact was...
How can he reach the pedals?
No, Estinian with the dragon. That bothers me after the fact. They shouldn't have done that one.
Oh, with Vitra?
Yeah, because they were like, it's a perfect time to play Final Fantasy 14, and he's there, and there's some sort of monster face behind him.
Well, I didn't scrutinize it that much. I saw that, and I figured it was just cool Estinian key art, because why wouldn't you show Estinian with a dragon?
But he hates dragons.
Not by the end of Heaven's Ward.
I know, but that's what I mean. That's why I don't like that one. These are all personal.
I think it's fine.
They're all personal ideas.
I'll give it a pass. Give it a pass.
What I'm saying is one person's spoiler is not another person's spoiler. Because for me, Estinian in front of a dragon was like, butts.
Every time we talk spoilers, that's that's really the point we're trying to get across.
Exactly.
Is everyone's spoiler comfort is different. So yeah. So Ricardo supered very generously that OK Mage had gotten through this 1 or 2 days before your first podcast with her, and she kept composure without spoiling anything.
Well done.
Remind me to give OK Mage the biggest of fist bumps.
Nice.
If we ever get to be in the same room together, which I would imagine will happen eventually. All right, time for accolades.
Oh, accolades.
Time for accolades.
Awards.
Members of the Answers Hits Differently Now Club goes to Sky Again, Sonic Rose. Thank you for the supers, you two. Goodman Gray, Clark Cox, and another super from Nazul Leptra. You were the captains of the Answers Hit Differently Club. Thank you for your support. The Live Die and Know Club was a duo, consisting of R. Wojo and Emily T, both in Super Chat form.
Thank you for the support. I wish we had little pins we could say are in the mail to you now.
Never should have doubted Vinod Club.
Oh, no.
It's well stocked. It involves Eric, KMCA, thank you for the super. Chow with a really generous super, which said, get to the blackboard and write 500 times, never doubt Vinod again. Wow. And Charles McCarty. There was a heart. I'm going quickly. They didn't mean it.
No.
Maybe just
I did have to do that once, though.
Maybe just, oh, really?
I will not crawl under the seats of the bus.
Wait, they don't have a board on the bus?
You write it, and then the roof of the bus above the windows was pasted all the collections of the things the bus driver had made children write.
So it's just an anxiety tube.
Yeah.
Cool.
He ran a tight ship, one could say.
Wow. We had the coolest bus drivers ever. They gave zero shits. Were very kind to us. But I will say nothing really ever went down on the bus because we all liked our bus driver.
Yeah, no, bus number 4, man.
Yeah.
It was tight.
Yeah. There was a couple scuffles, but nothing too bad. I remember hitting a kid with one of my spike bracelets. There was a major inciting incident from him that I really just don't want to talk about.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. It was gross. The inciting incident was gross. Black Ooze and Blood Club, Gabgana.
Oh, I see.
Just Gabgana.
Okay.
More commenters afterwards, but you don't, commenters.
The inciting
don't
comment.
Get it. Yeah, the inciting commenter.
Okay.
I'm Not Crying, You're Crying Club was a pair of super chats from Oasis and Clairvoyant Ninja. Clairvoyant Nara. My bad. Didn't mean to mess up your name. I'm Not Crying, You're Crying. Twitter jokes, of which there were many. The ones I caught were Kiaria, KMCA, thank you for the super, JG Giant, thank you for the super, and our own Emma's Curator, Craftless Rogue, made a Twitter joke. You're in the club. You're in good company.
Wow.
And then what we are now going to start affectionately calling Thank You for Sundering Others, which is thanking everybody that gifted memberships.
Oh, I see.
Thank you to our primals for sundering other people with memberships to Grinding Gear. Nicholas C., Leona Sage, Starlight Wanderer, Einvar, Mean Bean, Albardo, Ferret Snot, Dragon Raven, Danners, Morgaine, Perrot, Adam Osborne, Lost Mythics, Silly Beans, Pimpy Short Stocking, Alta Sangan, Gimme Tokyo, Carrie Ann, Albardo Zervon, Lai Jakaka, Udiar, Corlith, Bestness, Ratolia, Jensen, and Gimme Tokyo, Chili Damon, actually. Aethra Star, Shenyetta, and Albardo. And if you heard a name more than once, it means they gifted subs across more than one of these streams.
Wow. Yeah.
So thank you for tempering other people.
Yeah.
They tempered them.
Yeah, they did. That's true.
Yeah.
Well done.
Now you can enjoy our bonus videos. And we're releasing a members-only video tomorrow instead of the usual public one.
A fresh batch.
While we edit MSQ videos.
Exactly.
Because you know how it works.
There's a strategy around here. Yeah.
You know how it works on this channel. And then the Welcome to Endwalker Again club is plentiful.
Oh, I see.
It's made by Chris Majors, Aaron E., thank you for the super, Adam Boyd, Vernacular Ham with a very generous super, welcome to Endwalker Again, Linco, Eyes Beth, Army Dillo, Vicky Grossbeck, thank you for the supers, all of you, A Squirrel, The One Gunslinger, how you doing? Good day. Zachary B., Ingy Tech, Phantom Ghost, The Mir, and Alexander McKay.
Wow.
Those are all the Welcome to Endwalker Again.
What an illustrious club.
Some were jokes, some were very serious that they thought that what we played was the Welcome to Endwalker moment. We're at 87. It is actually almost over.
Yes.
Sniped by Car Club. Thank you for the supers that I can't read.
Okay.
Jacob Noose, Othgar the Hungerer, who got sniped twice. One of them got cleaned up to I Cannot Wait Until You, and then it was just the rest was scratched out.
I see.
Yep.
I see.
Ventus with a bunch of 7s, and Daniel Tryhard. Thank you all for getting sniped and paying for the privilege.
Well, thank you for trying.
Yes.
We appreciate it.
A few of you we were told were just straight up like absolute spoilers, and others were just spoiler adjacent, but thank you for the support. Mod Respect Club, other than what I mentioned already, was also drummer Lochnar and Zachary B.
Nice.
Thank you for the mods. They respect you. More than just them, but they went the extra mile. The Like the Stream Honor Guard, of course there were many, but there's also Tawny Tone, KLG Chaos, R. Wojo, and Eolin. Thank you for reminding people to like the stream, and you can like the stream, you can do it. I just saw one. Okay, that's enough. I'll continue.
Okay.
And then I'm going to call this Kairos Kings and Queens, and this is everybody who is just really freaking excited for the final stream.
Oh, okay. Excellent.
Yeah. Which is Simple-Minded, Clairvoyant Nara, Bert Alvarez, The Mirror, who said no hype here at all. No, none whatsoever. Alicia Register, Dean Online, which reminded people to like the stream. Gimme Tokyo, who's also celebrated a year with us in the Gearbox. Thank you, Gimme Tokyo. We got Amaranta S. Aloiv. Hope you enjoyed the LA Near concert, Aloiv. Jensen N. Xavius. Amarin. Squishy Revenant. Lunar Confusion. Amarin. Sriracha Sows. Now I'm hungry. The Nomad. Arwojo. The One Gunslinger, who wants Kyle to never change.
You read that one.
Flash Fox. Also doesn't want Kyle to change. And R-Man Hammer, who wanted to walk to the edge and told us to remind us to pace ourselves while we walk to the end.
Oh, good.
I don't think anyone would accuse us of not pacing ourselves.
No, we are well paced.
The Making It Rain Club, which is what I'm dubbing Super Chats with No Messages, belongs to Sililios, Kevin M., and Blue Archive.
Sticker right there.
Thank
Love
you.
it. Love
Thank
it.
you. Kevin M's was particularly generous with no message attached to it. Unless YouTube's being weird, which it has been weird before. If we missed your message, please let us know in the Discord or send it to a mod. I think new members along the way. Shout out to VOD Squad, Jasoini, Vivian, L3ness, John III, Keys to the Kingdom, who wanted to make sure that you had your gear on, Kyle.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
And then the solo king of the Convinced This Was Because of 0 out of 3 Fish Club belongs to Tatsuke.
What an elite club.
Yep. So elite. There were other jokes, but I think we read most of them.
I love that you did this. Wonderful job. Wonderful job
It
compiling
only
all
took
that.
me all day.
I'm sure.
It
No
only took-
doubt.
we definitely don't have time for birthday thank yous.
No.
I think it's roughly like 300 names.
Wow.
I mean, it's membership chats and everything.
Yeah,
I tried to get everything. Thank you all. I don't know what to do with this because it now exists. And we don't have a way to like copy and paste it and run it as a credit. There's no way to do it. But I do want you to know that I spent all day going through and putting everyone's happy birthday in a list, and it's here, and it is massive. It's truly, truly massive. So thank you. Thank you very much. I also want to give some shout outs to Amy Ina, who finally finished MSQ the night before we did this.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, enjoy that. Ben Lynch, if you're here, I think Garrett, think you should start a chill stream series where you make a cocktail and then model build. Because this isn't the first time Ben showed up to our stream and was like, I just made interesting sounding cocktail and I'm sitting down to my models. I think you should do that. That does sound chill. Pythos, shout out to Pythos because they got home to find out that their brother had rearranged their bar and added a new shelving unit, said it's an improvement, but never touched someone's bar without asking.
Yeah, well, in general, anyone's cooking equipment shouldn't be organized without their permission.
I'm starting to feel tension. I'm going to let my hair down.
Let it down.
I'm going to let my hair down, everybody, as we're winding this down. Mel the Redcap, shout out, said, I will suggest that A, Garrett is really going to enjoy the thing, and B, make sure you record his reactions. You were correct. I enjoyed the thing.
Or it might be a future thing.
Go
Either
on.
way, it'll be recorded.
Go on, let your hair down. Oh no, this was at like the beginning of the stream, and I grabbed it and I put it here because I knew they were totally referencing the cutscene and the flashbacks to fighting Emmett. And then Xavius, shout out, said, good to know Kyle can appreciate bush and foliage.
I saw the people in the Discord being like, what's he? I don't get it. And looks like it's the God rays. It's fine. It's just there's some rays going through the bush. They're like, well, they're not that beautiful. And everyone's like, well, hold on a second. I think the lighting engine doesn't. A bit of discourse was had.
Discourse was indeed had.
Yes.
It was indeed had.
Do we have a heart button now? Or can we like?
Wait.
Things?
Oh, yeah, this is new. What?
Oh, we can like?
Wait, I want to like all of them
Why
now.
would we not like?
Why would you give me this option, YouTube?
That sounds like what?
That's terrifying.
That's a horrifying
wanna like
option.
them all.
Now we gotta like everyone.
All right, so we got a few supers in chat right now.
Sorry,
in our live chat.
we're talking about our dashboard now has a new feature where we
can like your supers?
Yeah.
Why wouldn't I not want to like
Why
the
would
supers?
we? Yeah.
No, now I want to like every super.
I just feel cruel.
But we missed Kirsty in live chat right now. Supered, in my opinion, the tragedy of Hithlo is his apparent low self-esteem. If you run Catesis with him, a line he says is, I'm not entirely useless. Yeah. We were getting into that.
Yeah.
I think you can absolutely read into that as playing into why he would becomes, one of the many souls that became Zodiark.
Be extremely easy to have imposter syndrome in a world of such powerful individuals.
Oh, Jesus, yes, yeah. Even amongst gods, a god can feel inadequate. When everyone's a god, no one's a god.
Yep.
Gabgano supered. My theory is that the first is Ultima weapon, and the second is when the light is overflowing in Shadowbringers. The rejoinings happen, but are not symbolized as far as I know. Oh, we're going back to the flashes? Is that what we're talking about here? Interesting. Huh.
That's kind of like the story moment, right? Like
that would make sense.
Yeah. The Horshaphant, obviously the emote happens, but you can infer a lot of individual moments.
Yeah, but what about like other things that we know happened that were big momentous title indications, like stopping the flood?
Yeah,
like, that's another thing that I think of. Like there's a lot of, I think there's a decent amount of candidates, but I like that because it's based on the Warrior of Light, which is cleaner.
Well, and then you got to get into like, was Minfilia actually etherically dense enough to empower Hydaelyn enough to stop the flood, or did she have her own reserves? That's where I get it.
So far, the game has been very nebulous about that,
and it should be. Yeah. It's one of the reasons I'm enjoying Warhammer lore so much, and we won't give an answer. And it's like, thank you. I don't need Aliens Covenant.
I don't hate that movie. Mama Bug Super. Now an hour and 3/4 late, but I didn't cry at all during the Hanging with Vanessa section, but I do admire how massively the game made me genuinely care about her. Exactly. Yes, that's how I feel, Mama Bug. Crying is not the only measure of respecting a story.
Is one.
Incessantly bothering every friend of mine that I still talk to that hasn't played this game is another measure of the quality of the story. That's another way to measure it. And then D-Men super. So I take it you pieced together who the voice you heard after you defeat Zodiark is after the Elpis arc.
We would have to...
Oh, I didn't really think about that, but yeah, that seems supremely obvious now. Medion.
Oh, when the world goes all TV fuzzy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's black and white.
Yeah.
Yeah, it makes all the sense in the world now.
I didn't really...
I hadn't even thought about that.
I didn't really consider it.
Holy shit. We need to do a pickup for a video.
We can do it visually. We can insert that, no problem.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Do a comparison shot.
Voiceover, too. We are devious. We do sometimes insert voiceover.
Or sometimes the visual carries the message greater than the words being said.
That is fair.
And also sometimes you re-record something because it didn't make sense.
Maybe I'm excited about it enough that I want to talk about it. Maybe. No promises. Okay, how are you on time?
I'm good.
Be honest. You're good?
Yeah.
Okay. Because some of these Q&As could get deep.
No, I mean, honestly, it'd be 5 o'clock traffic if I leave now, so might as well just dodge the traffic and be here instead.
That's a good point. Probably save you about 20 minutes, about 30.
Yeah, so I at least have that.
All right. So I pulled a few that seemed like they were... I clearly misunderestimated how wordy or how deep into thought you would get with some of the things that I didn't mark for Q&A. But Rock Oracle had a super that said, given your strong love of ancients and such, would I be wrong to assume that Elpis would be the first zone you would deep dive side quests in? This is when I pulled out of order and dropped here.
I know, because I've clicked on them, that there are quests with ether currents. So I would say those will lead the way.
Well, obviously we'll do that. But
those will lead the way.
This is the most, I will say, this is the most interested I've been in side quests, for sure. By far. I felt pressured into doing the Black Rose side quest, and I didn't find it all that interesting. So I've been a little turned off of side quests since then, just as like a streamer thing. And this is not, I don't mean this to be overly dramatic. Please make suggestions. I like it when you make suggestions. But it came up enough that I did feel a pressure, and I was like, I don't know if I want to do this. And I did it, and I was like, it was fine. I would have been perfectly okay having not done that side quest. But these are, I'm already there. I'm already interested in doing it.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is usually when I'll enjoy unrequired content more, is when I decide on my own that I want to do it. It's just how we're both hipsters after all.
Yeah, absolutely.
We're both hipsters after all. So yeah, I want to do these. I want to do these big time. Gemini Duality said, been a fan ever since the start of your journey, and I have to ask, and I just put this here just if in case we wanted to address this. Has your journey been good? I think we've more or less addressed this Vanoss section.
I would say so.
Okay.
I am very much of the you have to want to play D&D to be invited to my table. And so I don't suggest this game a lot. I think it's super amazing and it means a ton to me. And in fact, this is the way I'd prefer to hear it when people say, you encouraging Garrett got me into it. Because that was for you and it helped other people. That is so magical to me. If you see me having fun at my D&D table and you go, oh my God, I want to be a part of that, I want you at my D&D table. But I have no great need to convince others because it is my journey.
Unintended consequences, I think, always mean more, right? Like me telling someone, you should play this, and then they play it, it's like, that's cool. But if they're just moved by my natural enjoyment of it, I don't foresee that. It wasn't my intention, but it's such recommendation was not my intention. But it's nice when that's what happens. And yeah, that's right. Like at no point did we think like, oh, we should make a bunch of videos about playing Final Fantasy XIV together and then start streaming together. And hopefully we'll encourage a bunch of people to start playing it together. And the amount of messages we've gotten from people that like, oh, like I feel like we've taken our friendship, like our friendship's leveled up because of watching you guys. And now we're doing the same thing. Or I've now rekindled friendships. Like those are the messages that really mean a lot to me. It's cool. Yeah. As we mentioned earlier, when you get older, friendships are tough. You got to make time for it. And it's tough to make time for it. So I'm glad to have inspired. Jesus said, do you guys ever connect what media? Okay. So Jesus, you showed up and you asked this again. Perfect. Had that conversation. I believe this was Anime Two Skulls. Has been working on a home bar and wanted to rec on what to make. I think you should always start with a classic if you got a new home bar. For us, when ours was at least a little bit up and running, the first thing we made was an old fashioned. But you know, they're the classics for a reason. Make yourself an old fashioned. Make yourself a bourbon, old fashioned. Rum, make a daiquiri. Gin, make a martini. Missing anything? Tequila, make a margarita. I would say those are your 4 base spirits and their 4 accompanying classic cocktails. That's what I would do. That's how I would break in a new bar.
That's detailed. Well done.
Yes. Or if you're just a bitter bitch like me, instead with gin, do Negroni instead of martini. Because you love bitter.
I like margarita best in that list.
They're delicious. I learned at FanFest that you like margaritas.
Yeah, well, I love lemonade.
I never knew that about you. That makes sense, even though it's made with lime and not lemons.
I love limeade more than lemonade.
Okay, well, there you go. That makes all the sense in the world then. Okay, I'm like, wait, Kyle, you do know they're made with limes, right?
I think I can have a lime tree here.
You can. We are growing one right now. They are a pain, but yes, you can have them.
But they die in the Pacific Northwest. It's just too much moisture for their roots.
We killed our lemon tree. We had a lime and a lemon tree, and only the lime tree is still alive.
Okay.
Yeah. It's tough. You gotta you should really start with the soil matters in the very beginning, and you gotta water the shit out of them. Citrus needs so much water, even in a place as rainy as Florida.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous. It's tough. It's tough, everybody. Can we start a forum where people tell me what I'm doing wrong with our plants? Can we start a forum thread for that?
I think there's a reason people say you have the green thumb. It's a mysterious balancing act that...
Katie's gotten pretty good, but there's a few things we still can't quite get. Yeah. Pineapples, on the other hand. If you would like a pineapple, next time one grows, I will give you the top. You can just have the pineapple. Enjoy the pineapple. Replant the top. Put it outside. Just pretty much don't need to do anything to it. They grow themselves in Florida.
Awesome.
Yeah. We should have like 8 of them this year. There should be a lot of pineapples this year. I digress.
Thank you for the lemon tree.
Lord Abyss. All right, this final one. Good evening, bromance. Loved Garrett on TNT this morning. I'm assuming TNE. And answering my question about WoW. Oh, it's Kyle's turn to answer my question. What's Kyle's favorite WoW armor and weapon? I was asked that on TNE's podcast.
It's the BC set with the ladies on your shoulders with the blindfolds on.
Oh, that was a priest tier. That was a good one.
Yeah.
Is that the final priest tier? Was it the Black Temple? Oh, no, well, I just technically the final tier would have been Sunwell, but those were not unique sets.
Yeah. I would need help with it.
I think
the name. I feel like it's like Serenity or something like that.
I think that was the Black Temple.
But I've never been a trivia World of Warcraft guy. I just love the look.
Priest Black Temple tier. Tier 6.
That sounds right.
It was Hyjal. Oh, and Priest. Where are you at? Yep, there we go. Vestments of Absolution.
There it is.
That's Kyle's answer.
Yep.
I said Judgments. That was goated.
Well, yes.
But I actually think my favorite might be the tier prior to that for Warlock with the spikes and the skulls jammed on them. I think it was a tier 5 in BC. BC had some phenomenal armor sets.
It did.
You go look at them now; they're a little poly. The textures aren't great.
They're old.
The base design behind them are very strong.
And I was a troll, so I had that chest stretch that just looked awful.
Oh,
but
yeah.
we didn't care. We didn't know any
Well,
better.
you're so hunched over, you can barely see it unless you're a gnome looking up.
Yeah. Yeah.
And from your camera angle, you basically never see it.
It's just my back.
You basically
As
never
long as
see
the
it.
cake was good.
So yeah, and then it's just name days go on for
Name days,
4
all
or
at
5 pages.
I mean, do you want to like put it on screen and scroll by it? Like, is that even?
oh, I could. Let me do
Yeah.
this. Let me do this. Oh my goodness.
Load it up.
I have the power.
All right. While he does that, I will attempt to feed you things for your brain. Fitchel super chatted. Let's get mythological.
Actually, this is pretty easy because we're already set up for.
Who are your Azums?
Wait, what do you mean? Who are?
I know.
Azums?
I do require a bit of clarification. Do you mean my personal and my real life? Who do I think is my sundered brethren? My various shards across the world? Are they alive right now? Can they be dead?
Who are our Azums?
Because I'm loosely related to Billy the Kid. Apparently.
I'm not sure I get this question.
Yeah.
Who are your Azums?
Or would it be in game and because people were like, hey, you gotta, people were all excited because Jim Henson lady was.
What god would you be if you're Azum? Oh, so like Amit is Hades? Well, all the ones I know are taken. Oh, so you're like your true ancient.
Oh,
name.
interesting.
But isn't it the? Well, wait, no, yeah, Emmett is his station and Hades is his actual name. So if he retired to be Hades again,
yeah.
Wow, that hits harder now. Let's dispense with titles and becomes Hades because the title, the station is Emmett Selk.
Right. Yes. And then he himself.
Person is Hades, which is weird because it's easier for me to think about that for pretty much all of the rest of them. But for something about Emmett is Emmett. I guess because at no point in the story did they really deal with anyone else holding the station of Emmett Selk.
Mr. President.
Anyway, Tuna isn't a god's name. Hold on, who's the Hades game characters? Because this is how I know Greek mythology.
Okay, well, good. You classy
no,
man.
who's the? I love this guy. Who's this guy? I'm trying to remember his name. Thanatos. I'd be Thanatos in a hot goddamn
Thanatos.
second. Yes, Tuna's Azum's name is Thanatos. Done. Freaking done. Of course, as Midnight Miko.
Yep.
Thanatos is the best character in Hades. I will not be hearing questions.
I always windmill slam Athena abilities, though. I love shields in that game.
It's
so nice to have
shield
the
is
dash
shield is
reflect
good.
and
I
stuff.
like Dionysus because I love dots.
I'm not a big fan of his cast, where it does like a range blob on the ground.
I don't like that.
Yeah.
But I love all of his passives that add stacking damage over time onto your attacks.
Why am I spacing Mars? Ares.
Ares.
Ares' blade spin, god power is perfect.
I think I had a bunch of Ares on the first time I ever cleared a Hades.
Yeah,
run.
me too.
Yeah.
That's how I did my first
ever Hades
my
clear.
first beat.
Yeah, and I think I was the spear. I think it was a spear Ares build. And I was just cleaning up. Just absolutely melted Hades at the end. Oh my god, we should
Yes.
just had an idea. I just had an idea. At a point we should earmark a non-14 Thursday. Or I don't know how we do this. I think it'd be hilarious to make a drinking game out of Hades.
Okay.
We flip a coin to see who starts a run. And when you die, you take a drink and the other person takes over. But the person riding gets to choose what you take.
Ooh, interesting.
That's how we two-man Hades.
Oh, that's interesting.
One drives, one chooses the abilities.
And that'd be frequent enough. It would be quite participatory.
Oh, yes.
I like that.
Oh,
That's
yes.
a fun idea.
Especially the more sloppy we get, the more we're going to want to be devious and sabotage each other's runs.
And make people
because
pick.
it'd be
Yeah,
funny.
Yeah.
But we would need to figure out how one of us gets home.
Yes.
We would either need to like Uber, and it's not a particularly cheap Uber between our homes.
Well, we're
It's
not exactly in a
bit of a
city, so
distance.
it's not lively with
It's
Ubers.
a bit of a distance. So yeah. I'll find a time where Katie's like, oh yeah, I could just pick you up. And we'll do it at your place. Oh, because she relaxes on Thursday night. She should watch wrestling and have some wine. And I like to to not interrupt that for her.
I mean,
so.
Oh man, yeah.
Yeah.
So,
anyway,
so there you go. There's your answer.
Anyway, I can do this now. So I'm Thanatos and you're Ares. You're the god of war.
No, wait. We're talking about.
Well, Greek would be Mars. For
ourselves or our characters in game.
Same.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Same. Yeah. Okay.
What's the difference? Okay. Here we go. Here we go. Here is the all my name days come at once. This is I'm not even sure I redacted any that I'm pretty sure we read. I think this might legitimately be everybody that sent a happy birthday message or some sort of thing on it. I even made little notes on ones that I wanted to respond to, which was like May, for example, is moving. And May, I hope you have a good move. Moving can be tough. So I hope you do well on it. But it just goes. This is how many happy birthday messages we got. And there were like other little things in the mix, but like this would have probably been 3 to 4 straight hours of reading with no banter at all if we just read the messages.
Just slamming it.
So I wanted to immortalize it in some way. So thank you all for the birthday wishes. This is the first time I've ever streamed on my birthday. And you made it memorable. But so, I mean, also Kyle was here. First time you've ever been around for my birthday. Made it memorable.
In person, yeah.
And Katie went out the night before, completely filled our shitbox SUV with balloons and hid them in the driveway all night and got up super early before the sun was even up to sneak them and fill this room with balloons.
It was awesome.
Everybody was on point to make my birthday memorable. And so thank you, everyone. Thank you very, very much. I had a wonderful birthday and we had a wonderful time on Elpis.
I've got my answer. Demeter.
You changed your answer.
Why did I change
I thought you already answered Ares.
No, that's just the ability I really like in Hades. Oh. Because we started talking about Hades.
Oh, I just went with the character I like.
I go Demeter.
Okay. Which one's Demeter?
The goddess of agriculture.
I don't remember her powers.
They're the chill ones, like slowing frosts and stuff.
Oh, I do like that one. I also like Hermes because it makes you run fast.
Yeah,
but Hermes is a taken name.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do like the movement abilities from Hermes. They're freaking fantastic. Now I want to play Hades.
It's a good game.
But yeah, I hope you all enjoyed our cooking today. Thanks for hanging out. Let me go back to the
enhance.
So we're got a video for tomorrow.
Yep.
Then we're taking a break from MSQ while we edit the current MSQ videos.
Yep.
Definitely going to be more than one. Mm-hmm. And then we'll be back to the MSQ once that final video goes up. There will be ample warning, probably 2 weeks.
Absolutely.
Probably 2 weeks, and we might rip it. Sometimes we rip it the day after the video drops. We haven't decided if we're doing that yet. A lot of this comes down to just how the edit goes. And this is our longest recording ever, I believe.
In terms of raw hours, even being a double record, I think it is the largest single record we've ever.
We don't go into it expecting it to be a double record. So here's how this works when we do these MSQ videos. We sit down and we just have a talk. We usually make some notes ahead of time, like to kind of guide us, but we don't make a call on if it's going to be multiple parts or not until we have the talk, and then we just look at the length. And we also usually have a gut check on how much do we think is getting cut out. Because sometimes some of the stuff we cut out is just like complete nonsense. We'll just like start talking about what we had for dinner last night, which does happen sometimes in recordings. But this one was pretty much on point for, I want to say 2 hours.
Just about.
Yeah. And we've had, I think End of Shadowbringers was almost 2 hours. So it's if it's not the longest, it's pretty much tied for the longest. So it's probably going to be a 2-parter. Unless we get into the cut or the edit and find out we repeated ourselves more than we thought, which has happened before.
Yeah, but I like how video one is going. So yeah.
Oh, you're already in there.
Well, I've already thought about it a lot.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. I was like,
I do the primary content edit, so my brain is already.
Kyle is our making beautiful murders. He's our beautiful murderer. You kill our babies just so we don't put out magnum opuses that have no tempo to them.
Yep.
Yes. So that's what we're off to go do. Please enjoy our video tomorrow. It is members only, so patrons and YouTube members of any level, you are getting access to it. It will be out for you'll be just like another day. So you all get it. A little look into the future of grinding gear in a fun video game based fashion. So yeah, that's gonna wrap it up. We're gonna let Kyle get out of here. Go start dinner. Thanks for hanging, everybody. It was nice cooking with you. Thank you again.
Thank you for the support.
Oh, question mark said it, Micah? What? Oh, what? Bye? Oh, bye. Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Bye. But, oh, wait, no, we missed Kevon.
Oh.
If you had to have an actor play your Warrior of Light or at least voice your character, who would they be? Oh, my God. I mean, if I could get anyone, I'd just get H. John Benjamin, which doesn't fit at all with my characterization.
You wouldn't do Kronk? Hey there.
Patrick Warburton.
Yeah, okay.
Let me help you out there with that, Emmett. My Patrick Warburton can dangerously become Elvis if I'm not careful. J.K. Simmons voicing your Lalafell, Micah Boy. That is the correct answer. Oh my God! Like I'm trying to think, because Emmett being like kind of, or not Emmett, Tuna being kind of. Who's an emo himbo? I can't really think of one. Oh! I know exactly who I would want to voice Tuna. Jason Momoa.
Interesting choice.
I would want Jason Momoa.
Okay.
Especially after his performance in Fast 10. That's who I want. Because he's basically he's like a himbo with bloodlust in Fast 10. That's what I want. Jason Momoa is the canonical voice of Tuna. I want you all to know this. Write it down. That's it. Done.
Oh man, this is hard.
Are you going with a freaking Japanese?
Well, I've got to choose both, right?
You're such a...
Because I got to look good. I got to sound good pushing up the glasses.
I love what a sub stan you are. Like the lengths that your sub stan goes.
I try to keep it under control.
You're not successful.
No, not all the time.
Kyle is currently looking up both voice actors for Kaiba. That's what's happening. I'm outing you.
I think if I was English, yeah, I'd go with Eric Stewart, who does Brock as well.
Oh, I do love Brock.
But the Japanese voice actor for Kaiba, Hikaru Midorikawa, is amazing.
Okay, actually, then, in that case, I can get on the subtitle train. All right, so English voice actor would be Jason Momoa. But hold on. I've got it. Let's see. What's his actual name? Aki. Who's the Japanese voice actor for Aki in Chainsaw Man? Because that would be my my subtitle voice actor. Looks like Shogo Sakata. That would be Japanese Tuna. There you go. Because holy shit, Aki is like one of my favorite characters of my entire life of watching anime. Just love that dude.
I mean, if I could, I'd pick Dio, but it's just cheating. Like I can't just pick one of the greatest voice actors of all time.
I haven't even seen that much JoJo, and I know how funny that is.
Oh my god. But it wouldn't work. It wouldn't fit the character. I'm just picking voice actors at that point.
I think it would, actually. I think both of my options choose it, and that's also kind of a funny commentary on the difference between sub and dub at times. So, anyway. Hope you enjoyed that post-credits. GG, y'all.
Bye, everybody. I'll keep waving while you press the